This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Legend by Dylan Allen, narrated by Stephen Dexter and Robin Verne. All the magic I have known, I've had to make myself. From Magic, a poem by Shel Silverstein. Prologue. Present Day. Rivers Wilde. 1. Smoke and Mirrors. Remy. Please don't leave angry. Please. Gigi's frail voice floats behind me, chasing me like a sinister specter. I'm nearly running by the time I reach the door of her hospital room. I pull it open and look back at her. She looks harmless lying there like that, cocooned in a hospital bed, anchored in place by the network of lines that run from a bandaged spot on her arm. But harmless is the very last thing she's proven to be. I don't know what kind of game this is, but I don't want any part of it. Her eyes are glassy with tears, and her face is as pale as the white sheets she's lying against. It's not a game. Ask your mother. Read that letter. Oh, I'll be asking her. You stay the fuck away from me. I point at her with the same hand I'm clutching the envelope she gave me. The slip of paper wrapped around a set of keys weighs nothing, yet my hand aches from holding it. I don't want to read it. I step out of the room and stare unseeingly down the corridor. The nurses' station is a hub of activity. Doctors, patients, family members dart past me. I just stand still and try to process what Gigi Rivers has just told me. For the first time in a long time, I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. When my friend Hayes called and asked me to come to the hospital, I didn't ask why. I got in my car and drove as fast as I could. Our families have been on opposite sides of the most mysterious Cold War for almost 30 years now. When we both became the heads of our families around the same time last year, we decided enough was enough. Since then, he's become one of my best friends. I spent the drive, my throat tight with anxiety, my heart hammering, preparing myself to console him. Instead, I walked into an ambush. Remy, are you okay? Suddenly, Hayes is standing beside me, his hand gripping my shoulder and his face drawn and etched with worry. I shake his hand off and turn so we're face to face. He's waiting for me to answer and looks as tense as a runner waiting for the crack of the referee's gun to start his race. I stare at him. My face feels like granite, and the pressure in my jaw from my clenched teeth is giving me a headache. His discomfort grows with each second that passes. I watch him squirm and then ask the question his body language has already answered. Did you know what she was going to say to me? He closes his eyes for a beat and nods. Yeah, man, I did. I'm sorry. And how long have you known? I ask him. He grimaces in remorse. 2 weeks ago. You've known this shit for 2 weeks and you didn't think to fucking tell me, Hayes? Surprise and a sense of being betrayed make me take a step back. I peer at him, trying to see how I missed that he'd been keeping something like this from me for so long. His face twists up too, and he glances around. Let's go talk somewhere else. He turns without waiting for me to respond and opens a door a few feet away. I follow him inside the room. She wasn't sure you didn't already know. I wasn't sure either, and the last couple of weeks have been a total nightmare. None of that shit can be true. How the fuck can it be true? Things like that don't happen. That would mean we are brothers, Hayes. I look at him like he's lost his mind. He looks back at me with patient sympathy. I shake my head in denial. My father died. I have pictures from his funeral. How could they have held a funeral if he wasn't dead, man? Hayes doesn't respond. He just watches me like he's waiting for me to answer my own question. What? I snap. Have you seen his death certificate? Why the hell would I have seen his death certificate? Have you seen your father's? I challenge him. He only shrugs. I was in the room with my father when he died. You weren't even old enough to remember what yours looked like, much less exactly when he died. He says, that patient sympathy still in place. The knot forming in my gut intensifies, and I lean back against the door and stare at the ceiling as I think about the pictures from my father's funeral. I was only 2. I don't remember anything. But how could my mother and grandfather have told such a lie? My grandfather, before he died, had been my mentor and my best friend. We talked about my father all the time. He couldn't have looked me in the face and lied the way he did. I clutch the doorknob, and my sweaty palms slip off it. My heart is racing faster than I thought possible. What else have they lied about? Remy. I open my eyes and find Hayes watching me, his lips pursed, his eyes full of sympathy. I know, it's a total head job. I've only had a couple of weeks to process it. If this hadn't happened, I still wouldn't be speaking to Gigi. It's fucked me up. I've spent my whole life thinking my father was someone else too. On top of that, the woman who I've thought of as my aunt is really my mother. The man who I've come to think of as one of my best friends is actually my half-brother. Each of his statements hit me hard. I can't wrap my head around any of that. Why should we believe them now? What if this is a lie? I say, and even to my own ears it sounds like a wish rather than an accusation. We both know it's not, he says, his voice grave and hushed. I stare at him for a beat, letting myself imagine that everything they're saying is true. I drop a wall in front of the wave of panic that is starting to build in my gut. Not now. There's something wrong here. I push back. He nods, but he doesn't back down. There's plenty wrong, especially on your side of things. But it's not a lie. Go ask your mother. When you're ready to talk, I'll be here. Then he steps around me, opens the room door, and walks out. I pull out my phone and call my assistant. Rachel, I'm on my way to Wilde House. Meet me there. Yes, sir, I'm on my way, she says without missing a beat. Before you leave, visit legal and ask them to print you a copy of my father's death certificate. I'm met with silence. I know it's an odd request, but I need you to get it right now. Do you understand? Yes, sir, I do. She sounds uncertain, but I know she'll get it the minute we hang up. I'll see you at the house. Should I let your mother know to expect us? No. Mother! My shout ricochets off the ceiling of the Wilde House's vaulted ceiling foyer. I fling the door closed behind me, and it slams so hard that one of the geometric-shaped plates of glass cracks. Remy, wait! Rachel comes rushing out of the sitting room on the right. She is panting, her eyes wide with panic, and her arms stretched out ahead of her, reaching for me. Wait for what? I walk right past her on my way to the stairs. All I can think about is getting to my mother's office and making her tell me the truth. She grabs my arm to still me as I start to stride past her. Before I tell you where she is, I need to tell you something. I pull my arm out of her grasp and narrow my eyes at her. What do you mean, tell me where she is? Where would she be but in her office? I've worked for you since you were a boy, but your mother has always been my employer. I did the job she paid me to do, but I want you to know that as much as I could, I have given you my loyalty." My blood runs cold. "What do you mean, as much as you could? What did she pay you to do?" She squeezes her eyes shut and pulls in a deep breath, but doesn't say anything. "Never mind, I'll make her tell me herself." I step around her and start toward the door. "I assume that somehow you've learned the truth about your father." The frayed edge of panic that accompanies her explosive statement stops me dead in my tracks. I turn around slowly and look at her as if I'm seeing her for the first time. Her dark, unruly hair is caught in its normal haphazard bun. Her face is lightly made up, per usual. She's wearing one of her trademark muted gray skirt suits. Everything looks the same. But it's not. Not even a little. So, it's true. Her expression is stoic, and she squares her shoulders. "It is true." My knees threaten to buckle. "And you've known?" "I have helped your family keep the secret. It's what I was paid to do. That, among other things." "Where is she?" I ask her. She squeezes her eyes shut like a child who's trying to avoid looking at something scary. Her fists are clenched at her sides, and her body is rigid with tension. "I will be tendering my resignation. I believe it's best that all of this has come to light. I know you'll never trust me again, and I don't blame you. I did as your mother asked because I needed my job. But I do deeply regret that fact. I've known you since you were a little boy, and I've loved you like—" "Rachel, I'm not in the mood for a sentimental moment right now. Right now, I need to talk to my mother. Where the fuck is she?" I grit out my demand. She gulps and steps back. "She is currently in her office, attempting to shred documents." "You told her I was coming?" I ask, unable to believe the level of betrayal. I've trusted this woman with everything. "No, but when I requested these from legal, they did. But I have this." She holds up a black electrical cord in the air like she's holding a trophy. "She can't shred anything. I just wanted the chance to tell you the truth before I left. I'll go now. I am so sorry." Her eyes are sorrowful as she turns to walk away. I let her go. And even though her betrayal hurts, there's nothing I can do about it right now. My only priority is finding my mother and getting answers. I walk upstairs slowly. With each step, I prepare for what lies ahead. My entire life upended in just 1 hour, and now I'm walking toward a room where my mother is attempting to destroy evidence of what I've just learned. Our relationship is already non-existent. I keep her far away from anything that's important to me. She's a liar. She has stolen so much from me. I want to tear her limb from limb, but that would mean touching her, and I'm not sure I ever want to do that again. I push the door open and find her on her knees in front of the shredder, her hands moving frantically even as she turns to face me. "Remy!" she gasps, her face ashen. She jumps up and puts her hands out in front of her as if she's afraid. It incenses me even further. I narrow my eyes at her, rage straining the muscles in my face as I try to keep it in check. "You act as if I am the violent one, as if I'm dangerous. Have you lied so much that you've forgotten what it is to tell the fucking truth? I can't begin to fathom the lengths they went to in order to keep their secrets. In all of the years that I've mourned my grandfather, I never imagined that I'd ever be glad he was gone. I can't imagine how I would feel having this conversation with him. The thought alone is more painful than I can bear. She shrinks, her chest caving in before she recovers, squares her jaw, and holds my angry gaze with her defiant one. I see so much of myself in her right now, it frightens me. Would I have been capable of it?
Remy, we wanted to protect you,
she says with no remorse. You are a liar! I roar in her face, and she leans back as if my words were hands that were shoving her away from me. We've butted heads my whole life, but she has never seen me lose my cool. Her eyes widen but then relax again, and she swallows and composes herself, like she's an actor who has rehearsed a scene and is now preparing to perform it for an audience. Her chin tilts up, her expression is stoic, nearly regal.
I am what life has made me. Your grandfather and I thought it best you didn't know the truth.
People get divorced all the time. Men leave their wives all of the time. Why did you have to pretend he died? You held a fucking funeral. I shake my head in disbelief when she merely nods. The last vestiges of my restraint force my hands into fists at my side. I throw my head back, feel the strain of the tendons in my neck as I hold back the howl of pain clawing at the back of my throat. Why? I shout. Because everyone was told that he died. It wasn't just you. Do you hear yourself? He was my father. I bellow at her, just completely beside myself at this point. In the blink of an eye, nothing is the same, including me. I've lived my entire adult life in service of living up to the legend they built in my father's name. It's all a fucking lie. And now, I'm done with it. I knew she was manipulative, but this, I'll never be able to understand. How could you do it? Wonder seeps through the brittle cracks in my anger as I take her in. I've spent my entire life wondering why he died so young. The night before my 32nd birthday, I was crippled with fear because I was sure it would be the year I died too. Regan and Tyson have so many of the same fears. How could you do that to your children? I ask, knowing that there's no answer that would suffice.
Remy, your father wasn't just anybody. He was the heir to this empire we were building. His name wasn't his own. It belongs to all of us. We weren't going to let his selfishness ruin everything we'd built, she spits out.
He left you, not his family, I remind her. Her face contorts with anger.
He didn't just leave me.
She slaps her chest with her open palm.
He left you and Regan and Tyson and his father, his entire family.
I can see that even now she feels no remorse. In the instant it takes to snuff out a candle, any lingering affection I had for her disappears.
He betrayed us, spectacularly, callously. He left you, she insists.
A day ago, those words would have hurt. But I know they're not true. I read his letter. I put my hand in my pocket and stroked the outline of the key inside the envelope.
We gave him a choice, us or her, and he chose her.
I don't blame him. You were the alternative. She marches up to me and slaps me, hard enough to turn my head, but I barely feel it. I don't feel anything but empty and rudderless.
He loved me.
Her voice wobbles and she pants, her breaths coming hard and shallow.
I was his wife. I gave him children. We had plans. Then she came back.
She deflates and sinks into the seat behind her. Her body droops like a broken doll.
It happened so fast. Your grandfather warned him, then he followed through on it. Cut him out.
Because he loved someone else? I shake my head in disgust.
Because he was disloyal.
Her retort comes out as a growl.
A year later, he left her too, walked out and never came back. Probably fell face down in a ditch somewhere, piss drunk, and never woke up.
She thinks he's alive. My mother blinks like I splashed water in her eyes.
She's delusional.
Her eyes widen slightly and then dart nervously to the shredder. What are you trying to shred? I eye the machine and the pile of documents strewn in front of it. She steps into my line of sight.
His death certificates, they have the real dates on there. The declaration date, 7 years after he disappeared. When it was issued, I ordered a copy from the county clerk. And other documents, our divorce records. Unlike his death certificate, they were sealed. You would never have found them, but I have them here. Newspaper clippings, things that if you ever looked might have told you the truth.
She lists the items like they're nothing, and I'm beyond incredulity at this point. God forbid I learn the truth, right? I say, exhaustion creeping into the bitterness edging my voice.
Yes, God forbid. I would never have told you.
Why is that your decision to make?
Because I am the one who was left to pick up the pieces, to raise you as best I could. I was 23. I'd only come here from Jamaica 7 years prior. I had no one but him and his family. Nothing but quick thinking and the sense the good Lord gave me. I made a decision, and I would do it again.
Her eyes fill with tears. I've never seen her even come close to crying. It renders me dumb. She looks at me with a plea in her eyes, but she's not begging me for forgiveness. She doesn't think she's done anything wrong. She wants me to understand. I know I never will. I don't know how you could do this. I say quietly, a hollow numbness has started to soften my anger.
I haven't remarried. I haven't done anything but help your grandfather grow Wilde World so you'd have something worth inheriting. Everything I've done has been for that.
Was making sure Cal and I broke up and stayed that way also for me? Her expression goes from woeful to angry in a flash.
I wish I'd never heard that girl's name.
I wish you had to hear it every day, I retort.
She would have ruined you. Her hand slices through the air in anger, the way Georgina ruined your father, and I would not allow it. One day, when you have children of your own, you will understand.
She lifts her chin and crosses her arms over her chest.
I loved her, I say angrily. You loved her too much, but once she was gone, you hit your stride. You've done so much.
She looks like she hopes I'll agree. I don't even hear her anymore. All I wanted was her.
Look what you have achieved without her.
Look how I've suffered without her, I shout back, and her eyes widen and fill with tears again.
Oh, God, Remy.
Her fingers flutter to her face and press against her trembling mouth.
You can't say anything or do anything. This cannot become public knowledge. I don't want people to know your father sired Hayes Rivers. People can't know that he wasn't the man we've said he was. It would ruin the branding we have created for Wilde World.
Branding? Are you serious? Just when I thought nothing could surprise me, she proves me wrong.
Yes, I'm serious. You know this.
Her tears clear and her expression grows stern.
You were groomed to know it. Wilde World is bigger than all of us. It will live longer than all of us. What we want isn't important.
She waves her hands around the room.
This family is an institution now. We built Rivers Wilde. We are one of the largest grocers in the United States. We serve nearly every single prison system in the country. We run the food programs for 8 countries in South America. Do you think you can just dismantle that because you didn't get to grow up with your father and his whore?
She sneers at me. She was his wife, I remind her, just to twist the knife in.
I was his wife.
She points at her chest, then she looks at me the same way I looked at her a few minutes ago. as if the light around me had shifted and she could finally see me clearly.
Oh, the irony.
She throws her head back and laughs dryly. What?
After all my efforts to make you a better man, you still ended up just like him. At least he knew he couldn't have both. You still think life is fair. You're such a fool.
She sneers at me. I think I hate you. Her face falls. The sorrow in her eyes isn't feigned. She folds her hands in front of her and nods. I know you do. It's the saddest thing I've ever heard, yet I feel nothing. We stare at each other, mother and son, enemies, broken. With nothing between us but a sea of broken glass, neither of us are willing to hazard crossing. This isn't my family. This isn't my home. I don't know who I am, or what I am. I've lived my entire life with a lie guiding my decisions. The man I tried to be was shaped by myth. It grew roots that bound me when the woman I loved slipped out of my grasp. And it was all a fucking lie, including me. An hour later, I drive away from Rivers Wilde, and if I have my way, I'll never be back.
1. The Start. 18 years ago, Houston, Texas. 1. Legends and Lies. Cal. The door to the library opens and I stop writing. My heart races and my hands tremble so badly that my notebook slips from my fingers and lands with a thud on the floor. Loud voices and the blare of music that flood the room disguise the noise. I pick it up and press my body close to the wall and hold my breath. My mother will kill me if I get caught in here. We haven't even been at the party for 30 minutes. I thought I'd have at least another couple of hours before I had to go looking for her. The sound of approaching footsteps sends my pulse into a wild gallop. My heart feels like it's attached to a boomerang inside my chest. But for those footsteps, the library is as quiet as it had been when I'd snuck in here. The door opens again, and I lift my feet off the ground and hug my knees tightly to my chest and hold my breath. I told you to get upstairs. A woman's voice cracks through the air like a whip, even over the loud din from outside, and I nearly jump out of my skin and my eyes widen in terror. All I can see is the dark blue backing of the curtain. Don't just stand there. Answer me. Her voice is so cold, so hard, that I close my eyes again, the figure forming in my mind. I imagine her to be tall, with a narrow face that's shrouded by the thousands of snakes that slither on her head where her hair should be. They hiss and bite each other constantly. I imagine that her eyes are entirely black, but her mouth is strangely beautiful. It's heart-shaped, with lips that are coated with a poisonous apple-red lipstick. I just came to get my books. The boy's voice is frightened and sad. I wish I could give him a hug. The way he sounds is the way I feel a lot. With my eyes closed, I can just imagine him. He's small and skinny, with hair that needs cutting and shoes that are so small the toes are rubbed thin. The worn cuff of his 2 sizes too small pants stop above his bony ankles. Just make sure you don't linger, and don't let me catch you sneaking downstairs one more time, Remington. I just wanted to see the other kids. Why? Her voice is like the surprise of a clap of thunder when there's not a cloud in the sky. I press my lips together and bite them to stifle the whimper that's bubbling in my throat. You have forgotten who you are, what your responsibilities will be. You don't get to mingle. You've got to set yourself apart. And you don't do that by sneaking down to a party when you should be in your room working. Get your act together, she warns. Yes, ma'am, the boy says. Get your stuff, and then get to bed. You've got school tomorrow. The door opens again. The din from outside is fleeting this time as it shuts quickly. I hate you, I hear the boy say in a voice that's full of anger that I know all too well. The kind that comes when you're a kid who knows your parents are missing something regular parents have. He sniffles softly. Then he does it again. This one sounds muffled, like he's covering his mouth. Then another and another right after it. I forget my notebook, and I forget that I wasn't supposed to let anyone see me, and I scramble from behind the curtain to console the poor kid who's crying by himself, just like I've always wished someone would do for me. As soon as I step out from behind the curtain, he stands up. I stop right where I am and stare at the most beautiful boy I've ever seen. He's not a small, skinny kid in clothes that are too small. The only thing my imagination got right is that he's a kid, and even that just barely. He's tall and a little lanky, but in his Houston Rockets jersey and shorts, I can see the muscles that declare him an athlete. His shoes might be too tight, but given how brand spanking new they look, I doubt it. With his perfectly cut, close-cropped mop of dark curly hair on top of his head, he looks more like a kid in a boy band than he does a kid who would cower in front of anyone. He's got a face that looks like it was carved out of stone, all sharp edges and rounded curves and smooth skin that reminds me of the creamy, nutty inside of an acorn shell. But his eyes make my heart leap into my throat. They're as dark and beautiful as the starless skies Houston nights are known for, and are full of hostility as he watches me. He looks just like one of the kids who throws spitwads at me from the back of the classroom. Just like one of the kids who sticks his foot out when I walk by in the lunchroom and then laughs when I fall on my face with my lunch splattered all over me. They're all perfect and tall, with great clothes and great hair and teeth that are being trained into perfectly straight lines by braces. It's me whose clothes are too small, whose shoes are too tight. Me, who needs someone to come to her rescue. What are you doing in here? He jumps from the couch he'd been crying on and wipes his tears away. He sounds mad now and not scared at all. My stomach starts to hurt. I've probably just gotten myself and Mama into big trouble. And for what? Who are you? He asks, louder now. I step backward toward my little hiding spot and wish I could click my heels and transport myself back behind the curtain. I'm sorry. I only came out because I heard you crying. I didn't mean I wasn't crying, and you better not tell anybody I was, he says angrily. You were too crying. I heard you, I argue, even though I know I shouldn't. Then you need to get your ears cleaned. He shoots me an annoyed glance, but then sits back down on the couch and stares at his hands as they rest in his lap. I stand there, torn between wanting to help him and wanting to hide. I watch the door nervously and pray his mother doesn't come back. I was just trying to be nice. I'm sorry. Just pretend you never saw me, I plead with him. He looks up from his lap, and wide, dark eyes are full of suspicion. His thick, slashing brows are drawn together.
"What are you doing in here?"
I don't know what to say. I don't want to get in trouble, but I'm already caught, and he's not supposed to be in here either, so maybe he won't be rushing to rat me out. Maybe he'll just get his books and leave, and I'll go back behind the curtain until Mama comes back. My mom brought me with her to the party. I was bored, so I came in here to wait until she's ready to go. I run a hand over my hair, my nervous tick, and have a momentary shock of not feeling my normally thick tangle of curls. Tonight, my mother sat me down and mercilessly blow-dried and then flat-ironed every curl into straight submission. He looks me over. I make myself stand still and wait for him to reply. His gaze flits over my shoulder at the curtain.
"You were hiding back there?"
He tips his head at it. I nod.
"So, you heard everything my mom said?"
So Snakehead is his mother. My mother's terrible, but she never talks to me like that. I feel sorry for him again. I nod again. He sighs and closes his eyes.
"Where do you go to school?"
T.H. Rogers?
"You're in middle school?"
His eyebrows shoot up. He eyes me up and down, and I can see the doubt on his face. My mother has been dressing me like this and bringing me to these events with her since I turned 12. She tells people I'm her younger sister. I'm tall for my age and had breasts by the time I was 11. So throw me in a skin-tight black dress, paint my lips red, and stuff my feet into some heels, and there are some places that won't even card me. I shrug. 7th grade. What about you?
8th. I go to Raynor.
He mentions the middle school that serves Rivers Wilde. Oh, okay. I try to cover my surprise. He looks older, too. He's taller than any of the boys in my middle school.
"You know anyone at Raynor? I don't want it getting around there that I was crying."
No. I don't add that I barely know anyone who goes to T.H. Rogers either. I have one friend, Nikki, and even she only eats with me because her other friends have a different lunch period.
"That's good."
He runs a hand over his face like he's tired.
"You want to sit down?"
he asks, and when I hesitate, he pats the seat next to him. I'm tempted. These shoes aren't exactly a joy to stand in, but I hesitate for a second and gauge how quickly I can be back behind that curtain if someone comes in.
"Come on. No one's coming, I promise."
And there's something in his smile that tells me he takes his promises seriously. So I walk over to the couch and sit down next to him. He leans back like he's getting comfortable and stares up at the ceiling.
"I wasn't crying. My mom just makes me mad."
It's okay. I hate my mom sometimes, too, I admit with a shrug.
"I don't hate her. I don't know. She just
doesn't like you very much. Is never happy with you no matter what you do. Wants you to be everything you're not." He slides his eyes over to me again and looks me up and down. I push my glasses up my nose and smile nervously. He doesn't smile back.
"How do you know that?"
"Because mine's the same way. And I heard what your mother said." I give him a sly smile and he smiles back. It's such a nice smile, complete with twin dimples. I'm sad when it disappears as quickly as it was there.
"Yeah, so that's it. Basically, I'll never measure up to my dad."
"Why? Is your dad famous or something?"
"Even worse. He's dead."
"Oh, I'm sorry."
"It's okay. He shrugs like he means it. He did all of these great things before he died. He went to business school and was a marketing whiz. He and my grandfather built Wilde from nothing, and my mom wants me to step in and do the same. Is that like Astro World, but with animals? He laughs and shakes his head. No, it's the name of my family's business. Oh. I glance around the library. If this is his house, his family must have some sort of huge business. This library is bigger than our entire apartment and has more books than the public library in my neighborhood. So you're going to be in charge one day? I ask him in awe. Yeah, I guess. He shrugs like it doesn't matter. You should count your blessings. I wish I had a family business or something more than my mother's pretty dresses to inherit, I tell him. He flushes. I know I'm lucky. I know. I don't know. I want to be myself, too. They want me to be just like him. I just want to play basketball. He slumps forward and stares forlornly at the carpet. The best way to get people to stop telling you what to do is to show them what you can do. If you want to play, play. Can she really stop you? I like that. Your mom's advice? He says slowly. Nope, Cosmo. If I listened to my mother, the only advice I'd be able to give you is that you could never be too rich or too pretty. I say, and stare at the door, my eyes trained on the handle for signs of it moving. I really want to have time to get behind that curtain again if Snakehead comes back. So, what have you done to disappoint your mother? At his unexpected question, I turn and find him watching me closely. I blush and let my hair fall forward so it hides my face. I worry the tasseled edge of the huge rug with the toe of my peep-toe heels. I can't wait to take them off. Have you heard of the Fly Girl? Yeah. A flush stains his tanned cheeks and he laughs. Everyone knows the Fly Girl, a.k.a. public enemy #1. My stomach dips. A lump forms in my throat as his words hit home. Really? Why? I whisper. Don't know why. My mom's little gossip circle calls her a homewrecker. She's not, I protest, and look him in the eye earnestly. My mother's a lot of things, but she's not that. How do you know what she is? Are you a fan? He asks in amusement. She's my mother. I grit out. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. He winces. It's okay. I mean, it's just what everyone else thinks. I do really hate my mom sometimes, but for some reason, the idea that anyone else would makes me want to cry. It's always just been us. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It's just dumb gossip. I don't think any of them have even met her, just seen her picture all over the place. He peers at me. I see it, though. The resemblance. That's because she recreated me in her image. Take the makeup off and throw some water on my hair, I don't really look like this. My mother's always telling me that girls like us have to use what we're born with, except I wasn't born with what she was. She's a bombshell. I'm her skinny, frizzy-headed daughter. When I'm not dressed like this and people see us together, there's always a double take when I call her Mama. It's not just that. Without her head-to-toe makeovers, I look like a Fraggle. It's because she's only 16 years older than me, and we look more like sisters than mother and daughter. She treats me like a sister, too. It's fun when that means we stay up late and watch Grease and paint our nails, but most of the time, I wish she would check my homework, tell me no, and give me a curfew. Instead, she brings me to parties like this, dressed like this. His eyes widen as he puts it together. You kind of look like her. The hair, your eyes. You think so? I'm convinced she stole me from a hospital somewhere. He bursts out laughing. It's so easy and uninhibited, and I can tell he laughs a lot. Even though he's just had a fight with his mom, he seems really relaxed. That relaxes me. She says I look like an owl with these on. I confess sheepishly and pull my glasses off. His laughter dies. Then she must never have seen an owl before. And don't you need them to see? He sounds offended. I do. It's just that she says I look better without them. I say the words like they don't matter, but they do so very much. It hurts to know that the way I look drives my mother crazy. So much that she's always trying to change me. I'm not sure how you look when you're squinting like a creep 'cause you can't see. I think you're pretty right now. I drop my face again, this time to hide my smile. No one's ever called me that before, I admit shyly. Even my mother only ever says, "You'd be pretty if," then everyone else needs glasses. He says that so easily, I turn to face him fully for the first time. He starts to say something, but then his eyes widen suddenly and he looks back at the door. I follow his gaze and sigh in relief when the knob doesn't move. I can hear the distant noise of the party, but that's been there all night. What's wrong? I ask him. Did you say you're the fly girl? I mean, your mother is here? The alarm in his voice brings my eyes back to his. Yeah? I nod. Oh, shit. My mom's gonna flip. He's wide-eyed as he looks back toward the door. But it's just a party, isn't it? I ask in confusion. Granted, it's the nicest party she's ever taken me to, but we walked right in. The Listers are here. How do you know about them? I ask. That lump in my throat is back, and my heart's beat thumps wildly. The fight your mom had with his wife at the All-Star Games last year was all anyone talked about for months. I look to the curtain and feel a sense of terrible foreboding coming over me. I heard Mama tell one of her friends that if she ever got within 10 feet of him again, she would light his ass on fire. My stomach drops, and I stifle a fretful groan as I imagine what's happening outside this room. It was nice to meet you, but maybe you should do what she said and go back upstairs. I'll just go back behind the curtain. He ignores me and stands up and walks over to the window. What were you doing over there? I told you. I just needed a place to wait for my mom. I dart around him and get there first. I bend to pick up my notebook and clutch it to my chest. What's that? He nods at it. Just a notebook, I say impatiently and flash the front at him. He doesn't leave. Instead, his eyes train onto my notebook. Happily ever after? He reads the words I've scrawled on it. Yeah, that's like fairy tales, right? If I tell you, will you leave? I ask impatiently. Probably not. I like talking to you, he says with a cheeky smile. I sigh, but I can't even feign annoyance. I like talking to him, too. I look at the curtains and then back at him. Fine, but let's sit back there. If your mom comes back, she won't see us. I cock my head to the windows. His smile widens. His dimples deepen, and I find myself smiling too. He walks over, holds the curtain open, and says, "Come on." I duck behind the curtain, and he steps behind it to join me. I picked the window because it has a nook underneath it, and it's just big enough for both of us. When we're both seated and the curtain is drawn, we're completely hidden. The light that pours in from the room through the top of the curtain makes it easy to see. He scoots close to me until our shoulders are touching. I glance over at him, and he's looking at me. He flushes and looks down at the notebook in my hand. "So, tell me about your fairy tales." "They're not fairy tales. I read a lot of missing persons mysteries, and I like to imagine that they're out there living a happy life instead of just gone, you know? Like, if I disappeared, I would hope people would imagine me out there living my dream. So that's what I do. In here." I show him my notebook. "Wow, that's cool. So you turn them into fairy tales?" "No, not fairy tales. These are real people." I tap the book. He says through pursed lips. I flush and imagine what he must be thinking. It's what everyone thinks. "I know it's weird," I say to preempt the inevitable teasing. He frowns and shakes his head in disappointment. "Thank goodness you have other talents, 'cause mind reading isn't ever going to be a moneymaker for you." "Whatever. It's what everyone else thinks." "Are these the same everyones who also need glasses?" "Glad I'm not one of them." "It's not weird." "Really?" My shoulders relax a little, and I probe him with my eyes for traces of a burgeoning laugh, the one that usually follows when someone finds out my hobby. He draws a cross over the center of his chest. "Really? I used to pretend my dad had just gone missing. I would look for his face in airports. I mean, I know he's dead. It's just nice to pretend that he's not gone forever, you know?" "Yeah, I do," I say slowly. My heartbeat has slowed a little. The instant understanding and connection I feel at hearing him say that he's like me, it feels like a touch coaxing the tension out of me. The fear of being caught that's been clouding my vision recedes. He may look like one of the boys I know from school, but I can see now that he's not. "Can I see it?" he asks, not flippantly, not easily, but like he knows he's asking for a lot. The respect in his request is disarming, and before I process what I'm doing, I hand it over. He flips to the first page and reads the inscription there. "The legend is a love story, but it's also a cautionary tale. It tells you to love deeply, believe in happily ever after, but don't try to live anyone's life but your own. That will be your undoing. All legends are lies. Make your own truth." He reads the inscription that's scrawled on the front out loud. "You wrote that?" he asks, and I wish I had because he looks really impressed. "No, it's from a book I read once, called The Legend. It was the opening line. I read it in one afternoon on the floor of the library. I've never been able to find it again, but it's my favorite story, about a girl on a quest to find her father." I trail off because he probably doesn't care. "A missing person story. I see." He grins at me and looks back at the notebook. "Yeah, I love them." "So you just woke up one day and decided this was what you wanted to read and write?" "I wouldn't say that. I don't know, I just like it. I don't add the rest because I know it sounds crazy. I really used to think my mother stole me from my real parents,
Parents who looked like me, who spent time with me, who didn't look at me and wonder where in the world I came from. I believed it so strongly that when I was 8, I started searching library archives for newspaper clippings about children who went missing around the time I was born. I'd sit for hours and scroll, hoping that I'd find proof that this woman who cared more about men and parties than she seemed to care about me was just an imposter. I never found that proof. Instead, I found all these other stories about people who had just gone missing. From grocery stores, from shopping malls, their homes, never been heard from again. As soon as I was old enough, I used the internet at the library to really research them. Which one's your favorite? Amelia Earhart. She was my first, and she's my muse. Amelia Earhart? He asks as he scans the first page. Her story is the most fascinating, I think. I read everything I could find about her, and they all ended the same way. Her plane malfunctioned and plunged out of the sky, sending her into a watery grave somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. I just couldn't believe such an amazing, brave woman meeting such an ordinary end. How did you imagine it ending? You really want to know? I ask. No, I'm only asking you to tell me because I don't want to know, he says sarcastically, and I can't help my grin. Okay. I flip open my notebook and skim the story. I peek over the top of the book. He's watching me closely now, his eyes scanning my face. I flush. She was my first. Now I have notebooks full of happy endings for people I'll never know, but who I'll never forget. What's your name? His left turn from his questions about my book surprises me, and I offer my name without thinking twice about it. It's Cal. I'm Remy. He sticks a hand out for me to shake. I stare at it for a second before I reach for it. Our palms glide together before he wraps his finger around my hand, and butterfly wings tickle the inside of my chest. My breaths shorten, and I look up from our joined hands to find him looking at them too. His eyes snap up to mine, and before I can save myself, I drown in their dark depths. I pull my hand away, and he smiles. So, have you written a happy ending for yourself? It's just 8 words. Just one question. Yet somehow it feels like the key to something. Then my heart does the strangest thing. It thuds hard against my chest, but not in fear. In excitement. No, I've never thought of that, I admit. You should. Maybe write one for me, too. It could be like a road map, in case one of us gets lost and we can find our way back, he says, like it's actually going to happen. You act like we're going to be friends or something, I say, even though that flutter in my chest has spread to my belly at the idea of being friends with him. Aren't we already? He asks. I don't know. I'm not really a people person. I've always preferred books. I have a sister like that. So I'm speaking from experience when I tell you that you don't have to be a people person, just a Remy person. He volleys back, and for some reason, the butterfly wings flap and flutter deep inside me. A Remy person. The tingle his words cause is muted by the increasingly loud voices behind the door. A sense of doom takes over. I look over his shoulder, my eyes trained on the door handle. Are you sure your mother's not going to come looking for you again? Don't be so nervous. My mother yells a lot, but she wouldn't really. The door bursts open and slams against the wall behind it. Lee! My mother's shout ricochets off the walls of the library. I jump out of my skin and scramble out from behind the curtain. She's racing across the room like a bat out of hell. She's
carrying her shoes and speed-walking. Her bleached blonde hair flies behind her like a war banner. Her dark green eyes, really the only thing I wished I'd inherited from her, are blazing with anger. My stomach drops, and I glance back to the curtain. Remy comes out too, and he's watching her like she's some sort of mythical creature come to life. She takes me by the arm, not even giving Remy a second glance. "Come on, Lee, we're leaving." Her voice is angry and anxious all at once, and I don't resist. I look back at Remy, and he's watching us with undisguised fascination. "I thought your name was Cal," he calls after me, and in the midst of all of this upheaval and my mother's frantic energy and my own panic and fear, I find the presence of mind to explain. Just as she pulls me through the door, I look over my shoulder and smile at him, because that's how I want him to remember me. "It's Kalila." He smiles back. I memorize the expression on his face. It's the friendliest one I've seen in a long time, and I hope I never forget it. And then I turn around and struggle to keep up with my mother's hurried steps. We step out into the huge marble-floored corridor. It's lined with torches and huge magnolia trees that are so perfect they look fake, but the sugary sweet scent from the tremendous white flowers that bloom on its branches declare them to be the work of nature. Our footsteps are muffled by the long rug that runs down the center of it, and from a distance I can hear the strain of music and merrymaking voices. I look up at my mother in bewilderment. "Mama, what's going on? Why are we leaving?" Her jaw is clenched, her eyes fixed ahead of us like she's on a march to battle. Her chest heaves, leaving her breathless as she drags me down the corridor. I try to pull my arm free, and she only tightens her grip. "Mama, there's no one chasing us. Can you please slow down?" I plead with her. "Oh, they're chasing us all right. I've just got a good head start. Keep up," she snaps. We round a corner, and the stairs I'd run up to find this library come into sight. She speeds up and then brings us to a sudden lurching halt when we find our path blocked by a woman flanked by two men. The woman is beautiful. Certainly the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Her cocoa skin glows like she's walking with a ray of sun over her. She's tall, dressed all in black, and has a silver streak of hair that cuts through her dark tresses like a flash of lightning. Her eyes are startlingly dark and familiar, but in them her beauty disappears. The anger that lurks in those eyes, the tight set of her red-painted lips, is scary. "Morgan, you are not welcome here. Don't bring your trouble and mess to my doorstep." I'd know that voice anywhere. It's Snakehead, Remy's mother. Of course they have the same eyes, except hers have something terrible in them. It's more than anger. There's sadness swirling there, and something else I don't recognize, but that I know isn't good. I look away from that terrifying glare, and only then do I notice that the two men are burly, scruffy, bearded giants in dark suits wearing flat, menacing expressions. They eye my mother like she's a wild animal they're trying to decide how to trap. My heart feels like it's going to fly up my throat and out of my mouth, and I tug on my mother's arm, not to get loose, but to try to pull her away from them. She gives my arm a sharp, impatient tug in return. I look up at her, and her eyes are full of warning. I clamp my mouth shut and stare straight ahead. "Thank you, Miss Wilde. I'm just leaving," she says haughtily, and tries to step around the trio. "It's Mrs. Wilde," I know you've had trouble recognizing that distinction before, so I'll excuse your oversight. And yes, you are leaving, Snakehead hisses. Scott, James, please escort them out through the back of the house. We can leave on our own. Mama's voice has got a pitch of fear in it that only amplifies mine. I'm sure you can. I just want to make sure none of my silver leaves with you. As if, she gasps in affront. As if nothing. Everyone knows about that con man you're dating. God only knows what or who you managed to get your hands on before I saw you. You've got nothing I want. My mother's words are muted by the tremor in her voice. Good. Now, get out. Take your love child with you. Snakehead slings these malicious words with the cruel carelessness of someone who knows they've got the upper hand. The blow they land is brutal. Each one of them changes the way I see myself, my mother, my future. She sweeps her eyes over me. If I were made of anything less than flesh and bone, her gaze would have incinerated me. I shrink underneath it, and then even more when my mother's only response is to say, "With pleasure." One of the men grabs my mother's arm. She wrenches it out of his grasp, and we both stumble backward. "Don't you dare touch me," she says, and then, with my arm still in her grasp, she walks down the stairs. The long hem of her sequined green dress hisses as it drags behind us on the marble floor. When we reach the bottom of the stairs, she finally drops my arm. She runs a nervous hand over her dress and looks down at me and gives me what I think is supposed to be a brave smile, but I can see the humiliation in her eyes. "We will leave through the same door we came in through," she says, and then walks toward the front of the house. "No, that door is for guests. Take them out through the back," Snakehead calls from her dais at the top of the stairs. They grab our arms. I try to shake loose, and my mother grabs my hand and squeezes it. "Let's not make a scene. They aren't worth it." She nods toward the small crowd of people who have gathered outside of the huge ballroom to our left. I nod, and we allow ourselves to be turned and marched down the hall in the opposite direction. Once we're outside and alone, I finally find the voice to speak. "Mama, what happened? They think they're better than us, that's all. Let's just go." We're both silent on the walk down their seemingly endless driveway, back to the street, back to where we parked her car. Halfway there, I look back at the house that looms over Rivers Wilde from its perch at the top of the hill. In a second-story window on the left side of the house, where the library is, I see the shadow of a boy watching us leave. Remy. And it's only then I realize my arms are empty. I start to tell my mother I left my notebook, but I know that would only annoy her and that there would be no going back to get it. But then, when I think that maybe he'll find it and keep it, a part of the knot that has made a permanent home in my gut unfurls, just a little. I'm not sure I'll ever see him again, but I know I'll never forget him. And just thinking that he might have a piece of me makes me feel like someone sees me. I'll write both of our happy endings as soon as I get a new notebook. And I know he'll be in the version I write for myself.
2. Baywatch. Remy. 4 years later.
Remington, wake up.
My mother's not-so-gentle nudge shakes me out of a deep, dreamless sleep. I sit up slowly. What time is it? I grope my bedside table for my alarm clock and groan when I see the time.
Get your brother and sister up and tell them to be downstairs in 15 minutes. I want to have a family meeting before your grandfather wakes up.
My mother draws the curtain and sunlight floods my room. She doesn't say another word as she stalks out, and she doesn't wait for me to respond. She knows there's only one answer I'd dare give. I stumble down the hall, bleary-eyed, and wake my twin sister Reagan up first. I tell her Mom wants to see us in 5 minutes. Reagan can't do anything in 5 minutes, but maybe if I tell her 5, she'll actually be down there in 15. I get my brother Tyson out of bed and wait until he's walking to the bathroom before I head back to my own room and get ready. I dress for the day because I know that whatever else happens, I won't be going back to bed. I have a delivery to make in an hour anyway.
Good, you're all here.
My mother strides into the kitchen exactly 15 minutes after she walked into my room.
Morning.
We all mutter back in unison. She doesn't say another word until she slides into her chair at the head of the table. That's my grandfather's chair. At least I know it's going to be a quick talk. He'll be down at no later than 8:15, and he's got a thing about anyone sitting in that chair.
We've got a situation.
She takes a long sip of her coffee and then passes a sweeping, calculating gaze over me and my siblings. Impatience makes my throat tight.
Mom?
Reagan, my twin, asks in that way she has of sounding excited when she's really just as annoyed as I am.
A family of criminals has just moved to Rivers Wilde,
she says, and pauses to look at us as if for dramatic effect. I share a glance with my brother Tyson, and I know we're thinking the same thing. I can't believe I got out of bed for one of my mother's gossip-fueled rants. She normally saves those for dinner.
Okay, what did they do? Wear white after Labor Day? Put their fork on the right side of their placemat?
Tyson quips. My mother rewards him with a glare so frosty he chokes on his laughter and coughs. He drops his eyes to the table to avoid my smirk. My mother is the self-appointed leader of the Rivers Wilde Decorum and Etiquette Committee. She takes that position as seriously as she does her role as head of the Wilde World's Restaurant and Dining Division.
No, they broke the law,
she says, and looks at us to gauge our reactions. Our blank stares disappoint her, and she sneers.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I just don't know what you mean, I say.
It means Larice just called and told me that David Lister sold his bookstore to a woman who ruined more marriages in this community than I can count.
She nods her head in the direction of the Lister estate next door. I shake my head. Larice Quincy is the biggest gossip on this side of the Rio Grande. She and my mother are thick as thieves.
She's living with Lister?
Tyson asks in surprise. His wife and son died in a car accident last year, and he's become something of a recluse.
God forbid, no. She's in the little apartment above the bookstore, but they are living in our community.
She says it like it's a crime.
Rivers Wilde is everyone's community.
Reagan recites our pitch line sarcastically. My mother glares at her.
That's right, Ms. Reagan, and I'd like to keep it that way. We've taken painstaking care in making sure that the people who live here are going to be upstanding members of our community.
She shakes her head in disgust.
She was in that foster home because her mother went to jail for identity theft and credit card fraud. Now they're here to sully our pristine community with the scandal she's sure to bring along with her. According to Larice, she's trying to make a fresh start.
She puts the last 2 words in air quotes and makes it sound like that's a crime too.
What's wrong with that?
Reagan asks. My mother slams her hand down so hard that the coffee in her mug splashes onto the table. She leans forward and glares at Reagan. What's wrong with it is that this is supposed to be a safe, family-friendly community, not a place for criminals on the run to come. I don't know what is wrong with Lister selling to a Greer of all people. I wonder why he sold it. It's been vacant since Jill died. I'm thinking aloud, but my mother is ready with an answer. Because she used to be the most notorious gold digger in Houston. She probably slept with him, even though he's old enough to be her grandfather. Doesn't matter. Now they're both here. We all know the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So there goes the neighborhood. I exchange a glance with Reagan. We've both already decided that these apples have fallen very, very far from the trees we sprung from. How old is she? Reagan asks. Your age, so 18 or so. My mother waves a dismissive hand in the air. Is she going to go to Lamar? Tyson sounds excited. My mother fixes me with one of her eagle-eyed stares. You're in charge of delivering catering orders from Eat, right? What's on your roster for tomorrow? I won't know until I go in this afternoon, I tell her. Larice told me she placed a huge order for morning delivery from our bakery yesterday. Obviously, we can't refuse their business. That would be too public of a snub. I don't want people to think I'm unkind. Yes, it's much more your style to talk about them in back rooms than to be upfront about how you feel. Reagan mutters and then grins at me. I don't grin back. I don't think it's funny, because it's true. My mother is the queen of the whisper campaign, and honestly, on the list of things that bother me about her, it's very close to the top. My mother glares at her until Reagan's eyes drop to her coffee and her grin disappears. Then she turns to face me. Remington, when you make your delivery, you are not to linger, and you are in charge of making sure your brother doesn't end up over there too. Why would I end up there? Ty whines. Because you're girl crazy and everyone knows it, my mother retorts. True facts. Reagan chimes in. Tyson throws his toast at her. Please don't behave like you were raised in a barn, my mother snaps. I have to get to the office. I want you both to please heed my warning. She stands up and takes her mug over to the sink. You didn't give me one, Reagan says dryly. You're not good at making friends. You'll be fine, my mother says without even looking up from where she's washing her hands. Tyson sticks his tongue out and Reagan gives him the middle finger. Please be productive today. My mother dries her hands and leans back against the counter to survey us. She's in one of what she calls her nutcracker pantsuits that she has a seemingly infinite supply of in her closet. Her hair is pulled back into a chignon, that streak of gray she refuses to color to match the raven black curls she tames with her blow-dryer and half a bottle of pomade every day. She looks like an army general, and she runs this house like one. I know summer is just beginning and that you'll all be tempted to come home and do nothing after you get off work, but I expect that list I gave you to be complete when I get back. And, Remy, no basketball until you're done. You and your fucking lists, Tina. My grandfather's deep rumble voice fills the room as he ambles into the kitchen.
Oh, Liam, your language,
she admonishes, but with an air of respect she never shows anyone but him. I used to think it was because he was our benefactor. We've lived in his home since my father died, but it's not that at all. He and my mother have been partners in the explosive growth Wilde World has experienced over the last 15 years. The respect they have for each other and what they've built together is soul deep, and he's the only person she's always nice to. Well, as nice as she's capable of being, anyway. Morning, Pops. I greet him with a smile and start to stand up and help him over when Reagan beats me to it. I don't need help. He scowls at her when she takes a hold of his arm. His sky-blue eyes, a trait none of his grandchildren share, are clear and focused this morning.
I know, Popsy, I just want to hold your hand.
She smiles sweetly at him. Reagan doesn't smile sweetly at anyone. In that way, she's like my mother. But that's where the similarities end. She's got what I fondly call a resting fuck-off face. Her lack of a smile is in complete contradiction to her sweet, affable nature. My grandfather smiles warmly down at Reagan. Only she gets that smile from him and lets her lead him to the chair at the head of the table. He lowers himself slowly into the chair and folds his still straight, big hands in front of him. To what pleasure do I owe the company of all my grandchildren this morning?
I suppose I should tell you, too. You're out in the garden so much these days.
My mother walks back over to the table, this time sitting in her normal seat beside him. He had a minor stroke a month ago. His recovery has been slow, and he's turned a lot of the day-to-day running of Wilde to his executive team. He's been outside, sitting and reading and sleeping in the chair we placed near the butterfly garden for him. Well, spit it out. I'm too old for suspense. He glowers at my mother from under his heavy brow. There's a gang of criminals living in Rivers Wilde, a bookstore owner and her 18-year-old girl, I say, and waggle a brow at him. Is she robbing people in their gardens? My grandfather says, his eyebrows raised with dry mock horror.
It's not funny.
My mother, never one to allow light to be made of anything, says,
You all have grown up in the lap of luxury, but trust me, I know what it's like when unsavory elements start moving in. It's just them now, but next thing you know, their friends from 3rd Ward will start visiting. And there goes the neighborhood.
3rd Ward is a historically significant neighborhood and home to many of our stores. My grandfather reminds her in that stern, disapproving way that only he can.
Isn't Beyoncé from 3rd Ward? Reagan asks. Yes, she is, and you can tell. Money doesn't buy class. Breeding is important. Remember that you are Wildes. Stay away from that girl.
Well, this is more excitement than I can remember having in a long time. I might walk down to the town square just to catch a glimpse of our very own Thelma and Louise.
Liam, it's not exciting or funny, and I don't want you encouraging the kids. It's bad enough that Remy has to deliver things to that store every day, my mother says with agitation.
Nothing encourages a kid like telling them not to do something. Sounds like you got the encouraging covered. And Remy and Reagan are both old enough to drive. They aren't kids. My grandfather's voice is stern and full of warning.
They're my kids.
She pushes back with that thread of steel she always gets when he challenges her like this.
Funny how she remembers that now,
Reagan whispers to me, and I give her a warning glance.
What was that?
My mother's voice is cold and lets Reagan know that she heard her and is daring her to repeat it. Reagan's never been good at playing chicken.
Nothing. I'm going back to bed,
she says as she snags an apple from the huge bowl of fruit in the center of the too big table and shuffles out.
That girl has the worst attitude,
my mother says and shakes her head disapprovingly.
I thought you were leaving for work,
Ty says, and walks over to her and puts an arm around her. She leans into him for a second and pulls out of his grasp. She's always been uncomfortable with affection. Tyson, with his endless optimism, keeps trying with her.
I am. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page before I leave. I mean it. Keep contact to a minimum.
Remy, I think that's her. My brother nods at the window that overlooks the entire main street of Rivers Wilde. Our house was the very first home built in the neighborhood, and my grandfather put it on one of the artificial hills they erected. From the second-story family room that also serves as our study area, you can see straight into the square, even though it's a good quarter of a mile away. It's a perfectly designed grid, and from here, I can see how well thought out it is. It's small-town America in the middle of the urban sprawl of Houston. The minute you drive through the majestic iron gates that mark the entrance, it feels like a different world. I follow Tyson's gaze over the pristine tree-lined street until I see what caught his eye. A young woman is making her way up the street that serves as the main artery of the town square. Her hair is a crazy mess of curls gathered at the top of her head. She's got on a red t-shirt that says Baywatch and some tiny denim shorts that show off long, toned legs. She's wearing bright blue Jordans, and her hands clutch the front straps of the backpack that's slung over her shoulders. The dozen or so silver bangles that adorn her arms glint in the sunlight, and there's something very familiar about her. It's been bugging me all day. When Pops and I were walking through the square this morning, she was outside the bookstore wiping down the huge bay windows that jut out onto the sidewalk and make it look like a real small-town bookstore. She was wearing those same sunglasses. I started to cross the street to get a closer look when Pops announced that he was tired and wanted to head home. She turns onto the street leading to the bookstore, and we lose sight of her. I look back at Tyson and find his narrowed eyes tracing the girl's movements and his fist caught between his lips. I snort in disgust and reach over and slap him on the back of his head. "What the fuck was that for, Remy?" He rubs his head dramatically and turns angry eyes on me. "Don't ogle grown women like that. It's disrespectful." "Then why are you doing it?" He scowls at me. "'Cause I'm a grown-ass man." I wink at him, close the notebook I've been writing in, grab my iPod and headphones, and start toward the stairs. "Where are you going?" he calls after me. "To the square," I shout back. "Oh, I'm coming too. That girl ain't no criminal. Mom is just being a snob." He slams his book shut and jumps off his chair. "No, you're not. And don't use double negatives when you talk. You sound ridiculous." "I'm on vacation, man." He does his best Chris Tucker imitation. "Do you even know what that word means? I'm the only 16-year-old on summer break who's got study hall every fucking day and gets lectures on his grammar." "You're the only kid who's got me for a brother," I remind him. He groans like he's in agony. I slap the back of his head again. "That'll give you something to really groan about. Trust me, being your big brother isn't a picnic. Now shut up and do your homework." I close my folder and stand up. He shoots me the finger but sits back down at the counter. I feel a rush of affection for him. He's a pain in the ass, but he's a good kid, and he doesn't push back too hard when I have to put him in line. "I saw her first," he protests. Too bad you can't do anything about that." I wink at him and then head down the stairs. I'm pulling the door shut behind me when I hear him call out, "I hope Mom finds out." He tries one last-ditch attempt to stop me. "Hope your mom finds out what?" My grandfather's rumbled question startles me. I didn't realize he was down in the living room. He's sitting in his recliner that faces the window overlooking the back garden, his copy of the Houston Chronicle folded on his lap and his glasses resting at the end of his narrow nose. "Oh, nothing. I was just about to walk down to the square. Tyson's just being a shit because I won't let him come." "Oh, good. I forgot to stop by Sugar Plum on our way back. Margie made some of those macaroons I love today. The green ones. Pick me some up on your way back." "You're not supposed to eat those." "And you're not supposed to be going to talk to that girl, but here we are." He raises an eyebrow at me. "How do you know where I'm going?" I don't even bother to deny it. My grandfather has an uncanny sense about these things, and for all of the lectures he's given me about what my responsibilities are, he's acted as the counterbalance to my mother's strict, no-nonsense parenting style. "Have a seat for a minute, Remy." He nods at the chair next to his. I almost groan because I know a lecture's coming. But whenever I feel like this, I remember the sickening dread of the day of his stroke, and I sit my ass down with a smile on my face because I know that one day I'll miss these chats. How you feeling, Pops? I'm not dead yet. Don't look at me like that. Now sit and tell me what's going on. The question is, on its face, innocuous. He's asking me something more, but I'm not in the mood to give it. Nothing much. Practice starts next month. I'm just working. I sit back in the chair and make it clear that it's all I have to say. This is a big year for you, son. College, away from home, part of a team that plays for more than just glory. Keep your dick in your pants. I laugh in surprise. I was just going down to the square. Where'd you think I was going? To find trouble, he says with grave certainty, and my laughter fizzles. He leans forward and pins me in place with his steely gaze. You're behind the deli counter at Eat tonight. Skip that bookstore until you make your delivery tomorrow. You've been careful about girls so far. I'm proud of you for that. This isn't the time to test the waters. Your mother was being a little unfair this morning, but she's not wrong. That girl has a troubled past, from what I've heard anyway. I didn't know gossip was your thing. That doesn't make it untrue, Remy. And I like to know who's moving in here. Her mother bought that store for a pittance from Lister, much less than it's worth. But before that, she was in jail for embezzlement, and that girl was in a foster home for nearly 2 years. You know what years in a place like that will do to someone? No, and you don't either. I challenge him, but I make a note of the information. Not firsthand, no. But I've seen it up close, and she's got baggage you can't even imagine. You should listen to your mother, and if you don't want to do that, I'm going to insist that you at least listen to me. I owe him that at the very least. Sure, Pops. I promise. 3. To be read. Remy. The bookstore, to be read, is the last stop on my route. I've been anticipating it all morning, and by the time I pull up outside, I'm practically chomping at the bit to get inside. I peer in through the huge pane glass window covered in their red logo. I see her. She's facing me, but her face is turned downward. This small glimpse makes my pulse jump in a way that unsettles me. I pride myself on my nerves of steel. I decide to heed my grandfather's warning, in and out. I shake it off, exhale a calming breath, and put my hand on the door to open it.
You making a delivery or preparing for a game, Remy?
Henny Harper shouts at me from her perch on a bench in the square. She's one of Rivers Wilde's first residents. She's retired and notoriously nosy, but she's got a heart of gold and a wicked sense of humor. I shoot her a deprecating smile. Aren't you supposed to be at Sweet and Low's by now? The kolaches will be cold if you wait much longer to head over.
Don't try to change the subject,
she says, but stands up.
You be nice to that girl.
She calls over her shoulder and then saunters up the pebbled walkway that bisects the grass-covered square. I'm always nice. I mutter to her, retreating back before I turn and open the door. A small bell jingles and announces my presence. She doesn't look up from the box of books she's bent over. She's got white earbuds stuck in her ears, and she's singing Don't Speak by No Doubt at the top of her lungs. Her voice is terrible, and she's fucking up the lyrics, but damn, she's into it. Her eyes are closed as she belts out the song. What she lacks in talent, she makes up for with her passion. The late morning sun is high, and it bathes her in a warm light that illuminates her face. I can only see her profile, but it's striking. She's wearing glasses instead of sunglasses this time. The black frames rest on the sharp line of a high cheekbone that swoops and flares and reminds me of a drawing I saw of the Egyptian queen Nefertiti. My eyes follow the outline of full lips and the small jut of her chin and move along the smooth line of her jaw and down the graceful sweep of her long neck. Her hair, a mass of thick, dark curls, is caught in a huge bun at the top of her head that sways as she dances. She's short, at least compared to me. The top of her head would hit me at shoulder height. Her slim shoulders roll and her hips, snug in a pair of tiny white shorts, sway to the beat of her music. She reaches up on her tiptoes and the muscles in her long legs flex with the motion. I forget my pledge to my grandfather and walk into the store. I start up the aisle where she's working. She senses me, stops singing, looks up sharply, yanks the headphones out of her ears, and turns to face me fully. All of the air steals from my lungs. It's not just because she's the kind of pretty that makes you pay attention, though she's certainly that, or that behind her dark-rimmed glasses her eyes are perfectly symmetrical almonds centered with pools of brown molasses and cinnamon. It's that, despite how different she looks now, from her hair down to her makeup-free face, I know right away she's the girl from the library all those years ago. The girl who left her notebook of amazing stories behind. I should have expected that in the 4 years that passed she would have had a growth spurt, but the girl I'm looking at has done much more than spurt. She's blossomed, and I am awestruck at the bare-faced beauty standing in front of me. I've wondered about her so often since that night. That night in the library, there'd been an openness and honesty in her eyes that even as a 14-year-old I recognized as special. And I still have her notebook. I found it on the floor of the library the day after the party and put it on my bookshelf. But it wasn't until I was confronted with my own moment of truth that I truly understood it. My freshman year of high school, I tried out for a citywide basketball team. I've always been the best player in my school district. I didn't even need to practice before games. But those tryouts showed me that hard work beats talent every single day. I didn't make the cut for the team. I'd been devastated. A few days later, the coach called to say it had just been a mistake that they hadn't called me after tryouts. I was 15, cocky and dumb. In the locker room before practice, I heard some of the boys talking. Turns out that just days before, my grandfather donated a brand new athletics center to the city in exchange for my place on the team. Humiliated is an inadequate word to describe the way I felt. The coaches barely paid attention to me when I joined the team for practice, and I didn't blame them. The day after our first game, I came home and was pulling something off my shelf when that book fell from where I'd put it. It opened to the inscription, "All legends are lies. Make your own truth." Something clicked for me then. I may not have deserved to be on that team initially, but I was going to earn my place. I wrote the words "The Legend" on the side of my basketball shoes as a reminder when I was tempted to quit, and I busted my ass to make it true. I practiced as many hours as I could. I worked harder than everyone else. And the first time they put me into the game, one we were losing and only had minutes left to play, I scored 12 points in less than 2 minutes with back-to-back three-pointers that snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. A few performances like that, and I was moved to the starting lineup. One day, someone in the crowd called out "The Legend" after I'd scored a triple-double, and the crowd joined them in a chant. The name stuck, and now it's what everyone calls me. The architect of that is standing right there, close enough for me to touch, and I can't seem to find the ability to string a coherent sentence together. "Hello?" she says and peers at me. I look up to find her standing with her arms crossed over her chest and a scowl on her face. There's no indication she remembers me from that night. That stings, but only briefly. It'll be even better to see her face when she figures out who I am. Besides, her scowl is fucking pretty. Why are you staring at me like that? She sounds so annoyed. I smile at her and it deepens. Her dark, lightly arched eyebrows wing upward, and she looks like she wants to kick my ass. Oh yeah, really fucking pretty. Like what? I feign ignorance. I know just how I was staring at her, and I don't mind that she saw. Like you've never seen a girl before? Well, maybe it's because I've never seen a girl like you before. I give her my most charming smile. She grimaces like she just took a sniff of spoiled milk. She shakes her head and laughs out loud. What's so funny? I ask her. Now I'm the one with a scowl and my arms crossed over my chest. You are funny. That line was so lame. She rolls her eyes and turns back to her books. I stand there, thrown by her clear dismissal, and also very, very pleased by it. I would have been disappointed if the girl from that night in the library, the one whose stories captivated and motivated me, turned out to be just like everyone else after all. I take an appraising glance around the store and whistle appreciatively as I see what they've done to the place. A dozen rows of gleaming dark wood shoulder-height bookshelves take up the entire back of the store. I can smell the citrus from the wood polish mingled with the dry scent of cardboard boxes and all that paper. The area of the bookstore directly in front of the door looks more like a really comfortable reading nook, complete with a huge round glass table with a bowl of what looks like M&Ms on it. I look to my left and see the small counter they've set up to sell the pastries they ordered, complete with an espresso machine. This looks great. You guys have really done a good job. The bookstore doesn't officially open until tomorrow, she announces in a faux-friendly voice, but she doesn't look back at me. She pulls more books out of the box and puts them on the shelf. Really? You look ready for customers right now. We're not, comes her less than friendly reply. Undeterred, I decide right then and there that by the end of the week I'll have her smiling at me when I walk in the door every morning. I've got something for... I start to point to my delivery van where her order is waiting. The slam of her book as she drops it back into the box at her feet silences me. She whirls to face me. Listen, asshole, you're not the first boy to walk in here today. Asshole? I ask in real surprise. Don't act innocent, she scoffs. I know your mothers have been talking shit about me and my mom all week, so let me save you some time. No, I won't give you a blowjob or show you my tits or let you finger bang me if you promise to take me to the movies. She ticks them off on her fingers. I am taken aback by her words and angered by them too. I know that some of the founding families, mine included, act like their shit doesn't stink. But to think that someone came in here and said things like that to her, or anyone, makes me want to find out who they are and go and straighten them out. I'm far, far away from being able to actually lead my family's business, but I feel responsible for it already. And none of the people who do business here should have to deal with shit like that. I make a mental note to pass on to the retail property managers when I get home. She bends over to take some more books out of the box, and I can see the tremble in her hands. Now you can leave, and if you try to touch me, I'll kick you in the balls, she says, and that shakes me out of my stupor. Has someone tried to fucking touch you? I take a step toward her, a tentative, small one, because I don't want to get in her space. Isn't that what you boys do for fun? Fuck with girls who are just minding their own business, just because they can? Bitterness drips from her words. I go from cautious to offended. I wouldn't know what boys do for fun. I'm a man. She turns to face me then. Her jaw is tight with anger.
Okay, man. Why are you still here? I've made it clear I'm not in the mood for company.
And not to sound like a cocky asshole,
Too late, she quips. But I haven't offered you any company. But if I did, you wouldn't be saying no.
she glances over at me, sweeps me from head to toe, and quirks her lips in a dismissive smirk.
If you say so.
I haven't had any complaints, I say, and shoot her an exaggerated wink. She frowns at me.
Listen, I know your family owns whatever business they own, and you've probably got a hot car or whatever, but we own this store. I want you to leave.
She finally turns to look at me, and there's anger in her eyes, but I see the bone-deep wariness there, the same wariness I saw the night we met. If my grandfather and mother are right, life didn't get much better for her after that night. I wonder what she's seen in the last 4 years. The skittishness from that night has been replaced by cynicism. I want to tell her I'm not like them, to ask her to tell me where she's been and to tell her where I've been too. Our eyes hold, and for a minute, I'm transported back to that night and the ways it changed my life. I found your notebook, I tell her. Her expression goes from blankly enigmatic to shock and then back to enigmatic, but she doesn't say anything. Do you really not remember me? I ask, completely nonplussed that she might not. She sighs and leans against the bookshelf. Her shoulders fall a little, and some of the fire goes out of her. Of course I remember you. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't remember me. She stares down at those beat-up blue Jordans. I want to tell her that would have been impossible. Instead, I ask her why.
Because that night was embarrassing. My mother and I were kicked out of your house, and it was the beginning of what turned out to be a pretty terrible chapter in my life. So yeah, I was hoping you'd have forgotten it. I've tried my hardest to.
She puts the books down and turns to face me, her expression tense, like she's expecting me to laugh. Laughing is the last thing on my mind. I'm just amazed that she's gone through so much and is standing here, same as me. I could never forget how interesting your stories were and how pretty you looked, I say. She flushes, but this time doesn't try to hide her smile. That feels like a victory to me. You came up with those stories when you were just 13 years old, I say, as if she doesn't know it herself. She shrugs as if it's not a big deal and smiles deprecatingly. Yeah, I did. I was into some crazy shit back then. I still read them, you know. Especially that inscription. It's in my bedroom on my shelf with the rest of my books. Her hand covers her mouth. She pulls the earbuds out of her ears, and she walks over to the counter and leans against it, her back to me. Wow. I can't believe it. She shakes her head at the memory. I join her at the counter and rest my elbows on top and look over at her. You want it back? She thinks about it, cocks her head to the right, and exhales loudly. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I haven't thought about that stuff in a long time, she says, her voice full of awe. So you haven't been keeping up with all the new cold cases that have cropped up since then? Don't tell me you do, she says. No, I don't. One notebook full was enough to last me a lifetime. I don't tell her that I flip it open and read that line, "All legends are lies," before I leave for a game or head out to take an exam. That through those words, she's become my de facto good luck charm. That feels like a lifetime ago. She sighs. And yeah, I still keep up with cold cases, yes. Research them and try to solve them sometimes. But I've grown up a lot since then. I don't believe in happily ever after anymore, so I don't write them. My brain hears those words, and my competitiveness rears its head, and for some reason, I take them as a challenge. Do you write at all? Oh, yeah, but just for my school paper these days. And more investigative stuff, like where did the money the school board was supposed to spend on AV equipment disappear to? But I still love reading books about unsolved mysteries. Have you heard of Murder by the Book? I ask her as an idea starts taking shape. Nope. What's that? A bookstore my sister likes. There's a group that meets there to discuss unsolved cases. She waves a disbelieving hand at me. No way. Oh yeah, we went in there once during one of the meetings and we stayed for it. What was it like? She asks wide-eyed, her guard down, her enthusiasm is palpable. Fucking weird. I mean, they believe some far-out shit, but we went back a few times. You did? So you're like, really into it? No, but the lady who runs it used to bring these tamales with her every week, and they were good as fuck. Totally worth sitting through the meetings for. A bark of delighted laughter is melodious and clear as a bell. It feels like a reward. That's ridiculous, she admonishes with a playful shake of her head. Not as ridiculous as sitting around talking about JonBenet Ramsey for an hour. Oh man, that sounds like heaven to me. She closes her eyes and moans. You should go. She glances at me, her face transformed by the beaming smile on it. You think? I mean, I would love to. It could be research. Get some ideas for displays, you know? She claps her hands together excitedly and then gives me a shy smile that makes me want to coax more just like that out of her. I love bookstores. I know it's weird. I remember that about you from the night we met, that you loved books and thought you were weird. I take a tentative step toward her. Her dark eyes widen, her lips part a little, and she takes a step toward me, too. The air around us changes, grows heavy with impatience, and I wish I had super long arms so I could reach out and pull her to me. I've never stopped thinking about you, I say. Her gasp is audible and visible in the sharp rise of her shoulders. She pulls her sandy pink bare lip between her bottom teeth and nibbles it. I'm jealous of her teeth. She peeks up at me through her lashes. I've thought about you, too, she confesses quietly. Did you write your happy ending? I ask as she gets closer. I did. Wrote you one, too. She smiles shyly. An unexpected rush of warmth comes over me, and I reach for her. I want to read it. I've just touched her shoulder when the bell over the door jingles. A woman with dark hair caught up in a tight ponytail, dressed in bright blue hospital scrubs, walks in with a handful of bags. I recognize her right away as the woman from the library. Cal's mom. Like Cal, she looks like a totally different person now, but, like Cal, she's so distinctively beautiful, I'd know her anywhere. Who are you? She asks, and her tone leaves no doubt that she isn't happy to find me here. I turn to face her and smile. She frowns.
I'm Remy. I'm making a delivery from Eat. I point at my truck. You are? Cal asks in complete surprise, and I look back at her. Yeah, I guess we got to talking and... Her mother snaps her fingers to get my attention. I know your family owns this town, but you're blocking the entrance to the bookstore. I have a photographer coming to take pictures of the place today, so I need you to make your delivery and get that truck out of here. She points angrily to my white delivery van on the curb. Shit, sorry, I say and start outside. And next time, use the entrance in the back. She yells after me. Yes, ma'am. I call back as I rush out. When I come back in with an armload of pastry boxes, Cal walks past me on her way to the back of the store and says, "Thank you for being nice." Her fingers skim my arm, and I look at her in surprise. Her eyes hold mine. "I'll see you tomorrow," she whispers, and then disappears around the corner. 4. The Legend. Remy. Delivery! I call out from the back of the bookstore. I make my way through the loading bay and into the storage room. Come on through! Cal shouts back. I make my way onto the sales floor of the bookstore and feel a sense of relief that her mother is nowhere to be seen. Her back is to me as she fiddles with the espresso machine, and I admire the lean lines of her back and neck. She looks over her shoulder and smiles wide when she sees me. Her hair is down today, and it looks like nothing I've ever seen. It's wild and long and thick, and so many different kinds of curls in one. It's fucking pretty, and I could stand and look at it all day. Admire the slim set of her shoulders and the way her bright orange tank top clings to her slim waist. But I don't want to linger in case her mother happens to come back. I remember how my mother treated her that night all those years ago. I wasn't surprised she wanted me out of here yesterday. Hey there, morning. Her voice is friendly today, and I relax as I walk through the door. Morning. Do you want me to put those boxes over there like yesterday? I nod at the stack of boxes in my arms. Yes, please. I put them down and turn to get more from the truck. I glance at the small black notebook on top and imagine her face when she finally turns around and sees it. When I come back in, she's picked it up and is thumbing through it. She looks up as I approach, and her eyes are bright with tears. She's grinning from ear to ear. My step falters. Her smile is like a punch of liquid sunshine. I want to see it again. Thank you so much for bringing this back to me. She presses a palm flat against it. You're welcome. As much as I've loved having it, it's nice to be able to return something that was clearly missed. She closes the notebook, rests her forearms on the counter, and leans forward, giving me a very nice view. A small smile playing on her lips and a mischievous glint in her eye. I heard they call you the Legend. She drawls slowly. I lean forward too, arms resting on either side of hers. You been asking about me? I ask with a smile. Once she's put some distance between us, she rolls her eyes but laughs. You wish. I got a part-time job at Sweet and Low's. Some girls were in there talking about you. You work at Sweet and Low's too? I'm surprised. I go in there almost every day and haven't ever seen her. Just a few nights a week. You have this whole harem that come in and do nothing but talk about the legend on the basketball court. Apparently you practice with your shirt off? She glances at my forearms. A harem? I ask, like I'm considering the word. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but certainly a good group of them. Her fingers twitch, and I wonder if she wants to touch me, too. Oh, you mean Joni and her friends? Yeah, they come watch me play every day. She steps back from the counter and moves her arms. That sounds like a total waste of time to me. She tosses her head and stalks around the counter, her nose tipping up as she approaches me like she intends to pretend she doesn't see me standing there. I nudge her with my shoulder when she walks past me. Come on, you know you want me to show you. I look really good with my shirt off. She laughs at me. Wow, I guess you believe your own hype? It's not hype, it's all true. Okay, then tell me, besides those girls, who else calls you the legend? She cocks her hip and crosses her arms, this time like she's prepared to wait as long as it takes for me to think of an answer. I went through a phase where I doubted that I deserved that nickname, but I don't anymore. I've earned it with sweat, tears, time, and pain, so I shrug. Everyone. I'm the baddest basketball player my school has produced in 30 years. I guess if you go to school around here, can't imagine the competition is that steep or anything. How do you do when you play the kids at Yates? She mentions the high school that was our biggest rival. You must not follow basketball, 'cause if you did, you would know we've beaten them every game we've played. I bet you kiss your biceps in the mirror, too, she quips with an amused scoff. You'd kiss them, too, if you could see them. I flex one arm, and she laughs. She glances at the clock on the wall. Oh, shit, look at the time. I gotta get this done. We open in an hour. She turns to the shelf, pulls a stepladder up, and grabs some books. Here, let me. I put my hand out, and she stares at it for a second, and then back at me. What? You're gonna help me? She leans back, eyes me up and down in disbelief. Why not? Don't you have other deliveries to make? I glance at the clock. I'm ahead of schedule. I was going to go buy Sweet and Lows before I went back to the store, but I'd rather stay here and talk to her. You're my last delivery, and I have a little time. Well, that's nice of you. Thank you, she says, and for the first time since I walked in, there's no mask, there's no smirk, there's no teasing. It's a sincere thank you, and it makes me feel really fucking good. So, the legend, huh? You're good at everything? Pretty much. I shrug. I'm not bragging, it's true. What's everything besides basketball? She takes the book from me and sticks it on the shelf. I'm a good student. That's it? She frowns, unimpressed. What else is there? She groans. What else is there? Everything, that's what, she says with an incredulous smile on her face. Well, ask away, and let me prove it to you. You a good dancer? She asks. Of course. I drop down and show her my best breakdance spin and hop up with a grin and wink. She shrugs. Basic. I clutch my chest like she shot me through it. She chortles with amusement. Can you cook? Oh, my mother is Jamaican. I can make curry stew in my sleep. What other sports do you play? I'm a natural athlete. I'm good at them all. Basketball is the one I love. What about roller skating? Roller skating? I give her a side eye. Come on, what are we, 6? What does that mean? Roller skating is the shit, and it takes a lot of skill. Whatever. That doesn't count, 'cause, like we established, I'm not 6. Well, it counts to me. So, how about this? We just call you the legend of all the boring things. Oh, who are you calling boring? I ask in mock affront. You. She raises her eyebrows in challenge. What do you do for fun that's so exciting? I read and write and try to find ways to get my favorite books signed. In fact, I checked out the website for the bookstore you mentioned. Andre Debussy is coming there tonight. I want to get my copy of House of Sand and Fog signed and find out about the group you told me about yesterday. Who's that? He's just my favorite author. It's his first book, and it's amazing, and he's kind of my hero. Worth riding my bike all the way over there to get it signed. She gets this dreamy look in her eyes, and I feel a pang in my chest that smacks of jealousy. I can take you, I find myself saying before I think better of it. I promised my grandfather this is the last thing I would do, but that was before I knew it was the girl from the library. I've been waiting years to spend more time with her. She blinks in surprise. You don't have to do that. I'm fine riding my bike. She dismisses me. But I'm nothing if not persistent, especially when I'm right. It's not close, and you can't get there without crossing the 610. If you're going at 7, that means you'd be riding at the tail end of rush hour. It's kind of busy. I'll take you. You're bossy, she says grudgingly, but with a smile. Yeah, 'cause I'm in charge. Not of me, you're not. She shakes her head for emphasis. You live here now, and Rivers Wilde is my neighborhood, so I am. I'm taking you. She raises her eyebrows, and I can't tell if she's surprised or annoyed. I mean, if you really want to, I won't say no. It'll beat getting there all sweaty. You're going to stay and drive me back? She eyes me like she's expecting me to say no. What kind of friends does she have that this is even a question? Yeah, of course. Thanks. Cool. Well, sounds like a date. Oh, no, she stammers when I grin. Not a date, just an appointment. Yeah, of course. I keep my expression light and fight the urge to pump my fist. So, I'll see you tonight? What time do we need to leave? Be downstairs at 6 o'clock. I just have to run an errand for my mother right before that, and then I'll stop by. Her smile falters, and when she recovers, it doesn't quite reach her eyes. What's wrong? She clears her throat, and she fidgets with one of the books she's holding. Your mother's made it really clear she's not happy about my hanging around you guys. I'm not trying to piss her off, any more than I do just by existing. My hackles rise, but not at her. My mother can be such a bully. How did she make it clear? It's okay. It's just that I haven't had a place to call home in a while. I like it here, and I don't want to rock the boat. You're nice, but maybe not. What did my mother say? I ask, this time firmly. She looks torn. Her eyes dart away from me. Her teeth worry her bottom lip. You can tell me. I prod gently. She sighs. Just what every mother has said to her kids about me. If any of the kids suddenly decide to walk on the wild side, she'll know who to blame. She shrugs like it's no big deal. Suddenly, I'm ashamed of the people I've grown up with. Their behavior is such a contradiction to the values we use to sell people on life in Rivers Wilde. I see, I say quietly. I'm happy you liked my stories. I'm glad you're not an asshole. It's nice to see you. She smiles and puts the books I just handed to her onto the shelf. I'm not letting her get away that easily. I don't know why I'm pushing. Houston's full of some of the prettiest girls I've ever seen anywhere, so it's not that. It's that for 5 years I've thought about her and that night in the library. It was just that one interaction, but it made an impression. She made an impression. I never thought I'd see her again, and now that I have, all of the pent-up conversations I've been dying to have with her are on the tip of my tongue. And all from that one night,
What's it going to be like to see her every day? I lean one shoulder against the bookshelf and cock my head to the side and watch her and try to decide what to say next. She steps off the footstool and mimics my pose. Why are you still here? We're already friends, remember? We decided in the library. Yeah, okay. She shrugs as if to say, so what? Let me take you to the bookstore. I'm good company and a safe driver. I've never even thought about running a red light. I reach over and pick up one of the thick strands of curls resting on her arm and rub the silky tresses between my fingers, and then let go. Her eyes are bright and her lips are parted just slightly. I lean forward close enough that I can smell the cinnamon on her breath. I can't wait to kiss her and see what it tastes like on her tongue. What do you say? I ask when she doesn't say anything. I want to ride with you, she says hesitantly. My mom's overbearing, but tonight in the car, it'll just be us. Her darkening cheeks and the smile she graces me with are sweeter than anything I've seen in a long time. When I walked in here yesterday, I wouldn't have guessed this girl had a smile like that in her. Knowing I helped put it there makes me feel like maybe I am a fucking legend. I'll see you tonight, and maybe we'll live dangerously and speed through some yellow lights on the way, she calls as I head out. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I wink at her and head out.
5. Square. Cal. God, I can't stand that stuck-up lady, my mom chirps at me as soon as she walks into the store. She never says hello, never says goodbye. She never beats around the bush. She always gets straight to the point because, according to her, time is money and no one has nearly enough of either. I don't mind. I'm just always glad to see her. I remember the day she walked into Casa to get me. She looked like a new woman. Her hair that she'd always bleached blonde and blown straight looked more like my own dark brown curly mop again. She came promising me a new life, one that we'd build together. Things were off to a good start until I got mixed up with Wes. The worst part of all of that was how disappointed she'd been, how afraid she was that I was going to make the same mistakes as she did. Don't know which stuck-up lady you mean, but whoever it is, from what I hear, the whole I can't stand that lady feeling is entirely mutual. I give her a knowing look and then turn back to spray the last bookshelf with the wood cleaner and start wiping it. Fuck 'em. Her scowl disappears as she walks deeper into the store. Oh my goodness, Lee! The store looks amazing! You didn't have to do all of this by yourself, baby. I was planning on us doing at least some of it together when I got back. She drops her bag and disappears down the aisle where we keep the old classics. I know. I started and then I couldn't stop. You really think it looks good? I nibble my lip as I watch her walk up and down the aisles inspecting. It's amazing. I'm so happy we were able to buy it. She beams at me. Me too. It's small, but it's perfect. So many people have stopped by, peeked in. I think they're excited to have a bookstore again. And I was thinking, once we really get up and running, we can have signings here too, like the ones at Murder by the Book. Yes, that would be great. She sighs and trails her fingers over the spines of the books, her eyes dreamy as she gazes at them. Books are magic, aren't they? The only kind I've ever known. I agree. Our eyes meet and we grin, big, silly grins that we call our bookworm grin. She twirls in the aisle, her dark hair flies out around her. I've never seen her so light. So, people came by. Excited people? Or people like that Wilde lady who thinks she's Queen Elizabeth and this is England? She doesn't have the venom in her voice that she used to when she talked about Mrs. Wilde. I'm glad she's letting it go. I wish I could. She flops into one of the 2 chairs we've put in the bay window's reading nook. I sit down across from her, let the fading sunlight that's flooding into the window warm me. A little of both, but mostly excited people. You know, book people who can't wait for us to open so they can get their fix daily. And what did the rest want? To warn us to keep our evil vaginas away from their husbands and sons? This place, it could be home. Basically, we share a laugh and the tension that was building dissipates. She has bad memories of the time we were here. Mrs. Wilde's treatment of her was the first in a series of events that started her spiral downward and eventually put her in jail. She's trying so hard to make up for the early years of my life. I know coming to live in Rivers Wilde wasn't ever on her list of things to do, but we're making the most of it. I hope you're happy here, Lee. She begins to ask me the question she always asks. I am happy. I give the answer the way I always do. This time, it doesn't feel like such a burden on my lips. I made a friend today, I add, and can't stop the smile I feel when I think about the ridiculously handsome, charming boy who was as nice as I remembered. Oh, I'm so glad. What's her name? She smiles lazily over at me. We're going to Murder by the Book together tonight, I respond and evade her question. She sits up a little straighter and looks at me skeptically. I hope this friend of yours has herself a car. I can't take you all the way to Rice Village tonight, and you're not riding your bike either. I'm not riding my bike. You need to buckle down and get your license, though, honey. You're the only 17-year-old in this entire city that doesn't drive. She wags her finger at me. That's not true. I am working on it. I just don't know. I like riding my bike. I drop my eyes to the frayed hem of my shorts so I can pretend what I'm about to say isn't a big deal. Anyway, it's fine. My friend has a car. He's coming to get me at 7. Oh? She sounds surprised and curious. And who would he be? She raises her eyebrows expectantly. I try to keep the nerves fluttering in my stomach off my face and say as casually as I can, his name is Remy. He was in here the other day making a delivery. Oh, Cal, please don't tell me you mean Remy Wilde, she shouts. Why are you yelling? I ask, raising my own voice. Because he's a Wilde. Don't you remember how his mother treated us? They don't like us. Well, he likes me. He's nice, I say. I hear how defensive I sound, but it's because I know what's coming. She walks over, her face pinched with worry, and my stomach knots as I wait for the lecture. Listen to me. I know you grew up watching me do certain things. But I don't want all of my mistakes and the way I've paid for them to have been for nothing. Mom, we're just going to a bookstore, I protest. She cups my face in her hands and searches it with those green eyes I used to covet. You're a good girl, but so was I. I can tell you nothing changes that faster than men with sexy smiles and fancy cars. Women in our family, those kind of men are our downfall. It's in our DNA. She smiles wistfully and strokes my cheeks with her thumbs. I pull out of her grasp. It's not like that. He's not looking at me like that, I tell her. But I'm totally looking at him like that. I almost fainted when I saw him yesterday. Some things were the same. His hair is still beautifully curly and close-cropped. His eyes are still so dark they're fathomless eyes. But that's where the similarities ended. He looks like some sort of god. He's an elite athlete, and his body shows it. His face is saved from prettiness by a heavy brow and permanent 5 o'clock shadow on his taut, strong jaw. His lips, talk about a perfect bow. Give him a minute, Cal. He'll do something to show you what he wants and who he is. I bristle a little and don't know why I feel compelled to defend him. Maybe it's the nostalgia from our first meeting. Maybe it's because he was really very nice. He's the only one who came in here today who didn't look at me like that or treat me like that. He just offered to give me a ride. He's leaving for college in the fall. He probably thinks I'm just some dumb kid. Girl, if that boy has eyes, he's not thinking of you like a kid. She studies my face, and her expression grows even more worried. I know you want to make friends, baby. I know it must feel really nice to have someone like him pay attention to you, but boys like that, they don't date girls like us. They will fuck us, though. I'm not doing anything like that, I protest. I want you to promise me something. That you will focus on why you're here, not get distracted by a boy. Getting pregnant so young was the biggest mistake. At my wince, she closes her eyes in regret. I don't mean it like that. I'm just saying, I was only able to buy this bookstore because I scraped and saved and then sold my house. I still have to go to work every day and clean out old folks' bedpans and earn a living that keeps food on our table until this store's business picks up. I wish I'd stayed in school. I wish I'd had someone step in to help me when I was your age. I want more for you than what I had. I stare at my hands. I know. You don't have to say it. Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen. He's not like that. Her eyes turn sad and she gives me a pitying frown. You're still learning who you are, what you like, what's good for you. You finish school and you can have anything you want. I plan on finishing school. I'm not going to get pregnant. You won't find yourself dealing with the scorn of women who think they're better than you because they've never been desperate enough to do what they have to in order to keep their child in ballet shoes and karate uniforms. You won't need daddies to make your Christmas special. My stomach twists when I think about the parade of daddies she brought through our lives, and how, in the end, it was her downfall. But it also turned out to be my redemption. She was grooming me to live the same life she did. Getting arrested, being in jail all these years has helped her see the light. Be better than me, Cal. There's a knock on the glass-pane door, and we both turn to look. It's Remy. He waves and points at his watch. I flash him a smile and put my hand to let him know I'll be right out. You be careful, and you better be home by 9 o'clock. It may be summer, but you've got work to do. Okay. I smile and agree with a nod. Do you want to meet him? Already did, remember? You go ahead. I don't want you to not have any fun. Text me when you get there and when you're on your way home, and if you want to come home and he won't bring you, call me.
Okay.
I smile as reassuringly as I can, and then I grab her and hug her.
I love you.
I whisper in her ear,
Not half as much as I love you.
She holds me tightly, then lets me go with a quick pat on my bottom. Be good, okay? Her solemn tone makes me turn back, and I nod and make a promise I mean.
Promise.
I run out the bookstore's front door and see the huge black car idling at the curb. He hops out and walks round to open my door for me. No one's ever done that before, and those butterflies I've been trying to ignore since he sauntered into the bookstore are back. God, my mother's right. At least when it comes to this boy with his sexy smile and nice car. Hey! I call as I approach. He's all cleaned up in dark jeans and a white button-down that is rolled up at the sleeves. He's wearing loafers and looks good enough to eat. I look around to see if maybe someone's lurking behind a bush with a camera, waiting to jump out and tell me this is all a joke. But there are only people milling around River's Wilde Main Street like they always do. Hey, yourself. You look great. He puts a big hand in the small of my back and leans down to press a kiss on my cheek. And you smell great, too. Those butterflies? I was wrong. They're birds. Big ones that just took off in a mad flock of flutters in my stomach. Oh, my. I'm so discomfited that I just stand there. Yeah, you too, I say and look down at myself, my white t-shirt and bright orange shorts, in confusion, though. I've been wearing them all day. Hop in, he says, and waits until I'm seated before he closes the door and walks round to his side. I watch him and shake my head. He's too good to be true. I'm asking for trouble letting myself get mixed up with him at all. But, truth be told, I couldn't stop if I tried. There's something about him that just draws me in. He's handsome, but it's also that I can tell he gives a shit about the people around him, and that's rare in my world. We're going to be late, he says as soon as he gets into the car. Just a few minutes, I say, trying to steady my hands enough to buckle my seatbelt. I put newly discovered inner freak back in her cage and smile at him. A few minutes, 5 minutes, an hour, it doesn't really matter. Once you're late, you're late. Gosh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. I give him a wide-eyed glance. He smiles sheepishly. Sorry, I'm anal about time. So you're never late? Nope, he says quickly. Not even to school? Especially not to school. I bet you had perfect attendance, too. What's wrong with having perfect attendance? Nothing, if you're a square, I tease him. He's fun to tease because he's so sensitive about his coolness and tries to pretend he's not. He takes my bait and frowns at me, taking his eyes from the road for the first time. I'm the least square guy I know. Sure. I shrug as if I don't believe him. Just because I don't oversleep doesn't make me a square. And I like school. I didn't say anything about oversleeping. I don't know. You were never sick? Nope. Have a doctor's appointment? You can schedule those around classes. I lean back and eye him skeptically. You never wanted to skip school so you could go to the rodeo during the week? Nope, never. I highly recommend it. I got caught once, but it was worth it not to have to wait in line for my smoked turkey leg. Yeah, that sounds like a great reason to miss class, he says irritably. You're just mad I called you a square. I nudge his thigh with my fingers. I'm not mad, since it's completely untrue. It's very true. You're a hot, athletic version of Carlton from Fresh Prince. He winces and puts a hand over his heart. Damn, that hurt. I laugh, and he eyes me and shoots me a sly smile, deepening the ever-present dimples in his cheeks. If I'm Carlton, you're Will. You know, the cousin from the hood. He waggles his eyebrows, and I know I should probably be offended, but I'm not. Okay, I deserve that. We laugh. Our eyes hold, and there's something in the way he's looking at me that sets those flutters loose inside me again. God, he smells so good. I glance over at him and put on my best I don't care at all face, but inside the butterflies have multiplied. He turns on the radio, and I turn and pull out my notebook and open it to the spot where I stopped last night. I can't even read in a moving car. How can you write? His question comes when I'm only 2 sentences in. I give him a sidelong glance. He's watching the road. His profile is a study in perfection, and suddenly I wish I could draw because I'd like to capture him right now when he doesn't know he's being watched and he doesn't have that cocky smirk on his face. When I take too long to answer, he looks at me and smiles. Yeah, I know. I have the same problem every time I look in the mirror. It's pretty damn breathtaking. Ugh. Okay, Carlton, I joke, and when his eyes dart toward mine in surprise, I laugh out loud. Whatever. What are you writing, Will? More happy endings. You started again? He gives me a knowing smile. I forgot how much I enjoyed it. Tell me yours. The one you wrote, he says. No, it's silly. Tell me, he says softly, but his voice has a demanding edge to it. I don't know why, but it excites me. I trail my fingers over the words I've just scribbled and can't help but smile at them. I'm not good at anything but this. Everything else, cooking, drawing, singing, talking to people, cutting out snowflakes, I just get by. But when I have a pen in my hand and a piece of paper under it and a set of inconclusive facts to pour over, I know why I was put on this planet. I close my notebook and look at him. My happy ending is me living somewhere I can see the stars. I've never left the city. I've never seen a really starry sky. Really? Nope. Never. And what are you doing in this place where you can see the stars? Playing with my kids, sitting next to my husband reading a book. I have the investigative journalist job of my dreams, where I travel around trying to figure out something that no one else has been able to. I'm not afraid to answer the door or the phone for fear of debt collectors. That's a very specific happy ending. Yeah. I've always known the kind of life I wanted, because it's the exact opposite of the life I had. He just nods, and we ride together in a comfortable silence until we pull into the bookstore's parking lot. So you collect authors' signatures? He asks. Yeah, for my favorite books. I only have a couple. I got some from half-priced books by chance, but this is my first time meeting an author face-to-face. If you could have any signed book, what would you choose? That's such an easy question to answer. The Legend by Amma Baidu and Where the Sidewalk Ends by Shel Silverstein. That's the book your quote is from, he says. Even though he told me he read it, I'm startled that he remembers. Yeah, it's such a great story. It's old, but still so relevant. Why Shel Silverstein?
Because it's the first book I ever owned, and it made me feel like there was someone in the world as weird as I am.
You keep saying that.
When I compare myself to everyone else I grew up with, I have all these dreams and passions that are a little strange.
At least you know what they are.
There's an edge in his voice that wasn't there a second ago. It's subtle, but I'm an expert people watcher and I hear it. It piques my interest. I close my notebook and turn in my seat so I'm facing him. What's wrong?
Nothing,
he says cryptically, and I feel my first prickle of annoyance. You've been asking me all sorts of questions. I've answered them. He glances at me and gives a resigned sigh.
I play basketball, and I love it, but
he gives a quick side glance, and the corner of his mouth lifts in a smile. But what?
It just feels so... I'm starting to realize that I played more out of defiance than I did out of passion. And now it doesn't feel like the place I'm supposed to be. I mean, it's great to be good at it, but
that's not enough anymore, I ask.
That's it exactly,
he says with a smile. That smile makes me feel like I aced a quiz. He sighs deep and thoughtful and then shrugs again.
It's not that I don't like winning. In fact, I think I'm addicted to it. But when I first started playing, I wasn't really that good. I had something to prove. I practiced like I'd never made a three-pointer. I played like I'd never lost a game. Winning felt like the only thing. It's what everyone expects. It's what I expect.
What would you do if you weren't afraid to fail? I ask him.
I would go to law school.
He answers right away, without hesitation, and for the first time since I got in the car, he really smiles. Not like the ones he throws because he's being flirtatious, but the ones he throws when he's happy. Every time I see it, I remember my mother's warning about men who are so dangerous to a girl like me who's a sucker for a smile. If saying it makes you feel like that, you should totally do it. He smiles wistfully.
Between us, I'm really considering it. Besides my grandfather and my father, Thurgood Marshall is my hero. I read his biography in my freshman year history class, and his story resonated with me in a way that felt like I was reading my future. I get good grades, but studying doesn't come easy. I'm not the smartest kid in my class, but I've got the highest grade point average because I work twice as hard as everyone else, just like in basketball. But this... it's all for me.
A muscle in his jaw jumps, but because he's pulling the reins on his smile, I feel chills just listening to his honest assessment of himself and his passion. I want that, just a little bit of it for myself.
Is it weird that part of me wanted to play just so I could have something that hadn't been his too?
No, especially if you feel like you've been chasing his shadow.
I don't know if I've been chasing it or
running from it. I finish his sentence for him and then apologize because I realize I have a habit of it.
Why are you sorry? I like that you get me.
His eyes linger longer this time, and heat rises up the back of my neck. He looks back at the road, a satisfied smile on his face, and I want to ask him to look at me again. I bite my lip to hide my smile. My mother has been a shadow I've been trying to climb from under forever. I love her, But being like her is the very last thing I want to be. I should want to be like my dad. He died so young. I pray that in that way, at least, we're very different. And this is going to sound terrible. But I don't know if I want to be the kind of man who marries a woman like my mother. Then he winces like he wishes he could take it back. He pulls into a parking spot outside the bookstore and throws the car in park before he turns to look at me. Let's table this for later, okay? Deal. I put out my hand to shake his. He takes it, and as soon as our hands touch, my whole arm starts to vibrate. Our eyes hold where they are for a few seconds, suspended in a conversation that doesn't need words. His eyes release mine, but only so that they can roam my face. I feel his gaze as it skims down my nose, and when it lands on my lips, I lick them. That freckle. When you lick your lips, can you feel it? Or is it flat? His voice is gruff, his eyes on my mouth and full of something that appears close to desperation. My racing pulse pounds in my ears, and I lick the spot he's talking about. He starts to lean forward, and the look in his eyes reminds me of the promise I made my mother just tonight. I pull my hand out of his and fumble for the door handle. All right, Carlton, let's get in there so we're not late, I quip, open the door, and hustle away as fast as I can.
6. Go ahead and touch. Remy. 4 weeks later.
Come on, Remy, hurry! The line is already almost out the door! Cal yells at me through the passenger door of my black Camaro. She's leaning down, and her blouse, which is already dangerously low-cut, is giving me the most tempting view of her perfect tits and the lacy bra that's practically pushing them in my face. Ahem, eyes here, Remy. I look up into her scowling face. I'm starting to really like that scowl a lot. You go ahead, I'll catch up. I smile up at her. Catch up? We're already late. What are you doing? She starts to get back in. I put a hand on her seat to stop her. No, go ahead. Grab seats for us. I want to park somewhere else. I'll come with you, she says. No, I need privacy, I say, and she stops and glares at me as she climbs back out. You want to call one of your girls before you go in? Make sure they know what time to be ready for you tonight? Your jealousy is out of control. Just admit you want me, I say dryly. I don't want you. She laughs like she always does when I flirt with her. Besides, don't you have enough girls in your harem? She asks with a smirk. The only one I want's not in it, so no. I don't smile this time. She throws her head back and chortles. Do any of these girls ever actually speak to you? Because I swear your pickup lines are the worst ever. You've got jokes today. Close the door, now. I don't want to be later than I'm already going to be, I say sharply, and her smirk disappears. I was just joking. Fine, bye. She scowls and then slams the door. I pull into the alley behind the bookstore, lower my seat, and wait until she's turned the corner before I unzip my pants and start to stroke my dick. When I got my windows tinted, it was because I loved the way it looked. Little did I know they'd come in handy when I woke up as a complete pervert 2 weeks ago. I sigh in relief and ease into a stroke. I don't feel like rushing now. I don't care if I'm late. I've lost my fucking mind. I don't even know who I am anymore. The last month of getting to know Cal has made me crazy. Between my deliveries to the store in the morning and what has turned into a standing Tuesday night visit to this bookstore, I've found myself in a real quandary. Because with every conversation, I like her more. I like that she pushes back on my shit. What I don't like is the way I want her. It's harder and harder to pretend it's cool just being her friend. She likes me, but she's made it very clear she wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole and that my 10-inch pole will never touch her. She slid into my car dressed in that red t-shirt she's always wearing stretched across her perfect breasts and her tiny little shorts that left most of her legs bare to the world. I am a sucker for those legs and that perfectly round ass and that face and her laugh and her smile and the way she talks with her hands and the way she chews her lips, those lips that are always bare and that I want to kiss when she's writing. And the way she fucking breathes. We formed a really easy friendship over the last couple of weeks. She's even made friends with Reagan, who's come with us to Murder by the Book a couple of times. She's smart and has an opinion on everything, so I ask her for it often. Even her glasses, which she only wears to read, turn me on. She thinks I have a harem. I don't. A few of the girls in Wilde show up everywhere I am, but I never touch them. Heir to a fortune, a basketball prodigy and political science aficionado, and the picture of discipline. I don't dip my pen into just anybody's ink pot. I've fucked before, but she was older than me and she went off to college a couple of months later. I see her when she's home, and she always teaches me something new. But besides her, none of these girls in Wilde have made me feel like going to the trouble of dealing with dates and shit. Until Cal, the girl who laughs in my face every time I think I'm being charming. And fuck, I love it. She's turned me into a rutting fool. I wake up grinding my hips into my mattress because I have endless dreams about her. She's a living, breathing, wet dream that was custom built just for me. I can't get her out of my mind. I speed up my hand, I close my eyes, and instead of thinking of all the reasons I can't have her, I think of all the reasons I want her. I start with those thighs and that ass and the sliver of smooth skin her shirts always manage to reveal. She only ever wears just enough clothing to cover the essentials. So much of her smooth caramel skin, complete with that glow, is always on display. I think about fucking her in my car on our last day together and making her say sorry for teasing me all summer long. That thought sends me over, and I throw my head back and groan and lift my shirt so my cum splatters my skin and not my clothes. Then I pull wet wipes out of my console. Reagan opened it last week and found my stash of wet wipes and lube. She called it my pussy preparedness kit and told me to throw some condoms in there. I let her think what she wanted, but really, it was more like my Cal gives me a constant hard-on kit, and I didn't need condoms because fucking is never going to happen. Feeling satisfied and a little less tense, I push my door open and nearly have a fucking heart attack when it hits something that lets out a yelp of pain and a very familiar fudge. I look up and find Cal doubled over next to my door. "What the fuck are you doing here?" It's harsher than I meant it to be, and she glares at me. "I could ask you the very same thing." She steps back, and her face is wrought with surprise and dismay. "I saw you walk into the building. I forgot something." We speak at the same time and stare at each other, and I can see the heat in her eyes, and right away I know. "You watched me?" I ask. Her dark eyes widen, but she doesn't look away. "Yes." She swallows hard. "Did you like it?" I ask her. "Remy," she admonishes sharply, but I don't miss the way she shifts her stance. She liked it. "I want to hear you say it," I ask again. She nods and sucks her fat lower lip into her mouth. I want to suck it too. "You know, you could have gotten in and watched up close. You could have helped if you wanted." I circle her wrists and hold her hands in front of my face.
They're a little small. They wouldn't fit all the way round. She draws in a big gulp of air and takes a step closer to me. Really? She whispers, her eyes flit down to my pants. I would have covered your hands with mine. We could have done it together. I let go of her wrists and slide my hands up so that we're palm to palm, skin to skin. It's not nearly enough. I'm this close to crossing a line I shouldn't, but when it comes to Cal, I can't seem to help myself. Remy, we shouldn't. Her voice is husky and her fingers flex a little against mine. Yeah, probably not. I agree, but I see the reflection of my own disappointment flash in her eyes, and it emboldens me. I know I should stand down. Even if it feels like it, we aren't a good idea. But she's so tempting, and when it comes to her, I can't seem to get a grip on my control. I link our fingers and bring her hand to my lips for a kiss. She inhales sharply and looks up at me through the inky fringe of her lashes. Her gaze lingers longingly on my mouth, and I smile. Oh, Cal, we have a dilemma, I drawl. Really? Then why do you sound amused? A dilemma isn't generally a good thing. The corners of her mouth turn up in a small smile. It's a very good thing, because even though you don't want to be, and I absolutely shouldn't be, we're interested in each other. Well, that's the perfect recipe for an unhappy ending if I ever heard one. But she doesn't pull away, and she doesn't deny it, so I press my advantage. I'm more of an optimist than that. Let me take you out on Saturday. She pulls her hand away. I can't. I have plans on Saturday, and honestly, I'm just getting settled, and there's your mom. I think we should stick to just friends. That way we don't make things more complicated than they already are. You're going away to school, right? So let's just have a nice summer. She squeezes my hand like she's trying not to let me down too hard. I don't want her to feel pressure to date me. I'm not that type of guy. Girl says no, that's it. Even if I want her more than you want your next 3 meals. I wink at her. Well, at least now you have a visual to go with all of your dirty thoughts about me. She looks up at me with wide eyes and then does the last thing I expect. She starts to laugh. The only place I have dirty thoughts about you is in your ego-drenched dreams. If only she knew what drenched my dreams, she might turn and run. Ouch! I clutch my chest in mock pain. The tension between us is gone, and she rolls her eyes and runs over and opens the passenger door. What did you forget? My notebook, she says, and then stuffs that small black moleskin notebook she carries everywhere with her in her backpack. Well, shit. If I'd known it was in the car, I would have spent my time reading it instead of jacking off. You gonna let me read what's in there one day? I ask, and lean over the top of the car toward her. I squint against the setting sun and grin at her. She blanches and says, No, and stop squinting. It'll give you wrinkles. And then she spins on her heel and walks quickly back to the building. Are you coming? She calls over her shoulder. I wink. Already did. Lord, get some better lines.
7. Bitter High. Cal.
Oh, God, please don't seat them in my section, I whisper to Sweet before I scurry off the chair I've been lounging in during a lull in the dinner rush. Don't seat who? She calls after me, but I don't turn around or stop to answer. I fly across the floor, not even slowing to admire the huge wagon wheel chandelier that I watch with awe every time I walk underneath it. I burst through the swinging double doors that lead to the kitchen and then peek through the small circular window cut through it. "What are you doing, Cal?" Sid, our line cook, bumps me with her hip as she passes me. "Hiding. Ooh, from who?" She joins me, and I move over so she can see out. Him. I nod at Remy and his little posse of what I refer to as his harem. But tonight, there are guys with them, too. He's dressed in a white polo shirt and jeans. He doesn't look like he's lost a wink of sleep, and he's laughing like he doesn't have a care in the world as he strolls with his entourage. I want to throw something at him. I wouldn't be hiding from any of them if they were looking for me. Me neither, I mutter. I am pretty sure the very last thing Remy is doing is looking for me. The day after our crazy conversation outside the bookstore, I waited for him to come to the store to make his delivery. Waited for him so I could explain about Saturday. Instead, his brother Tyson showed up. He hasn't made a delivery all week. It's made me crazy to think that me turning him down for a date meant he wasn't going to bother with me at all. I hadn't wanted to turn him down, but maybe it's for the best. It was wrong of me to watch him in his car. Clearly, he drove around the corner to be alone. But no, turning away had been impossible. The sight of him stroking himself riveted me. I couldn't have turned away to save my life. Then, the way the veins in his neck had bulged and how his mouth dropped open before he lifted his shirt and came all over his ripped stomach, I almost came to. I should have run as soon as it was over, but I couldn't move. And then suddenly his door opened and there I was. The girls at school have always called me fast, but I'm not. I'm as pure as the day my mother pushed me into this world, and I've yet to meet a boy who has made me think he'd be worth the trouble that sex always seems to bring. But after seeing Remy, he looked so beautiful, and his deck, oh my God, my mouth waters. I swear my brain sent a message to vagina that said soulmate, because it quivered. Lord, maybe those girls were right, and all I needed was to get my first glimpse of a dick I actually liked, because I am feeling mighty fast. Sweet's annoyed, determined face comes into view as she strides toward the kitchen. No, please, don't say I'm serving them, I plead as soon as she steps through the door. Come on, they've got a huge party. Your section's empty. God, no, you don't understand. She frowns at me. No, you don't understand. You don't have a choice. Serve them or go home. She crosses her arms and waits for me to concede. I sigh and deflate in resignation. Fine, but I won't be responsible for anything that happens. Oh, yes, you will. She walks out of the kitchen and then steps back in, her pretty face full of sympathy. Just help them with the drink orders to start. I'll see if I can get someone to switch with you. Okay, thanks. You're a doll. I squeeze her. No, I'm a woman, and I know how it is when you want to avoid a man. She smiles knowingly and strolls out. I follow her and walk over to the table and keep a smile on my face as I approach their table. When Remy sees me coming, he smiles and waves. I'm so surprised by it that I drop my notepad. I hear a snicker from the table and a flush creeps up my neck. I start on the side of the table farthest away from Remy. I can feel him trying to catch my eye, and I don't let myself dare to look at him. When I finally get to his side of the table, the side of my face feels hot. Hi, Cal, Joni says sweetly and links her arm through Remy's. I force my eyes back to my pad. Hi, what can I get you?
"We'll have a double root beer float," she says, and gestures between her and Remy.
"We don't have those here," I say flatly.
"Oh, that's too bad. We had the best one on Tuesday night at Fuddruckers."
"Oh, that's nice. Sorry I can't help you recreate the memory," I say, and Remy pulls his arm free of hers and shifts in his seat. "Can I get you anything from our menu?" I ask and try to blink away the mist of tears that blur my vision.
"Sure. I'll just have a Diet Coke, and I'll take some calamari to start."
"I'm only taking drink orders. I've got your Diet Coke." Then I steel myself and look at Remy. I want to laugh at myself. There's no steeling myself when it comes to him. Every single time I see him, I get weak in the knees, even when he's hurting me. "What can I get you?" I say without looking up from my pad.
"Well, excuse me, but why can't you take my appetizer order?"
Joni, her fake sweetness from earlier, has a serrated edge to it now. She puts her hand on my arm, and I turn around to face her and step out of her touch. I point to the girl at the other end. "She's taking those. She'll be here in a minute."
"I want you to take it."
"I don't understand why you can't."
"Joni," Remy says in a low, warning voice. "No, really. I'd like to know why you can't write calamari down on your little pad and then put the order in when you get back there."
She raises her voice, and I feel the eyes of the rest of their party on me. "Joni, she's only taking drinks," Remy says. "I can speak for myself," I say quietly. It's humiliating enough without him rushing to my rescue. I look Joni in her maliciously gleeful, dark blue eyes and wonder why she seems to dislike me so much. She's the one sitting next to Remy. I'm the one serving him. I want to shove my little pad down her throat, but I like this job, and the extra money means I can save faster. Eyes on the prize, Cal. "You're right. I'll put it in." I scribble it down, smile, and leave without taking Remy's order. I walk away with my back as straight as possible. "Cal, wait," Remy calls after me. I turn around and see him striding after me, his face a mask of determination. I pick up the pace, rip the drink order off my pad, and drop it on the bar as I zoom past. I'm heading for the safety of the door marked "Employees Only." I press the 4-digit code and slam it shut right in his stupidly gorgeous, scarily determined face. I sit there for 5 minutes, collecting my thoughts, catching my breath, and praying for the serenity not to throw her drink in her face when I deliver it to the table. It doesn't matter if he's here with her. I told him I just wanted to be friends. Who cares if I can't remember why now? He obviously took me seriously. She's more his type anyway. The break room door opens and I jump up out of the chair and sigh in relief when it's one of the servers. "Is there a guy waiting out there?" I ask as she walks past me. "Nope," she says and opens her locker. "Thanks," I say, and hurry out. As soon as the door closes behind me, he steps out from the shadows. My heart leaps into my throat and I glare back at the door. That liar! "I paid her $10, he says and shrugs unapologetically. "She shouldn't have done that. You could have been my stalker for all she knows," I hiss. "We went to school together. She knows I'm harmless. So basically, she doesn't know you at all." "Why are you mad at me?" he asks. "You disappeared on me. You stopped coming to the store just because I only wanted to be friends." I step around him. I'm already at the bar and trying to figure out which of the trays of drinks are my order when he comes to stand beside me. He wraps one of his big, warm hands around my bicep and turns me to face him. "Kalila,"
He puts a finger under my chin and lifts my face so I have to look into those dark eyes.
There's no fucking way that could ever be true. I wouldn't do that.
His voice is low and quiet, his eyes soft but intent on mine. It thaws some of the cold that's gripped my heart all week. "So where have you been?" I ask, and pull out of his grasp because I can feel people looking at us.
They changed my schedule at the store. I wake up at 5 in the morning and work until 1. Then I've got practice from 2 to 5 every afternoon. Then I have to work out. By the time I eat, shower, I'm barely coherent. I've been falling asleep by 9:30 every night.
"Oh, okay." I drop my head and release a breath I feel like I've been holding for a week. A ring of laughter that I know is Joni's washes the temporary relief his words brought. "Glad you made time for your date." His eyes widen, and his grin is huge. "What are you smiling at?"
You're jealous.
"You wish. You should go and sit down." I snap at him.
Only if you promise to talk to me later.
"After your date?" I say pertly, and turn my back to him and pretend to start checking my order. I wait for him to walk away. He comes and stands next to me.
"How many times are you going to count those drinks?"
His teasing tone is too much because I am jealous, and I have no right to be, but I can't help it. "You're going to get me in trouble," I complain. He stops laughing and steps back.
"Can we meet tonight?"
"I'll be asleep." I cross my arms.
"Oh, Cal, you're so stubborn."
He taps the tip of my nose before he turns and walks away. He takes a few steps and looks over his shoulder.
"But so am I."
And with a wicked grin, he turns and walks back to the table. 8. Fool for you. Cal. I am no stranger to disappointment. I trained myself at a very young age to expect it. But somehow, this hurts in a way that feels selfish and indulgent. Remy taking Joni out isn't the worst thing that's ever happened to me. So why am I lying on my bed, sobbing my eyes out like I'm the victim of some teenage melodrama? The sharp rap at my window startles me mid-cry, and I sit up and stare at the drawn blinds. I must have imagined it. There's no way anyone's out there. I stand up, though, and walk over to it. I'm just starting to pull on the cord that opens it when the knocking sounds again. I yank it open and gasp when I see Remy perched on the trellis that's under my window. His face is covered in sweat and a grimace of exertion on it that belies the idea that he's simply floating. I yank the window open. "What are you doing?" I yell at him through the screen between us, and a quick scan shows me it's held in place by screws that prevent it from being removed.
"Your mother wouldn't let me up. We need to talk."
"About what? Your date?" I frown at him.
As glad as I am that you're jealous, I'm also not trying to die.
"Then get down. That thing is going to break," I yell. He shakes his head. A bead of sweat runs down his forehead.
"Not until you say you'll come out and talk. Otherwise, you'll have to live with the knowledge that you were responsible for the broken leg that ended my basketball career."
"You shouldn't joke like that." I glower at him.
"I'm not. This thing is flimsy."
He glances down nervously. I narrow my eyes at him. "You've got 5 minutes." By the time I've started to drop the blinds, he's gone. I slip my feet into my docksiders and run down the stairs.
He made it up, I take it? My mom yells as I run past her office. I come to a skidding stop and walk back toward the office. I stick my head in the door. She's got her glasses in her hand, a stack of papers in front of her. Yeah, I say uncertainly. I told him to go home. I guess he doesn't listen any better than you do, she says. Her voice drips with disapproval. You think I shouldn't go talk to him? I ask her even though I can see the answer in her eyes. You want to talk to him? She quirks an eyebrow. Yeah, I answer with no hesitation. I've been wanting to all week. And it doesn't matter what I say. Just whatever he says, Cal, make him prove it. She looks at me meaningfully. You're worth the work. I run into the room, circle her desk, and throw my arms around her neck and hug the woman who is responsible for all of this. I love you. I know she doesn't love hugs, but sometimes I just need to give her one. She always lets me. And then she shrugs me off. Don't stay out there too long, she calls after me as I head back out of the door. I run across the long black and white tiled floor. As soon as I pull the front door open, Remy's standing there. He's wearing jeans. His white t-shirt is smudged with dirt and torn on the right shoulder. I can't believe you climbed that thing. I shake my head at him in disbelief, but a smile has worked its way on my face, and it's so wide my cheeks hurt. I had to get to you, he says. His smile is just as wide, but his eyes are smoldering. Hey, Will, he says huskily. Hey. I'm nervous, suddenly. I didn't expect him to really show up. Can we sit? He nods at the swing seat where I sit to write every night. Sure. He grabs my hand and links our fingers. It feels so good. I fold my fingers over his hands and hold on, too. As soon as we sit down, he lifts our joined hands to his lips and presses a kiss to mine. His touch burns in the best way. A jolt of sweet heat runs up my arm, and I wish he'd do it again. He lifts his dark, normally so hard to read eyes, and he looks at me through the lush, dark sweep of his lashes. Joni and I bristle at the mention of her name. We're just friends, Remy. You don't have to explain. He grabs my other hand. His expression grows intent. We're not just friends, Kalila. The timbre in his voice, him using my full name, the look in his eyes, makes my heart race. We're not? My voice is just above a whisper. No, we're not. And it's not something we can help. I hear that. It resonates through me like the vibrations of a ringing bell. Yeah, it's like we just get each other, right? He finishes my sentence. We don't have to explain. We don't have to pretend. It's just good. I like you. A lot. Those words do something to me, make cracks in the protective layer I've put around the most sensitive parts of my heart. I like you a lot too, I say. A cocky smile tips up the corners of his lips. I know you do, and even though I'm glad you're jealous, I shouldn't have joked about it. Your mom probably likes her, I grumble, but I don't like her. Not like that. I did take her to get a burger, but it wasn't a date. We were working on something and got hungry. Tonight we had a founding family meeting at the club and decided to grab dinner afterward. No date. It was a group of us. Relief softens the tension in my shoulders. I thought our families are old friends. I don't want her. Not at all. But I do want you. My heart is pounding so loud that I'm sure he can hear it too. I don't know what I expected him to say, but I didn't expect this. I stare at him, eyes wide, my mouth open, and elation starting to brew inside of me. Is it possible? Really? Really? His eyes soften even more and he smiles. Yes, really. I mean, I honestly wasn't sure what we should do. I'm going away to school in the fall. You've got another year here. But so what? It doesn't mean we can't have fun this summer. The way my heart is pounding scares me. This can't really be happening. Really? I kind of pride myself on being in control, but I can't control the way I feel about you. He strokes the inside of my wrist and I shiver. You have feelings for me, I croak. My throat is suddenly parched. I have, since we met in the library. His voice is deep, soft, and yet his words boom inside my head. Me too, I say. My breaths are coming so fast that I feel dizzy. And all I want right now, even when I'm supposed to be apologizing and trying to do things the right way, is to know what your lips would feel like if I kissed you. I look down at our joined hands because I don't trust my eyes not to show him how I'm feeling. I'm sure it would scare him. That blooming of happiness, the shifting of my vision from cloudy to rosy accelerates, and I decide to take this offering and run with it. While I gather my courage, I trace the veins that crisscross the back of his large hand and count to 5. Then I surprise myself with my own boldness. Well then, why don't we kiss? Get that out of the way, and then you can finish apologizing. He smiles. His free hand slides up my arm. A trail of goose flesh rises in its wake, and by the time he reaches my shoulder, my entire body is vibrating. You are so beautiful, Cal. Every single part of you. His eyes never leave mine, and between the spell they're casting and the heady sensation of his touch, it's a wonder I haven't melted in a puddle. He leans forward and presses his lips to my forehead. This mind that is so curious and full, I could talk to you forever and never get tired of it. He kisses my cheeks. Those dimples that tell me when you're laughing because you think it's funny or because you don't want to hurt my feelings and tell me how lame my joke is. I giggle at that because as much as I bust his chops, there are times when I do laugh when it's not really that funny. You're so sensitive. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I stroke his hand. I'm not sensitive. But fuck, if you're not so damn sweet. No, I'm not, Remy. I think you are. He leans forward, and I close my eyes. He drops a kiss on my eyelids. These eyes that see things most of us miss, and are the windows to every single one of your thoughts. He presses our foreheads together. I'm sorry I put hurt there tonight. My heart races so hard, but I can't speak. My throat is clogged with emotion. No one has ever spoken to me like this. And these lips, that fucking freckle, they're a work of art, and I'm a little scared of what will happen when I finally kiss. I lean forward and press my mouth to his. His lips are beautiful, too. They've got a deep
bow on the top and are full and lush on the bottom, and I've been dreaming about kissing them. He groans and cups my face with both hands, holds me there and kisses me like no one has, and I suspect no one will again. Oh, I've imagined this. I've dreamed of it. I thought I knew what it would feel like, but this, Remy's kiss, it feels like coming home and going on an adventure all at once, safe and reckless, weightless but so firmly rooted to this moment. And when he runs his tongue over my lips, I open for him. So fucking perfect, he murmurs before his warm tongue slides into my mouth. I moan and slide closer to him until I'm nearly in his lap. I clutch at the front of his shirt and hold on while his mouth shows mine what a kiss is supposed to feel like. Behind my eyes, a million points of brilliant light explode, and I hurtle through time, space, and at the same time, I remain grounded, held in place by the gravity of his kiss. It's not my first one, but it's the first I felt all the way to my toes, and I know I will never forget it. His hands grab my waist, and he lifts me up and puts me down so I'm straddling him, and the kiss changes. It's feverish. My hands go from clutching to tugging. His hips rook up into me. His erection presses against the softest, hottest part of me, and I start to ache. Remy. I break the kiss and try to catch my breath. I need more. He growls, and his lips drag across my jaw, sucking and biting. I whimper, sigh, and hold on for dear life. Suddenly, the lights on the porch flash, and my mother sticks her head out of the door. Remy breaks our kiss and pulls away from me abruptly. "You're outside our place of business, Cal," my mother barks, and then shuts the door. Remy grimaces as he looks around and realizes how right she is. Thank goodness the sun has set, and most people are home. I blink to clear my eyes and struggle to catch my breath. His chest heaves too. We gaze at each other and smile. "That was, can I take you out this weekend?" he asks. His voice is low, urgent, and his eyes are hooded with desire. "This weekend, I can't. I falter because this is the very last thing I want to talk about right now." His eyes cool and he pulls back. "Why not?" I take a deep breath and gather my courage. "I need to tell you something. I was going to tell you. It's embarrassing, but I need to explain." "What? You've got a criminal record?" he says with a boisterous laugh, and my stomach drops. When he sees my expression, his smile disappears. "Oh," he says quietly, and I blanch. "No, not a record, but I was arrested a few months ago." He stares at me blankly for a minute, like I spoke in a different language. I look away and use a hand to lift the hair off my suddenly very hot neck. "I understand if you've changed your mind." "Tell me what happened," he says quietly. "You probably already heard. I lived in a foster home for a couple of years." I start. "Yeah, I heard. Did something happen there?" he asks quietly. His voice is full of concern, but I can't bring myself to look up at him. "No. I was 13, so it was a group home, but it was probably the most peaceful 2 years of my life. Not all foster care facilities are nightmares. Mine felt a lot like home," I tell him. "So then, when did you get in trouble?" "When my mom came to get me, we moved to 3rd Ward. I started kinda talking to this guy. He went to my high school. His father owns this restaurant over on Wheeler Avenue. He's kind of a big deal in the neighborhood. I don't know what I was thinking, really. I just liked the attention, I admit.
Okay.
Remy takes my hand. One day, he came and picked me up from school, and we were on our way to get something to eat, and we got pulled over. He had some weed in the trunk, a lot of it, enough to sell, they said. I didn't even know it was in there, but they took us both in. He told them it was mine. Former foster kid, my mother just out of the state penitentiary, so basically, they believed him. He wasn't even charged. I didn't get any time. I was a minor, and it was my first offense. But I have to do community service.
That's so fucked up. There is something wrong with a system that doles out justice like that.
He runs a hand over his face in annoyance. Yeah, well, it is what it is. And I've got to serve my sentence. And that's why my mother wanted us to move here. This is a fresh start for both of us.
I'm happy for you, but what's that got to do with us going on a date?
I drop my eyes and swallow down the ball of nerves in my throat. My community service. I'm doing it at my old foster home, Casa de los Niños de Esperanza. I go Friday and Saturday nights.
Okay, then I can go with you.
I give him a skeptical glance. It's not exciting or fun or anything. I just spend time with the kids. Read to them, cook them dinner, put them to bed.
I'll go with you, he repeats.
There's a ton of paperwork, and you have to get a TB test and have a criminal background check done.
That's easy. I can get those to you in a day or two,
he says, as if it's nothing. Remy, it's not a joke. I take it seriously, and those kids, they get my full attention. It won't be like a date.
I'm taking it seriously. And from now on, we're always on a date.
He pins me in place with his eyes, and I would do anything he said right now. Always? I say with a smile.
As long as you want to be.
He presses a kiss to my hand, and just like that, my butterflies are back. Okay. I'll call Lupe, the director, tomorrow, and we can arrange for you to go by and fill out their paperwork.
Sounds great.
He leans in to kiss me again. The door opens and my mother sticks her head out. Cal, come on in. Remy, you need to get on. Her frown is deep and disapproving before she goes back inside. Remy looks at her and nods and then looks back at me. The expression in his eyes makes my entire body shudder. Oh my God. Yeah, maybe my mother is right, because I am totally going to give him whatever he asks me for. He leans in, kisses me again swift and hard before he stands up.
Night well. See you tomorrow.
You're making deliveries again?
No, the schedule won't change,
he says, and I can't help the disappointment that flares.
Tomorrow, though, I'm going to take you out, okay?
I stand on the porch and watch him walk down the path that leads to our gate before he's gone down the sidewalk and disappears into the dark night. And only then do I go inside. I call a giddy goodnight to my mom and run up to my room. This time there's no sadness, just excitement. Lips that are burning from his touch and a heart that's so full, I know that when this ends, the emptiness will be more than I can bear. My poor heart. He's going to break it so badly. But I'm going to do this anyway. He's offering me a taste of something I've never had before. I know the magic of happy endings only exist in books and sometimes in my mind. So, when it's over, I'll remember this summer as the one that brought me close enough to touch mine. 9. Casa. Cal. Yo, come on. We're going to be late. Remy's voice floats up the stairs to my room, and I roll my eyes but pick up my pace. Not because I'm worried about keeping him waiting, but because I don't want to be late to Casa. This is Remy's last time before he has to stop for the summer. He has a trip with his grandfather next weekend, and then he leaves for school a few days after he gets back. I worked at Sweet and Low's this afternoon, and he picked me up from there and walked me home. This is what we've done all summer long. Held hands, stolen kisses, and recently a little more. But we only have the weekends. Weekdays are a wash because of his schedule, but we talk on the phone every night until we fall asleep. Summer's almost over, and soon he'll be gone. Maybe we'll stay in touch, but I can't imagine that once he's in college, living whatever adventure life brings him, that the summer he spent making out with me will register high in his memories. But for now, he's mine. I teasingly asked him if he misses his harem, and he responded by putting a hand around my waist and pulling me hard into his side and pressing a swift kiss to my lips. Harem of one now, and everyone's on notice. I don't know if Joni is. She's still got that smug smile on her face when I see her in the town square. I run down the stairs and hold the rail in preparation for the moment I lay eyes on Remy. He never fails to make my knees weak. He's standing there in jeans and a white button-down shirt with tiny red stripes on it. It should be illegal for someone to look that good in jeans. He's frowning at his watch when he hears the creak of the stairs under my footfall. He looks up, and the smile on his face makes my steps falter. "Hey, well," he drawls in that sexy voice of his. "Hey, Carlton. Hope you brought a change of clothes. We're babysitting a house full of kids. That white shirt will be a casualty of dinner," I tease and wrap my arms around his trim-muscled waist. He wraps his arms around me and hugs me back. "I want to look good for my last night. I'm going to take some pictures and shit." I lift up on my toes and press a kiss to his cheek. He's so sweet. Really sweet in a way I didn't expect. Our nights here have definitely been a highlight of this summer. The kids all love Remy, and he's already talking about coming to visit when he's home on break. He's gotten particularly close to one of the kids who's been there since I was. Carlos is severely disabled, cognitively delayed, deaf, and confined to his wheelchair by a palsy that means he'll never walk. But he practically radiates with joy whenever he sees Remy. I'll be sad for him once Remy's gone. Sad for myself, too. He closes the door he opened for me and walks around to the driver's side. I admire him as he goes. He's so handsome. His profile is chiseled perfection. He has cheekbones I would kill for, and his skin is the nutty light brown perfection I've only ever seen on the inside of the acorns that fall from the trees in the yard of our old house. He starts the ignition and buckles himself in before he reaches across and buckles me in, too. When he does, I slip my hand around his neck, and he growls slightly before he takes my lips in a kiss that we've both been needing since he got to the house. Our lips suck and nip at each other before he pulls back, trails kisses up my cheek. Every time we kiss, I feel weightless, like if he wasn't holding on to me, I'd defy gravity and fly away. "I missed you, Will," he whispers when his ear comes to rest on my ear.
His hands caress my shoulder, and I nestle my face into his neck and take a deep breath. He smells like soap and the cinnamon candy he started eating too. Missed you too, baby. I kiss his throat and wrap my arms around his shoulders and hug him. I want to take you somewhere special tomorrow, but you need to come to my house. Your mother is not going to let me spend any time in your house. Let me worry about that. He says it so easily. I'm not convinced, but I smile because I don't want to do anything to dim the light in his eyes. Okay, I can't wait. Even though really I can because it means you're leaving. He gives me an enigmatic smile, like he's got something to say but doesn't quite know how. What? He pulls away from the curb and we begin the scenic drive out of Rivers Wilde. You know, Georgetown has a creative writing program. That's nice, I say, not making the connection. Well, maybe you should apply. Why Georgetown? I don't know anyone in D.C. You'd know me, he says, and I do a double take. Remy, last I checked, UT is in Austin. I applied to Howard. I got in. I think I'm going to go. I blink at him. I'm not surprised that he wants to go, but I'm shocked that he's actually going to do it. You are? Yeah. His voice is full of so much wonder that I know he's surprised at himself, too. What about your mom? Your grandfather? He sighs deeply. His brows draw together, and then he shrugs. This summer, I've had so many signs that this is the right thing. But volunteering here has really solidified it for me. And Lupe's told me so much. The stories of how some of the kids end up there. How some of the kids enter into the system and then, for lack of a good advocate, end up right back in situations they've just escaped from. Or end up aging out and having nowhere to go because no one's helped them plan. I don't know. But Cal, there's something about the idea of stepping into that breach, of doing something to change their outcomes that strikes a chord with me. It resonates the way reading Marshall's biography did. I want to make a real difference. I have so much. What good am I if I don't give something back? I put my hand upturned on his thigh. He slides his hand onto it, and we link fingers. You're wonderful. I beam up at him, and the last sliver of sun as it falls from the sky slides across his face just then. His eyes, which are normally as dark as the night sky, are set ablaze by it. In their fire, I see all of the happily ever afters I thought wouldn't be mine. God, how I want to be his. He cups my face in his strong, cool hands. You're the one who introduced me to Casa. If I'm 100% honest, this started because I wanted to spend time with you. I knew it. Of course you did. You've known me from the minute we met. We're the same, you and I. My heart is racing so fast, each word bringing me closer to total annihilation, and I'm so here for it. And now, I breathe up at him, my eyes firmly on his lips. I love their mission. When Lupe started listing all of their issues, I immediately started thinking of solutions. And one of the most important ones is strong advocacy. I could do that. Then you will. I'm so proud of him. He's got such a big heart. Because of you, I will. Thank you for this summer. I can't remember a better one. He presses a kiss to my lips, then starts the car. We don't speak much on the way. At times the car is completely silent, but on the inside, a cacophony of sounds echo, and they're all clear, melodious, and beautiful. We're special, him and I. Since the night we met in that library, we've been a part of each other. I can't believe that this man, who just a few weeks ago felt so far out of my grasp, is right here, putting himself in the palm of my hand. I hope I never have to let him go.
Remy. So, how was it? Liz, the house mother, asks, a small smile playing on her lips as she tries not to laugh at me. I don't blame her. I look like I ran through a rainstorm of spaghetti sauce. My shirt and jeans are covered in it. It was fun. Carlos and I finally convinced Cal to watch Finding Nemo with us. She called it her favorite missing person story of all time, complete with a happy ending. Liz smiles at me, her eyes much brighter than they had been when we first arrived. I can imagine the night of our visit does her a lot of good. There are only 3 children in the house at once, but it's got to be emotionally draining for her and the other house mother. Remy really liked the spaghetti, Cal teases and tugs at the hem of my shirt. Carlos likes to throw it. I'm going to miss him, I tell them, and Cal slips an arm around my waist and gives me a comforting hug. Liz smiles sadly. He'll miss you. He's such a sweetie. His sister is in the house a few doors down, and he misses her. This house isn't licensed for anyone over the age of 7, so we've had to separate them. I hate it, but I hope we'll find a joint placement for them soon. I think about that little boy. He's almost completely incapable of communication, but he understands love and receives it with open arms. Then he gives it right back. This experience has been one of the highlights of my life. All right, you two. See you next week. Oh, no. I'm leaving for school. I won't be here next week. Yes, of course. And Lupe told me about your donation. It was so generous. What donation? Cal pipes up curiously. That wasn't information that was meant to be shared. I smile at Liz and then turn to Cal. She smiles at me like she just heard I cured cancer. It feels so good to have her admiration. So good, in fact, I wish I could bottle it up and find a way to tap into it all the time. I've always volunteered, but there is something about being here that makes me want to do so much more than that. Cal used to live here. They gave her a safe place to live, and the work they do here is remarkable and selfless. When I look at the kids here and reconcile that with the fact that she'd been one of them, I know that all any kid needs is a chance and a system that works for their benefit. It was nothing. They wanted to upgrade their computers and software, so I got a friend at HP to hook it up. Liz scoffs. He's being modest. He wrote a check so that we could buy the house from the landlord we've been renting from. Cal's jaw drops. I groan inwardly. I could have done without her knowing. It's ours, free and clear, and having that monthly expense gone means we can add another location, serve more children. Bless you, Remington. And you, Cal, for bringing him to us. You're welcome, we say in unison, and I slip an arm around her shoulder. That also happens a lot. We are so in sync. Have been since that night in my father's library. She's so easy to talk to, so open, honest, and her mind is so expansive. And she is fucking impressive. We bid Liz goodnight and walk out into the humid but pleasantly fragrant evening and start the walk to my car. You hungry? Let's head down to Twist and get something to eat. I could eat, and I love that place.
But first, I want us to find a place where I can thank you for doing what you did.
She leans against my car and smiles up at me. I reach up to brush at the thick lock of curls that's fallen on her forehead off her face. It's a special place. When I wrote that check, I was a little ashamed. My car costs more than what I gave them. I can't wait until I can do more. I murmur while my fingers trace the line of her cheekbone and down to her jaw to tap on her chin.
Me too. I can only give my time, but if I could do anything, it would be to take care of Carlos, make sure that even if he's never adopted, he always has a home.
I stare at her and mark this moment as one I won't forget. This is when my feelings for her turned from mere attraction, respect, admiration, and desire to something more. 10. Everything. Remy.
I don't like that girl.
My mother issues her indictment from the table where she's reading her newspaper.
That's shocking.
I return dryly without turning around. I can't take my eyes off the vision walking toward me. She's wearing a dress. It's bright yellow with thin straps that are both sliding off her bronze shoulders as she strolls up our drive and toward the front of the house. The breeze picks up the dark cloud of curly hair, and it bounces and sways with each step she takes. Her face is half covered with huge sunglasses, so I can't see her eyes, but I know they're sparkling because she's wearing a smile that outshines everything around her. I've made a total fool of myself for her this summer, taking her flowers, waiting for her outside work, buying her bags of that cinnamon candy she loves. I even painted her toes last week. I've loved every second of it. Even the uncertainty of what we'll do when I leave for school hasn't been able to put a damper on us. My mother's constant complaining about me seeing Cal hasn't done it either. For once in my life, I don't care if she's happy with my choices. I love talking to someone who doesn't think it's crazy that I want more than fame and fortune. She's a quiet storm that rolled into my life just when I needed her, and instead of bringing destruction, she watered seeds that had been dormant inside me for a long time. Now, my convictions about my own life are taking root, right alongside my feelings for her.
Remy, I'm talking to you.
My mother's sharp reprimand brings me back down to earth. I turn to face her.
What did you say?
She huffs in disappointment and closes her paper.
You've got a semester and season ahead of you that are going to be very jealous mistresses of your time. The last thing you need is to be trying to maintain a relationship with her. And don't forget sweet Joni. She won't wait forever. I'm just grateful she can see this dalliance for what it is.
It's not a dalliance, I say firmly. She raises an eyebrow before she frowns.
It can't be anything else, Remy. Finish sowing your wild oats and make sure you're discreet about it. She's nothing like Joni or anyone I'd approve of.
Nothing like Joni, I say, and move to the door and watch her stop to talk to old Mumford, the gardener. I want to tell my mother how sweet Joni's been offering her pussy to me for 2 years and see that knowing look on her face disintegrate, but she's easier to manage when she thinks she's right. This issue with Joni and I, however, is a non-starter because we're a non-starter. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in dating someone just because it would be good for my family. Cal throws her head back and laughs at something Mumford says, and I watch the nearly 70-year-old man pull his cap off and hold it to his chest like he's pledging his love. She waves at him and continues down the long drive toward me. No, she's nothing like Joni or anyone else I've met. She's got a wildness in her that's contagious. Her imagination is full of magic that's more than a cheap trick of the eye, and she's got a beauty so distinctive that I know I could travel the whole world and not find anyone who reminds me of her. I think about my grandfather's warning, and I know he was right. She's a siren whose call is pitched perfectly for me. Her face is coming into focus, and I find myself eager as a puppy to get outside and get even closer.
Remy, I mean it. Remember your goals. Don't get sidetracked.
My goals or yours? I mutter under my breath.
Don't be cute.
Her voice is cutting and sharp, and she stands up from the table as if looking up at me while she scolds me takes some of the sting out of it. In truth, there's no sting in it at all anymore. Any compliance from me is for my sake, not hers. I just let her think she can still intimidate me as a sort of indulgence.
Be careful. Don't go catching feelings.
She calls after me as I open the door and step out onto the porch. Too late.
I'll see you later,
I call as I walk out the door. I cross the driveway to close the distance between us. The small brown paper-wrapped parcel is tucked into the back of my jeans. I want my hands free so I can touch her.
Hey, what's up?
I ask as soon as we're close enough to touch. I have to restrain myself. I want to slide my fingers through her hair and kiss the soft pink center of her lips. I settle for just gazing down at her beautiful face. I frown at her.
You're not supposed to frown when you see me.
Her lips pucker in disapproval. I lift her sunglasses off her nose. No, not frowning at you. I just wanted to see your eyes. She smiles and bats her eyelashes in that way she does whenever I pay her a compliment. Her eyes are my favorite thing about her. At first glance, they're a deep, dark brown, but when the sunlight catches them, they glow an amber that I swear would rival the actual gemstone. I can't resist placing a kiss right at the turned-up edge of her left one. I know my mother's watching from the window, and I don't want to give her a show or ammunition. Cal, knowing nothing of my mother's hard-eyed stare, lifts up on her toes, and I feel that tingling start. Every time her lips are in proximity to mine, they wake the fuck up. She never wears any lipstick or even chapstick. Her lips are always naked, and they're smooth and full and so fucking beautiful they're practically begging to be kissed. And I can't deny my lady anything. I lean down and take a taste of her bare naked lips. They're the essence of her, soft, strong, and they need absolutely zero enhancement to make them stand out. I start to pull away. Remy. She cups my neck and holds me in place and deepens the kiss. I could do this forever, but I can feel my mother's eyes burning into my back. I break the kiss. Your lips are the sweetest things I've ever tasted. I plan on kissing them as much as you'll let me until I leave for school. So why are you stopping now? She pouts and pulls me back. I pull away again. My mother is inside watching everything we do from that window. I jerk my thumb over my shoulder. She is? She stands on her tiptoes and peers in the direction I'm pointing. Yes. She knows we're dating, right? Yeah, but... I trail off and hate that this is even a conversation. She doesn't like me much, she says. I feel like shit that she knows my mother's not a fan. It's so bitchy and childish of her, and I'm embarrassed that she's acting this way. Ignore her. She's just miserable. She doesn't seem miserable to me, just kinda mean. She's mean too. Come on, let's go. I pull her toward the side of the house. Go where? We're not going over there today. I sling an arm over her shoulder and lead her away from the little gazebo on the other side of our property where we usually sit in the evenings. She slips an arm around my waist before I can stop her.
"What's this?"
she asks, tugging the little package out of my pants and pulling it up and holding it in her hands. "Oh, just a little something I got you." I smile down at her. I feel pleased as a motherfucker that she's smiling like that and hasn't even opened it. I snatch it back from her and tuck it under my arm. "I want to give it to you, later."
"Why later? What's wrong with now?"
She ducks her head around me and reaches for it. I move it out of her grasp.
"Nothing. It's just that I have plans for us." "Plans? Like what?"
She stops and crosses her arms over her chest. The yellow cotton of her dress stretches tight over her very ample tits, and my mouth waters. "It's a surprise," I say, and walk us around the side of the house to where my grandfather's truck is parked. Tonight, the huge flatbed has got a small mattress rolled up in it and a stack of blankets along with some torches and bottles of water.
"You're full of surprises,"
she says happily as she surveys the stash when I drop the door of the pickup gate. "You're the best surprise I've had all year, Cal. I know it's just been a couple of months, but it's been fucking amazing." She slides those eyes at me, and the sun hits them just right when she does. They turn into that translucent coppery color that mesmerizes me. She slips her hand into mine and squeezes it.
"It has been amazing. I don't know what happens next, but I'm thinking maybe this story of ours has a happy ending."
If it's not happy, it's not the end. I chuck her under the chin and stroke the soft, supple skin right below her lip with my thumb. Now, let me turn that think into a no. I tug her around to the passenger side and open the door and give a short bow. "Your carriage." She starts to climb in, and I grasp her hand and squeeze her fingers until she looks back at me. As soon as those luminous brown eyes meet mine, I forget what I was going to say.
"You okay?"
she asks in that soft voice of hers, and a familiar stirring starts in my fucking pants. I don't ignore it this time. I've got plans for it, and soon. "Yeah, I'm good. Just wanted to get one more look at the prettiest girl I ever saw." She tucks a lock of hair behind her ear and bites her bottom lip as a smile breaks, and I swear it feels like the sun is rising in them when her eyes join her lips in the act this time.
"You're the prettiest boy I ever saw."
She leans forward and presses a kiss to my cheek. Her lips are wet and soft and cool against my cheek. I cup the back of her neck and hold her there. Her breath hitches, and when I pull away so I can see her face, her eyes are closed. I lean back in and put my mouth to her ear. "I'm not fucking pretty." She throws her head back and laughs in delight.
"I know, you're a badass motherfucker too, Remy, but you're a pretty one too. Accept it."
She winks and steps up into the truck. When I climb in, I open my palm on the seat between us, and she lays her hand on top of it. I run my fingers up her palm before I link them with hers. I press it to my lips for a kiss, and as we drive off toward the lookout I found, I know this will be a night I'll never forget.
11. Firsts. Cal. After dinner, he drove us out of the city to this park in Rosenberg where the lack of streetlights makes it possible to see the stars. "You remembered," I whisper. My heart is so full it could burst. "Yeah, I did. You wait until the sun finishes setting. It's beautiful here," he says, and wraps an arm around me to pull me close. It is beautiful here. The truck is running, and Your Body is a Wonderland by John Mayer is playing on repeat. If I'm honest, I've never loved Houston. Rivers Wilde and all its quaint suburban perfection is the first place I've lived that I could imagine myself staying. Before we moved there, I couldn't wait until I was old enough to go live somewhere glamorous, maybe Paris. Wherever it is, I need to be able to see the stars. Thank you so much. This is perfect. I have one more thing. He sits up and reaches behind him to pull out the brown paper-wrapped package I'd seen him slide into the truck with us. You've spoiled me so much. I nod at the bouquet of flowers laying by my side. Those are nothing. He nods at me to open the package. I sit up and unwrap it, taking my time not to tear the paper. I plan on keeping it. Oh. My breath catches in my throat, and I run unsteady fingers over the dust cover of the book, where the sidewalk ends. It's signed by the author, he says, and I press it to my chest as if I can hold back the bursting dam of happiness inside of me. If I couldn't hear the music and feel the breeze and see the stars, I might think I was dreaming. Oh, I'll treasure it. Thank you so much. You're so welcome. And then he gives me the best present of all. The flowers were beautiful. The book is beyond precious. But nothing compares to Remy's smile. It lights up his entire face. The star of the show. Wide, full, dimpled, and sincere. It steals my breath. And he had the most perfect teeth I'd ever seen on a guy. I'm so smitten. This summer we've spent together has been full of firsts. He's the first boy to hold my hand, the first boy to give me a present just to see me smile. He's the first boy to hold a door open for me. He was the first boy to kiss me like my kisses were the only thing keeping him alive. And tonight, I'll ask him to be my first lover, if he'll have me. I've stopped holding him at arm's length, but he's never tried to take us further than making out. I suspect it's because his whole life is about to take off in a way that doesn't include me. The thought causes an ache in the middle of my chest, but I push it away. Not tonight, on the most perfect day, with my dream man lying next to me under the sky that reminds me of his eyes. I'm going to give him my virginity. He may go away and never think about me again, but I know he'll give me a first time worth remembering. Someone who looks at me like I hung the moon, who makes me laugh, who helps me believe that all of my secret dreams are actually possible. I'll never forget him. I sigh into his shirt and tip my head up to look at him. His eyes are flooded with the last light from the sun that's dropped from its high perch in the sky. It's going to start to set soon. I want to lie out here with him all night and see the sun rise again. I want today to never end, I say wistfully. His smile spreads and the fingers that have been twirling in my hair move to my cheeks and start to write a word, letter by letter, on it. It's been a pretty perfect day, he says as he strokes out a M on my cheek. I giggle at the tickle and squirm against his side, but as soon as my thighs brush his, my giggle dies and my squirm becomes more languorous. His body feels so good. What are you writing? Did you catch the first letter? He asks instead of answering me. M, I confirm with a nod. Good. Spell along. I-N-E. I repeat each letter as he paints them onto my skin. Mine? I want you to be, he says. Me too, I admit, and then push back the sadness I told myself I wouldn't acknowledge until after he was gone. I know summer's going to end and you're going to leave, but maybe we can pretend. I want to do more than pretend, Cal. My heart thumps in my chest at the serious expression in his eyes and at the heat behind it. I nod. Okay, I say, and when he starts to lower his head to kiss me, I raise my face to meet him halfway. When our lips touch, a moan passes my lips right before his tongue sweeps inside my mouth. I'll never get used to how delicious he is. His tongue swipes against mine, and I taste the apples we ate after dinner. I grasp his face in my hands and hold on for dear life while I let his kiss brand me. He peppers kisses on my face, on the lids of my eyes, down the bridge of my nose, and then his hands slide under the straps of my dress and he yanks it down. Damn, Cal. He groans when he finds me bare underneath it. He rubs the firm but soft pad of his thumbs over my nipples while he kisses me again. In a few seconds, they're as hard as thumbtacks, and I'm coming out of my skin. Please, kiss them, I pant. I've never asked a boy to do anything to me, but I've never known a boy like Remy. And since he showed me how good everything can feel, my body is so hungry I can't take it. The urgency of the night drives our hands and mouths to seek, touch, taste. I spent most of my summer pining for him, and I could kick myself for keeping my distance, because what wouldn't I give to have had that first month full of touches like this? His breathing is ragged, and his chest heaves against mine when he breaks the kiss and flips us over on the pile of blankets he's laid in the truck's bed. He's been treating me like this since I met him. I don't even know how I'll go back to my everyday life after this. I push these thoughts away and focus on the way his heart is thundering against mine. And just when I think I'll die wanting his touch, he gives me what I want. His first touch is a reverent swipe of his tongue on the edge of my breasts, and I writhe, grasp his head, and try to pull him to my already pulsing nipple. He chuckles. Easy, beautiful. We have all night. I want this to be good for you, he says, and then brushes his lips over the throbbing peak of my breast. Then do something, I pant. His laugh blows hot breath on my feverish skin, and I whimper when his tongue's raspy texture runs over me. He closes his mouth over my nipple. Remy, yes. Oh my, I cry as a storm starts to build fast inside me. He sucks hard as his hands drift down my abdomen, and he cups my pussy through my dress, but it does nothing to lessen the heat radiating from his hand. I want to taste you, Cal. He's out of breath and his chest heaves, and he grinds the heel of his hand right where I need him to. I reach between us and pull the skirt of my dress all the way up to my waist. He slips a hand inside my panties, and his fingers slip into the slickness that's been spreading between my thighs since we got into his truck and drove out to this little lookout. Yeah, shit, your clit is so hard. He rubs, strokes, and presses the little nub with his thumb. Little shocks of what I think might be pleasure, but what feels like something much more than that spark all over my body. I grind my hips into his hand, and when he slips a finger inside of me, I arch off the mattress. He kisses his way down my body, and then his mouth is where his hand is, and the wet of his tongue as he runs it up the seam of my pussy's lips is the strangest sensation. Don't ever shave this, he mutters as he nuzzles the tuft of dark hair that covers me. "Don't ever stop doing that, and I'll do whatever you say." He laughs again and then spreads my thighs. I close my eyes and drop my head back onto our little bed. He presses a kiss to my inner thigh and kisses his way up until I forget we're out in the open. I forget that he's leaving soon, and I try to focus on his mouth, but I can't. "Remy, are you sure you like it?" I breathe when his tongue probes me. He pulls away abruptly, and I look down to find his eyes intent on my face. His lips are slick with my wetness and split in a wicked grin. "I love it. Do you not?" "I do," I say hastily. "So much. It's just, I don't know. Does it taste okay?" I'm grateful for all this melanin and the way it hides my blushes because my face is aflame with embarrassment. But I have to know. You taste great. He hums against me before he puts his mouth back on me. I lie there, and it's so quiet. I can only hear the harshness of my breaths as I clutch the mattress in search of purchase, as Remy's mouth gives my body a lesson in pure pleasure. Nothing could have prepared me for the feel of his tongue pushing into my body, for the feel of his lips sucking my clit the same way he sucks my nipples. I've made myself come before, but when Remy slips one finger inside of me and pulls me into his mouth on a long, languid suck, I break apart in a way I know will leave me changed. My entire world flips, and I cry out his name and call for him to save me all at the same time. I can't tell the difference between the spangle of stars across the now dark sky and the ones I see when I close my eyes. He pulls himself up so that he's on top of me. He presses his forehead to mine and catches his breath with his fingers fisted in my hair. "Did you like that?" he pants, and I can smell myself on his breath. "So much. Yes," I nod. He pulls the skirt of my dress down and pulls my top up, and I stiffen. "Aren't we going to... I thought we were going to..." He stops fixing my dress and rolls off me. "No, I didn't think we were. You're a virgin, right?" he asks. "Yeah, I am." He cups my cheeks and kisses me. "I wasn't going to ask you for that when I know I can't be here or give you anything more right now. But it's what I want. I have to lose it sometime, and I want it to be with you. Even if we never see each other again, I would want it to be you." "Don't say that. We'll see each other again. And if you're sure, Cal, I want you to." "But," I ask when he doesn't go on and looks uncertain. I'm big," he says quickly. "Like, what do you mean? You mean like your dick?" I ask. "Yeah." He nods seriously. "I've seen it, remember?" "No, you haven't. Really. Let me show you. Not to scare you, but so you'll know why I'm going slow, okay?" I grin excitedly. He gets on his knees, unfastens his jeans, and pulls them and his boxers down in one swift tug. His cock springs out, bounces off his flat-cut stomach, and then points at me like a thick spear. My eyes nearly pop out of my head. "Wow!" He fists himself and gives it a pull. "Yeah, that's what they say. That and, oh my God." I laugh. Lord save us all from your huge ego. Kinda hard to be humble with this cock, but I try, he jokes. I find myself unable to take my eyes from it. I don't know why, but my mouth is watering. Can I taste you too? I ask him. He looks startled and then pleased. He nods. Yeah, but only take as much as you can. I don't want you gagging. I want to gag, I say, and think about how seeing women do that in porn turns me on. Walk before you run. If it's too much, let me know by using your teeth, just not hard, he instructs as I get up on my knees and try to wrap my fist around the thick root. I'm so surprised by how velvety and warm the skin around it is that I gasp. You okay? You don't have to. In response, I press my lips to the dark, broad head of his dick and he groans. I slide my tongue across it and have my first taste of him. It's heady. He cups the back of my head and I open my mouth so he slips inside of it. The slide of his soft, warm skin against my tongue makes me moan. Fuck. Okay, just a second to get it wet, he grunts. His hips start to thrust a little, his hands clenching in my hair, and I feel powerful. I try my best to mimic the girls I've seen do this. I take as much of him in my mouth as I can, hollow my cheeks, and suck. He holds me in place while he fucks my face. 2, 3, 4 thrusts, and then he pulls out. I'm not going to last long. I want to make this good for you. He reaches into the pocket of his jeans and pulls out a condom. Always prepared, he quips as he tears it open and rolls it on his now huge, dark, hard as steel pole dick. I gulp down and look at myself. I feel a pang of worry that he won't fit. Don't worry, baby. I'll take my time. Take off your dress and lie back, he says, like he can read my mind. I do as he says and lie down naked, and instead of feeling vulnerable, I feel blanketed, protected by the diamond-studded night sky. I can't take my eyes off it. Thank you for this. He parts my thighs and settles his hips in the cradle of them and hovers over me. His beautiful, sculpted face shadowed by the night, and yet, in my mind's eye, I can see him so clearly. His eyes shine with promises of a happy ending I'm starting to believe in again. Thank you, I whisper, and snake my arm around his strong neck and reach up to kiss him. His hand slips between us, and his eyelashes flutter when he feels the wetness of my pussy. Oh, Cal, you're so ready. He moves his hand and lines his dick up with my opening. My heart rate jumps at the same time as my lungs constrict. He rests on one elbow and grabs my hip with his other hand and nudges forward. At first, all I feel is pressure. His eyes stay on me, and even when mine fall closed, I know he's looking at me. He nudges forward again, and the pressure turns into a sharp pain, and my eyes fly open. It hurts, I gasp. I know, baby. Here, I can help. He slips a finger between us and rubs my clit. He pushes forward again, but this time his thrusts are tiny. He kisses me, and my mouth opens under his, and just as his tongue slides inside, he thrusts hard and seats himself to the hilt. My back arches off the mattress in pain, and the most provocative fullness I've ever known pulls a moan from my core that pours out of me in a long, keening sound. "Yes, let me show you," he says softly, and then he starts moving. He holds me tight, his face pressed into my neck, his lips moving as he tells me how good I feel, how he wants to stay inside of me. I pray that I can remember every detail. I run my hands down his back and whisper in his ear, "This is the best night of my life." "Mine, too." He presses a kiss to my neck. "Open your eyes and look at the stars. They're shining for you. And every time you look at them from now on, you'll think of me, won't you?" "Yes." And at his words, what is just the joining of skin and bone turns into something so much more. I'm falling in love with him. I want him to fall in love with me, too. His hips jerk suddenly and he pulls off me. "I'm coming. Watch my face. See how amazing you make me feel." He grips my hips and drives into me. I watch his magnificent body, the shifting, flexing muscles in his chest, the bulge in his biceps, and all of that beautiful skin as he moves above me. Fuck. He groans and moans and throws his head back and groans long and loud at the sky. Seeing his strong neck thrown back and vulnerable makes me feel like the queen of the world. And when my titan collapses onto me, I hold him close and savor feeling safer than I've ever imagined. Even if we never have more than this, tonight was more than I've dreamed of. I'll never forget it.
Remy. The ride home is short. Every light we approach turns green. Traffic is nearly non-existent. It's like fate is rushing us apart. I wish I could cancel this weekend. I just hope it goes by quickly and that we can figure out what's next. I want to be with her beyond this summer. The timing is fucking inconvenient, and if I'm honest, so is she. She's still in fucking high school. My mother hates her, and soon we'll live in different cities. The odds are not in our favor, but I've never been more determined to defy the odds. I never want this connection to end. It feels really good to be so understood. She feels really good in general. When we pull up to the bookstore, I turn the car off and we both sit there. "So you're missing the big party this weekend?" She asks quietly. "Yeah, it's not a big deal. We have it every year." "Well, we weren't invited. Not surprised." She shrugs like she really doesn't care, but I hate that they weren't included in our annual gala. "I'm sorry. I wish I had some control over the guest list." "No, it's okay. I don't care, but my mom does." "Tell her she's not missing much anyway. It's kind of a drag." I cup her cheek and she turns her face so that it rests in my palm. I lean in and press a kiss to her lips, and she throws her arms around my neck and kisses me back. Her lips are salty and her mouth is sweet. I slide my tongue against hers and pull her into my lap. Her hips start bucking, and I rock upward so she can feel what she's searching for. I hiss when my dick presses against the heat of her. "I'll miss you." She presses her forehead to mine, and we pant into each other's mouths. I squeeze her ass and grind my cock into her and nuzzle my way through her hair to get to her ear. "I'll miss you too. I'll be back on Monday." "I know. she whispers in a tight, painful voice. I want to make you come again before I go, I whisper.
I want to make you come too,
she rasps back. She scoots back so her back is pressed against the steering wheel. She peers out of the window. The main street of Rivers Wilde is dark and deserted. It's after 10 p.m., and this part of the square closes up around 7. I look up at the bookstore, and all of the lights are off. And even if they weren't, with no sun, the tint on the windows is impenetrable. The dim overhead lights of my car make it bright enough that I can see her. Make me come another day. I want to focus on you. I grasp either side of her waist and pull her to me. I lean up and kiss her. Her soft lips part under mine, and I taste her before I let her go so I can focus on what I'm dying to do. Pull down your dress. I want to suck your nipples, I say, and then push up her skirt so I can slide my hands under the elastic of her panties. My fingers glide through the soft thatch of hair that I dream about nuzzling my nose against and into her wet heat. I skim past her clit and her head falls back. The long, smooth column of her throat is exposed, and I press my lips to it. I slip a finger into her, and my thumb rests on her clit. She crosses her hands in front of her and tugs the bottom of her dress and begins to pull it over her head. She's bare before me, and I don't wait for her to finish taking it off before I pull one of her dark honeyed nipples into my mouth. She cries out, her hands dive into my hair, and she rolls her hips and sets a rhythm for us. I thrust my finger into her and circle her diamond-hard clit while I make a meal of her breasts, and in minutes her pussy clamps down on my finger and shakes over me. I lean back and watch her. Her eyes closed, her head thrown back so that her hair spills all over the steering wheel. Her kiss-swollen lips form my name, even though she doesn't make a sound. Uninhibited, beautiful, complicated, damaged, and all fucking mine. I told myself I was going to make her believe in happily ever after again, and I meant it. Once this shit weekend was over, I'm going to tell her that I'm in love with her. Then I'll find a way to convince her that when it is time, she should join me in D.C.
12. Party. Cal. Surprise! We're going to a party. My mother sails into my bedroom and throws what looks like a dozen garment bags on my bed. What? You hate parties. I sit up slowly, push my hair out of my eyes, and frown at her. Have you been just lying there like that all day? She frowns at the rat's nest that's masquerading as my hair. She looks at my shorts like they gave her the finger. You need to throw those away. I frown down at them. Why? I love them. I run a reverent finger along the frayed edges of my shorts. When my fingers brush my thighs, I close my eyes and remember Remy's fingers skimming the same spot the night before. What if you dropped dead in that, and that's how you were taken away? She says dramatically. She flings my closet open and starts rummaging. Well, then the people at the morgue would know that I always saw the potential in things, even in a pair of jeans whose knees had finally given up the ghost. They were headed for the trash, and I wrote them a happy ending, I say with a smirk. Not everything gets one of those, Cal, she says over her shoulder as she shoves things around. Not even her dismissal can diminish my dreams. Maybe not everyone gets theirs, but at least I got to touch the outer ring of the constellation orbiting mine this summer. I hop off the bed and wince when my sore thighs protest. I can still feel him there with every step I take toward the closet. I love it. She's opening random shoe boxes and muttering under her breath. What are you looking for? Shoes. I got you dresses, but I didn't even know your shoe size, and since you didn't answer the phone when I called you from the mall, I decided to take a chance on your closet. I didn't hear the phone. because I've spent the day with headphones on, listening to John Mayer and replaying every minute of last night with Remy over and over again. You've been in La La Land since you came floating in last night. I hope I didn't let you have too much— Aha! She pulls out a pair of strappy sandals that she gave me last year. They were hers. I haven't worn them because I've never had an occasion to. The 4-inch pencil-thin heel might as well be a broken ankles guaranteed sign. But more than that, I thought of them as a bad luck omen. The last time she'd worn them had been to the party at the Wilde's estate, the night that our lives started to careen downhill like a car whose brake wires had been cut. I'm not wearing those, I say and shake my head. Why not? She looks at me with a dejected pout, her eyes wide with reproach. They're beautiful. The crystals are going to be so pretty when they catch the light. She waves them in the air to demonstrate. And wait till you see the dresses I bought you. You're going to look like a princess. Where in the world are we going? I eye the offending shoes with skepticism. The River's Wilde Gala. Our invitation arrived this morning. She clutches the shoes to her chest and gets a starry-eyed look about her. It's kind of last minute, don't you think? I yawn and walk back to my bed. I'd rather stay home and read. I'm sure with us just getting here and the shop being unoccupied, they didn't remember until the last minute to invite us. She says it even though I know she doesn't believe that for a second. Right, because somehow they totally forgot we were here. I'm not convinced. I think it'll be nice, with you and Remy dating. If you show up and make nice with his family. It's too bad he's with his grandfather on that trip. But if he wasn't, he might not be there. He said it's kind of a drag. Well, he's going to miss seeing you dressed like the princess you are. She walks over to my bed and sits down beside me. She lays the shoes down gingerly on the bed between us and grabs my hand and turns to face me. I do the same. Our gazes lock, and in hers, I see hope. She wants so badly for things to be different. She wants this community to be our home, the place where we belong. I do too. I know I fucked up the first 14 years of your life. I was a hot mess of a mother. She presses our joined hands to my chest and holds them there. But there's nothing about my life that has to define yours. You've got everything I didn't. You're making the right choices, you've got a healthy fear of trouble, and you're a heck of a lot smarter than I was. You're smart. My first instinct will always be to defend her. She smiles sadly and her eyes roam my face. When you were born, I was so young, so scared and very alone. Every adult in my life had encouraged me to consider putting you up for adoption. Really? I ask, but I'm not surprised. I heard my grandmother say things like that all of the time before she died. Yeah, I was 16, single. Your father, well, it doesn't matter. She closes her eyes momentarily, the way she always does when she mentions my father. I didn't listen. I knew you were going to be the thing that saved me. You were born at sunrise, and I swear, Cal, a beam came right in the window and kissed your lips. You opened your little mouth like you were trying to swallow it. Remember that you are nobody's victim. You've already survived a lot, including having a shitty mother. You're not. I was. I've been scared straight. But if I had been smart, I would have looked at you and seen a future. Instead, I was looking over my shoulder at a past I couldn't change and making a mess of both our lives in the process. Her eyes well with tears and her lips pressed together. It wasn't that bad, but I don't miss the way we lived. I like having a stable place that's ours. She gives me a sad smile. I'll make sure we never live that way again. I didn't grow up with someone who loved me more than they loved anything else, but I hope that no matter how misguided my decisions were, you know that I love you more than anything else. I know, I whisper. You're going to make it. Her brows knit together in a fierce scowl that makes me smile. Keep telling me that with that look on your face. I'll believe it. Thank you for bringing me here. It feels like a real second chance. And I know it's only been a month, but Remy's special. He gets me. He never judges me, and I'm falling for him. I sighed dreamily at the ceiling. He's a good kid. And tonight, you'll get to dazzle his family the way you've dazzled him. She taps my nose with our still joined fist and smiles brightly. Come on, we've got to do something with that hair. Let's get you ready for your coming out, sweetie. Tonight, we make our triumphant return to Wilde House as guests. My stomach gives an odd turn. I grab her arm and pull her back to the bed. I don't want that. Let's just go and do whatever most people do at a ball and leave out the same door we came in. That would make it feel like a success. Oh, baby. It's going to be incredible. Maybe you'll meet some of the young people you'll be going to school with in the fall, just in time for senior year. She shimmies her shoulders excitedly. I smile and don't tell her I've met plenty of them at Sweet and Low's and that I wouldn't mind if I never saw half of them again. Okay, so, show me those dresses. I point at the bags at the foot of my bed, and her smile gets about 100 watts brighter. Thought you'd never ask. Have you ever seen anything more enchanting? My mother grabs my elbow and leans into me to whisper in my ear. I've forgotten how beautiful this house is. It is. I realize I haven't seen the inside of Remy's house since that night either, and then I barely saw any of it. I guess I'm not really seeing it now either, though. It's decorated within an inch of its life. It's an enchanted garden come to life. Walls of flowers divide the rooms into sections, each one color-themed with its own bar and seating area. The huge room is lit by thousands of white fairy lights that are woven into the huge swaths of fabric that form a canopy over the dance floor. The party's in full swing. A live band complete with 3 dancers belts out Prince's Kiss, and the revelers are dancing and blowing kisses in time with the music. It has the feel of something out of a fairy tale, but I can't shake the feeling that something sinister is lurking in the darkened corners. Maybe it's just PTSD from the last time I was in this house. Whatever it is, it makes my stomach feel like it's home to a flock of agitated birds. Come on, let's go find the food, she whispers and starts to lead us around the edge of the dance floor. I try to shake the feeling of foreboding as I tug us to the left, so we cut right through the mass of revelers. I feel safer lost in the crowd somehow. Why didn't we just go around? She asks when we come out on the other side. I shake my hips and wink. Because I love that song? Seemed like a waste of a dance to walk around. I lie. To be young. My feet are killing me now. Oh, mine too. These shoes are ridiculous. I wiggle my toes. In these strappy sandaled death traps, there was nothing to protect my toes from being trod on a few times as we walked through the crowd of dancers. Thank God those shoes are pretty enough to be worth the pain. They are, aren't they? I preen and lift the skirt of the pale yellow ball gown before I drop into a curtsy. I do feel like a princess, I admit. You look like one. Thank you so much for this. It's nice to mingle and feel like part of the community. I'm just glad we could have tonight. She squeezes my hand. Hello, ladies. A deep voice rumbles behind us, and we spin around at the same time and both smile when we see David Lister smiling down at us. Hello, Lister. My mother leans in to press a kiss to his weathered cheek. Her voice is stiff, and she wraps an arm through mine and pulls me close to her. You're the prettiest ladies here. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. His gray, bushy eyebrows draw together in his trademark scowl, which is, in fact, his smile. He's been so nice to us. He's the only person in Rivers Wilde who really has been. Given their acrimonious past, it's ironic that we own the bookstore that had been his wife's. She would never tell me what the spat was about. Whatever it was, they've both clearly gotten over it. He comes by the bookstore some afternoons and strolls the aisles and tells me stories about the time his wife spent there. Business has picked up, thanks to our themed nights and promotional events. We're having our first author signing there in a couple of weeks, and we started a used section where we buy back and then resell books that have been lovingly used by previous owners. I've got to mingle, but I'll see you both later. He gives her hand a squeeze and pats my shoulder as he moves on. I want to grab his hand and ask him to stay. There's something about his presence by our side that's comforting. I watch him walk away and try to calm my nerves. Everything is fine. Oh, this is so nice. Look at all the people. She points at the dance floor where Sweet, very heavily pregnant, and her husband Lotana are cutting a rug and laughing out loud the whole time. She's a bit of a hard ass, but who runs a successful business without being that? I happen to know that at the center is also plenty of soft, and she's let that soft be my cushion more times than I can count. Rivers Wilde is a special place. I look around at the sea of happy, friendly faces and think that maybe, after I'm done seeing the world, that this could be home. Ah, Morgan, Kalila, welcome. We're so glad you could come. A voice dripping with false warmth says from in front of us. Tina, hello. My mother croons, drops her hold on me and grabs Mrs. Wilde's hand. Thank you so much for asking us. She pumps their joined hands excitedly, and Mrs. Wilde pulls hers out of the embrace and smiles coldly. I feel that cold down to my bones. I step away from them. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Oh, we are. The flower walls are amazing. My mother gushes, and I squirm. Kalila, you look lovely, she says. Her eyes flit over my dress, and she gives me a stiff smile. I wonder if you wouldn't mind excusing your mother and me for a few minutes. I just have a few things to discuss with her, she says, as if she doesn't really give a shit whether I mind or not. My mother's grin falters, and she looks like she's not sure if she should be excited or scared. You want to talk? To me? Tonight? She stammers. Only for a moment. Kalila, the young people are in the smaller ballroom. We've set up a small casino for you all, and the band's in there playing music that's a little more contemporary. I'll send Morgan to find you when we're done. I don't like the look in her eyes, and suddenly I'm thinking I'd just like to go home. Cal, go on. Us ladies are just gonna have a quick gab, and then I'll be back. Okay, I say, and watch as Mrs. Wilde links arms with my mom and leads her out of the room into the large foyer of the house. 13. Midnight. Cal. Kalila, you're still here? 15 minutes after she and my mother disappeared, Mrs. Wilde is back. And she's alone. I thought you were going to find the young people. Her cool, silky words coil around me, and my breathing constricts. She's up to something. Where's my mother? I watch the door for a glimpse of her dark head. She'll be along in a minute. I think she's using the powder room. She waves in the general direction of the hallway. The unease in my stomach intensifies, and I start to walk away. I'll go find her. My goodness, you two are attached at the hip. She purrs as she gives me a once-over. You do look lovely tonight. I see why he likes you. Her cold appraisal makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I'm going to look for my mother. I start to back away. She grabs my arm. Come, let me show you to the young people's room. Let your mother enjoy a night with her colleagues and neighbors. She steers me into a long corridor and then up the stairs. She takes her hand off my back, but her presence behind me is heavy and menacing. We reach the top of the stairs and stand at the mouth of a long, wide corridor. The light gray walls are bare, save for a huge painting of a woman caught in the middle of a sweeping leap on the wall. Her body is wrapped in a white cloth, her arms are raised over her head, and her eyes are closed in an expression of bliss. It's arresting, and as I stare at it, I realize the beauty captured in the painting is none other than Tina Wilde. Oh, wow. Is that you? I ask in wonder. I turn around to find her watching me, much the way I'd been staring at her painting. Yes, I used to be a dancer, and my late husband had it commissioned before he died. Do you like it? She asks conversationally. Very much. You were so beautiful. I mean, you still are, but this could be in a museum somewhere. Thank you. It feels like a lifetime ago, she says absently. I've always wished I could paint, capture things like this. Never had the chance to take lessons. Maybe one day, she says in a non-committal way before her smile brightens. Anyway, just go to the end of the hall. It's the last door on the left. Have fun. She stands there, waiting for me to go. I glance down the hall, and I gather my courage. What are you waiting for? All of your friends are there. Okay, thanks. I mumble to myself and start down the hall. I rub my bare arms as I walk. It's cool in the house, but these goosebumps and the pangs of dread in my gut, I just can't shake. I walk down the corridor and see all of the family pictures I didn't see downstairs. There are pictures of Remy with his siblings from when he was a toddler until what looks like a very recent picture. His twin sister looks nothing like him. She's just as striking as he is, with the same hazelnut skin, dark, loosely curled hair, and keen eyes, but their faces are completely different. Tyson and Remy look more like twins than he and Reagan. I keep moving, admiring the pictures, and then I get to the last one before the doors to the bedrooms start. It's their whole family. I gasp at the resemblance he bears to his father. He told me he was Irish. The only difference in their appearance is that Remy's skin is darker and his eyes are not that startling blue. It's like seeing what Remy will look like when he's in his 30s. Then I hear Remy's voice and stop cold. My heart plummets to my toes. I listen again. And I know my ears aren't playing tricks on me. It's coming from behind the door, but I would know that voice anywhere. He's laughing. It's loud and raucous.
Blood rushes in my ears and my eyes fill with tears. My whole body flashes hot and then cold. I wipe the tears that are flowing down my cheeks away and try to find something to hold on to, but I can't, and I lean against the wall across from the door. Remy's voice, mingled with what sounds like dozens of others, taunts me. I turn to look back down the long, brightly lit hallway. Mrs. Wilde is still there, smiling. The horrible truth becomes clear. This is why she invited us. She knows that Remy lied to me. She expects me to open the door and crumble. I look away from her. I won't give her the satisfaction of seeing me broken. I look down at my feet. These shoes are fucking bad luck. My heart throbs like it's caught in a vice. But this is exactly what I expect from life. The only happy endings I've ever known are the imaginary ones I've written. I've always known, deep inside, that the legend I'd been spinning this summer would turn out to be the biggest lie of all. I'm going to confront him. Let him see that I know and that I don't care. With that resolve, I march back to the door. I put my hand on the knob, and suddenly the threshold feels like the cliff edge of my fate. My heart is caving in on itself. My courage fails me. I can't open that door. And I can live my whole life without seeing what's on the other side. Sure, my imagination will run wild, but nothing I'll imagine will be as bad as having the reality burned into my memories. But before I can turn and walk away, the choice is taken from me. The door flies open. Loud music blares out into the hallway, and standing at the door, dressed in a tuxedo, looking as handsome as the devil he is Remington Wilde. The boy who I let be my first. The boy who made me think he was falling in love with me the way I was falling in love with him. I want to punch his fucking lights out for ruining this. He looks like he's going to throw up. Cal. His voice breaks at the end of my name, and I want to cry. I'm leaving, I say stiffly. I'm fighting with everything I have not to give him one more piece of myself. My heart's not ready for this. I have no idea how to handle the waves of pain that are starting to radiate through me. I hold his eyes, the panic in them a weird sort of harness on my own. I start to back away. Cal, no, please, let me explain, he begs, his arms out to grab a hold of me. Then the nail in our coffin appears behind him. Remy, you're the worst date ever. I'm waiting. Joni's words and smile die simultaneously when she sees me standing there. Oh, it's you. She squeezes herself next to Remy in the doorway. They stand there, both looking down at me. If my chest didn't feel like someone was standing on it already, the smug satisfaction on her face hits me like a freight train. I suck in a fortifying breath. I'm leaving, it's okay. Don't leave, please. Remy reaches for me. I lurch away from his outstretched hand. My heel catches in the loops of the edge of the rug in the center of the hall, and I flail for a second before I fall and land with a painful thud on my backside. I glare at my feet and the fucking shoes on them. I start to unstrap them from my ankles. My trembling fingers make the task difficult. Remy crouches in front of me. Leave me the fuck alone, Remy, I hiss. I pull the left shoe off and then start on the strap of the right one. I'll wait for you inside, Joni says quietly, and her hand rests possessively on Remy's shoulder before she disappears. Now I want to throw up. I glare at him, let him see for a moment just how badly he's hurt me. He blinks and swallows hard. Cal, this is not what it looks like. Please, please let me explain. His hands cover mine, and a wave of cold washes over me. I shudder and gasp. Do not touch me. I'm trembling. My heart thunders in my ears. He pulls his hands away immediately. Cal, listen. No. I don't want to know. You lied to me. You didn't have to do that. I hate myself for the sob that ends my sentence. I want to scream and hit him, but I know the minute I do, those men in the suits will be here to carry me out. That's what she wants. I won't give it to her. Not again. Once those cursed shoes are off, I use the wall behind me to pull myself to my feet. The door opens and chatter fills the hallway. I look up in horror. It was bad enough already. But when I look up and see all of them, the creme de la creme of teenagers in Rivers Wilde, I stare out at the sea of mocking, smug faces. God, how I wish those fucking fairy tales were true, and that I could count on a fairy godmother, the click of my heels, or a white knight to come and rescue me. What made me think I would ever fit into their world? I almost laugh when I take in their expertly made-up faces. I've got on a swipe of lip gloss I bought in the 99-cent basket at Walgreens. They're real princesses. Tonight, I was just playing one. I'm leaving, I say stiffly, and then turn on the bare ball of my foot and start walking down the hall. When I hear Remy's hurried footfalls behind me, and I turn around with my arm out in front of me to stop him. The expression in his eyes breaks something inside of me, and I can't hold my tears anymore. They flow freely down my cheeks. Baby, don't cry. I'm so... Please, don't make a scene. I don't want to give people any other reason to talk about me. I try to wipe them away. It doesn't matter what they say. They're not important. Let me talk to you. He steps up to me and tries to hug me. I stiffen in horror and yank my body away. It matters to me. I point at my chest. I wish you'd left for college without me finding out that all of this has been a lie. It wasn't a lie, he says from where he's standing. His expression is pained, and he's clutching his sides like he's got a runner's cramp. It doesn't matter what it was. It's a lie now. No, it's not. Can we just go somewhere and talk? He has the nerve to look frustrated. Are you kidding? I would laugh if I could push it past the lump in my throat. Your mother went to a lot of trouble to set this up. I don't think she's going to sit quietly while you go anywhere with me. I just want to leave the way I came. His eyes fill with a sadness that breaks my heart. I can see he's sorry he hurt me. He hugs me, and this time I let him, because I know I'll miss these hugs. No one in my life has ever hugged me like this. God, it hurts. Please, let me go. I ask as coherently as my hurt will let me. Not like this. He holds me tighter. I squirm now because if I don't get away, he'll have his way. I won't let him make a fool of me again. Let me go.
Or do you want to take what's left of my dignity, too? I say in a scathing tone, just loud enough for him to hear. It does the trick. His shoulders slump a little and he loosens his hold. I'm so sorry. I don't want that. Can I come see you tomorrow, please? He sounds so defeated and so desperate. I hate myself for caring. I need to get away from him. I nod, but only so he'll let me leave. With his assurance that he won't follow me, I turn and walk back into the ballroom. The ground is cold and wet in places, but I'd walk over burning coals before I put those shoes back on. My dress is long enough, so no one who looks at me can tell that I left my shoes and my heart on the floor at Remy's feet. I see my mother from across the room. She's staring blankly at the dance floor. Her arms are wrapped around her waist like she's cold. Can we leave? I ask her as soon as I'm standing next to her. She turns, and her face is pale. She looks like she's seen a ghost. And when she looks at me, it's like she's looking right through me instead. I don't even need to ask to know that Mrs. Wilde has had her way with her as well. She attempts a smile, but her lips don't quite make it. She takes my hand, presses a kiss to the back of it, and says, "Yes, sweetheart, I've had enough. Let's go." This time, when we leave the Wilde house, we walk out of the door we walked in through. This time, I don't look back to see who's watching. This time, it doesn't matter. Cal. Lee, wake up! My eyes pop open at the sound of my mother's hushed voice. She's standing next to my bed, a sad smile on her face. You always were such a light sleeper. That's probably my fault, too. She sits down next to me, her eyes roaming my face as she reaches up to brush a lock of hair off my forehead. Mama, what's wrong? You're everything you shouldn't be, everything I'm not, she says absently. Her face is pale, her eyes red like she's been crying. I've been in my own fog of heartbreak for 2 days. I feel like someone put me through a meat grinder. I haven't left my bed, and I've put my phone in the drawer to keep myself from checking it for a missed call from Remy. I haven't heard from him since that night, and the replay of that night is practically eating me alive. I feel a pang of guilt as I sit up and look at my mother. Something went down with her and Remy's mom, but I've been so caught up in my own upset that I've barely said 2 words to her. What happened? I ask through a huge yawn. We're moving, she says in a monotone voice. That clears the tiny vestiges of sleep from my brain, and I come fully awake. Moving? Where? Back to 3rd Ward? No, to New York City. I got a job. Are you crazy? Why? Alarm rings through me. It's a really good job, and I have family up there. I think we need that. What about the bookstore? What about our fresh start here? This was supposed to be home. She looks like she's in pain. Lister bought it back. He's sorry to see us go, but he gave me a great price for it. You sold the bookstore? In 1 day? How could you do that? I look around my bedroom in bewilderment. Panic and confusion whirl around in my chest. It's a chance to make a clean break. Her eyes dart to my window. But, Remy, Cal, you've been crying over that boy for 2 whole days. Where's he been? He hasn't been by once. He hasn't called, nothing. That says everything, don't you think? Her voice is angry. She sounds defeated. I feel defeated. Remy didn't come by. None of the names on my missed calls or texts when I chanced a glance were from him. She comes to sit beside me in bed and takes a hold of the hands I've been resting in my lap. I can't look at her, though. I think I might cry if I do, and it's the very last thing I want to do right now. It's enough. I need to tell you something. I promised never to tell you, but I think it's time because I want you to understand. My eyes are no longer reluctant and fly up to her face. She's staring distantly and looks like she's seen a ghost. Dread pulls in my gut. Go ahead, Mama. Your father's not dead. He's just never wanted anyone to know you were his, she says flatly, with no emotion. But her words are like a wrecking ball slamming into what's left of my heart. What? I gasp and clutch my throat. I wasn't going to tell you because I'd hoped you'd never have to know, but it's David Lister. Lister? My eyes feel like they're going to pop out of my head. He's old enough to be your father. I picture him with his head of silver hair, his visits to the bookstore. I know. I was young, stupid. He was married and I was his secret. And when I told him I was pregnant, he threw me out like yesterday's trash. Her voice is devoid of anger. There's just so much sadness. Oh my God. I clamp a hand over my mouth and don't say another word. I just made my way forward the best I knew how. I know I messed up, but we didn't need him. I didn't want you to know that your father didn't want you. I hoped you'd never find out. At the party, your boyfriend's mother tried to blackmail me with it. She threatened to tell you if we didn't pick up and leave town. And that hits me like a punch in the gut. Lister is my father. No, he's the sperm donor who made me your mother. He only sold us that bookstore because I threatened to sue him for back pay of his child support. He's always known that he's my father? I ask, and think about the time he's spent with me. She nods. He doesn't deserve that title, and you're better off, I promise. I shake my head, dazed. Why are you telling me this? I told you, she snaps. Mrs. Wilde? Yes. She thinks you're going to ruin her son's future. After yesterday, I think it will be the other way around. Those fucking people. They may have all the money in the world, but they are empty vessels. I pity them, she says in a voice dripping with disdain. I told her about my humiliation on our walk home. She hadn't said a word then, and I was glad. But right now, I need answers. My mind is reeling. That man is my father, and he hasn't wanted to know me? I don't understand, I whisper numbly. It's simple, she snaps. Boys like him don't ever take girls like you to parties like that. They don't marry girls like you. All of that is for girls who come from good families, with mothers who are all members of the same club. But we were different. He made me promises. Clearly, he didn't mean them. We're leaving tonight. Tonight? What? No! I cry. The melancholy that has gripped me for the last 2 days clears, and I scramble off the bed to stand in front of her. Yes, she says firmly. But I don't understand. I look around my room and can feel all of the pieces of my life slipping from my grasp. I got a job in New York. My cousin Sabrina's going to put us up until I find us somewhere to live. I start work on Monday. I need to enroll you in school. We have things to do. I know it's sudden, but I also think it's divine timing. One door was closing and another one opens, she says with manufactured enthusiasm. I don't know what to say. I need to talk to Remy. At the mention of his name, her patience seems to snap. She grabs my arm and rattles me slightly. Her eyes burn into mine. Don't be a fool. His mother couldn't have done any of that if he'd told you the truth. It's better for you to have a broken heart now rather than live with a string of them your whole life. He's one boy. You'll meet others. Someone whose feet touch the ground. We can't play on their level, Cal. I put all of those fool ideas in your head, but in truth, you're no different than me. Forget this fantasy. I start to sob and sit back on my bed. Now pack. She points to the suitcases lined up at the door and walks out without saying another word. The shock and humiliation of that evening have feasted on the sorrow that followed. And now, I'm just numb. She's right. There's nothing here for me. So, I slide off my bed and start to pack my life up. Again.
14. Gone. Remy. The bookstore has been abandoned. The books are still there. They look like they're open for business, but the lights are off and the doors are locked. I've been by every day this week and have finally accepted that they're gone. Without a trace, without a word. Everyone is shocked. The square is ablaze with chatter about them packing up their car and leaving in the middle of the night. Lister owns the store again, according to Reagan's intel. I haven't been this close to crying since the night I met her. I've never felt more frustration and helplessness in my life. There's an ache in my chest that has grown more and more acute every day. I stroke the tiny box in my hand and shove it back into my pocket. I shouldn't have waited to give it to her. I had the locket made just last week. A W is engraved on the front, B Legendary engraved on the back. The morning after the party, I went to be read. Her mother refused to let me in. She had cut the trellis down after the first time I climbed it and threatened to call the police when I started throwing twigs at Cal's window in hopes that she'd come talk to me. I left. I didn't want to make an already fucked up situation worse. Surely she would calm down after a few days and talk to me. How wrong I'd been. I haven't slept well or been able to eat since that night. I'm sick with regret and now fucking scared at the prospect of not ever seeing her again. I'm also out of time. I'm leaving for school in a few days, and I haven't even told my family that I'm heading to Washington, D.C. and not Austin. I haven't spoken to my mother since the night of the gala. I blame myself more than anyone. I lied to Cal. But she orchestrated it so that she found out in the most humiliating way possible. I haven't been able to stand being in the same room with her. But with every step I take away from the bookstore and toward my house, I start to look forward to this conversation. Two can play that game. What game would that be? My grandfather steps into the foyer just as I open the door, and I jump out of my skin. Stop sneaking up on people, Pops, I grumble. Well, I wouldn't need to sneak up on you if you hadn't spent the last 3 days avoiding everyone. His voice is gruff from years of chain smoking and drinking whiskey. Yet even as he scolds me, there's a tenderness in his manner that softens the often stinging bite of his rebuke. Easy on the guilt trips, old man. They don't work anymore. I start walking toward the stairs. Remy, come to my office. He's using a tone he hasn't taken with me since I was a boy. He's not taking no for an answer. I follow him into his office and sit on one of the chairs on the other side of his desk. Glad you're finally listening to someone. You're not the one I'm mad at anyway. I grumble and sit across from him. He hands me a small silver frame that's always on his desk. That's Tex Harrison, former coach for the Harlem Globetrotters, and that's 2-year-old you in his arms. You've only told me 1,000,000 times. He ignores my churlish words. Your father loved basketball, but he wasn't any good at it. But he loved watching it. Did you know it's how he met your mother? No, I didn't know. Not sure I care. I hand him back the frame. She was working the concession at the Summit nights while she was in school. She was assigned to our box. He came home one night and told me he'd met a girl with a fire in her eyes, and he thought she might be something. I took one look at your mother and knew he was right. She would be something all right. She had a bigger pair of balls, and I knew she'd be the making of him. Or at least I hoped. His voice is wistful. Still think you were right? I ask. He contemplates me like he's sizing me up. Your father was in love with somebody else, he says, and completely blindsides me. My jaw drops. Say what? I sit up straight and lean toward him. The weight that had felt like it was pressing against my chest eases as shock and curiosity replaces it. I hadn't expected that at all. Yes, when he first went off to college, before UT, we didn't approve, and he got over her, Remy. Met your mother and got to work building a family, because that's what men do. They don't lick their wounds. His eyes come to me then, full of reproach. I flush, embarrassed that he's calling me out. I'm not licking my wounds. You've had a wonderful summer. You've got an important year ahead of you. Focus on that. You sound like my mother. She just wants what's best for you, he chides. She wants what's best for the family. Those are the same thing, Remy. My grandfather's stark white brows raise in question. If you say so. I purse my lips. Remy, try to understand your mother. She's damaged. Your father, before he died... What did he do before he died that you all talk about him like this? I have never asked this question because I know that they won't answer it, but I can't take this shit right now. He appears completely unmoved by my outburst. He gives me the once-over. He was my spitting image. You don't look like us. All that dark hair, those dark eyes, that's your mother. He gestures to the picture of her on the small table beside his chair. But everything else about you is just like every wild male that came before you. We love beautiful girls. We make fools of ourselves for them. And in some instances, we ruin ourselves for them. It's happened to every man in every generation. And Remy, as harmless as it may sound, it's never been anything less than devastating. I do roll my eyes now. He's not prone to dramatics, but maybe his stroke did more damage than I thought. You seem okay. Dad died young, but you can hardly blame Mom for that. Let me tell you how I'm okay. I married a woman I could live without. I look at him like he's crazy. Oh, Nana must have loved knowing that. She didn't know, and I loved her. Just not too much. I had a vision, and I knew everything would have to come second. I don't want that kind of relationship. I shake my head. What you want doesn't matter. What I want doesn't matter. Any woman you have to go after, steer clear of. That path is lined with mines that will explode without warning and cut your legs out from underneath you. Trust me, you've got a lot to lose. Don't go and blow your life up over a girl you just really like to fuck. My cheeks flame at his crude language. That's not all I want. Well, then I'm doubly glad she's gone. He snaps. Of course you are. Look at the Riverses. They're only one bad marriage away from having no more heirs. The woman Jacob married is a disaster. She's a shrew, and it's a house in constant turmoil. I look at him askance. How in the world do you know that? Did you cross the border of Rivers Wilde and actually go and see them? I would set myself on fire before I ever set foot in those people's house. I regret like hell letting your father talk us into adding their name when we were naming this development. They just spat in our faces and live in that stupid mansion like they're kings and this is their fiefdom, like we are their serfs. The venom in his voice when he talks about the Rivers family never fails to surprise me. He's a ruthless businessman, but he's more of a float like a butterfly, sting like a bee type of man. When he talks about the Riverses, it's with pure contempt and a very aggressive anger that is so unlike him. Do you know that Reagan is friends with one of those boys? That girl has no loyalty. His name is Stone, of all things. What kind of name is that? Oh, come on, I chide him. Reagan isn't friends with any of them. He looks at me askance, but his eyes aren't focused. One day, they will come and kneel and pay their respects, and the minute they do, I'll make sure they never get back off their knees again. He slaps the arm of his chair. Pops, chill. You're going to give yourself another stroke. I nod at his fist. He's clenching the newspaper so tightly that it's nearly balled up. He relaxes his hold and brushes his still full head of white hair off his forehead. You're right, and they are certainly not worth it. Lazy and lucky is what they are. I change the subject because once he really gets going on the Riverses, he can talk for hours. I reach into my back pocket, pull out the letter I've been carrying around. I need to show you something. What's that? He asks, and I hold it out to him. My heart thumps a little because I already know what he'll say. He eyes me intently for a few seconds before he takes it from me. His fingers, gnarled by hard work and age, tremble slightly as he opens it. His eyes, roomy yet with still nearly perfect vision, scan the letter, and then he holds it out to me again. What does this mean? I want to go. To do what? It's a college, so clearly to go to college. They're not even a Division I school. He shakes his head dismissively. No, they're not, but they have a good basketball team. I'll play, but I'm not looking to go pro anymore. His mouth drops open, and the paper in his hand flutters to the ground. I bend to pick it up and sit back down on the chair and face him. His hand is covering his mouth, and his eyes have a vacant look in them. You've always wanted to play. You love basketball. No, I don't. I'm really good at it. I win. If I practice, I'm the best player on the court. But I don't love it. I don't know what to say. His face is pale, and I feel a pang of worry. I reach over and touch his shoulder to reassure him. Pops, I still want to work for the family. I just want to do something more meaningful than make money. Athletes make a difference. They use their money for good. They build schools and hospitals. He trails off, his eyes losing focus again.
I already have money. I can do those things without basketball, but if I play basketball, I won't get to do the one thing money can't buy. I want to practice law. I want to make a difference that way.
Your mother's going to lose her mind when you tell her.
I nearly sag with relief at the acquiescence in his tone. She doesn't have a say. I have my own money and I am not asking for permission.
No, what you're asking for is a shitstorm.
Will you support me? If you do, she won't say no. He looks down at the letter and then back at me.
You do something that's a credit to our name, and I will support you. That's always been the rule. If you are a part of this family, then you've got to act like it, and convince your mother.
She'll be fine, I say, even though I fully expect her to lose her shit when I show her the acceptance letter.
And so will you.
He hands it over to me.
People leave. People look out for themselves. You're making a choice now, one that is all about what you want. You'll meet someone else.
I love her, I say without hesitation. His head jerks backward in surprise. His eyes narrow, and I see a flash of anger in them.
Don't be stupid,
he barks, glaring down at me in the way that used to intimidate me when I was a boy, but I'm not that boy anymore. I meet his glare with one of my own. Only stupid thing I've done is lie to her. He shakes his head and rests back in his seat. He looks so tired, and I instantly feel bad for putting this on him.
These youthful, passion-filled liaisons are nothing but a pathway to pain and tragedy. That's not how you live up to the things your family expects of you. Your story is already written, son. You have great things ahead of you.
I don't know. She made me feel a lightness, Pops, that I'd never felt before.
Legends aren't born to live light lives.
His voice is full of reproach. You know my nickname? I ask in surprise.
Just because I don't hang out on the basketball court doesn't mean I don't know what's going on. It's fitting. You are destined to be great, Remy, and you've got to accept the sacrifices that come with that. You've got so much of everything in ways your father didn't. You've got staying power that he didn't.
I start at that. Pops, why do you say things like that? He died. That's hardly a failure. My grandfather shakes his head like he's trying to dislodge something.
Before he died, he stopped trying. He stopped putting the family first. You forget that so much of our responsibility is your family, Remy. Men like us can't be focused on our own desires. You will taste the kind of success that most people can't even imagine. That isn't free. My father came here with nothing. You think you live in this house because he followed his heart or his dick?
It's not that.
You're 18. Of course it is.
He stands up.
I'm happy to support law school because it's a noble profession, but I will not support you chasing after a girl who didn't even have the decency to say goodbye.
The truth of that stings. I clench my jaw and look away from his steely, triumphant gaze. He sighs and reaches over to put one of his huge hands on my shoulder.
Joni's going to apply early decision to Georgetown. Pursue that. Someone who understands the demands, the obligations that come with a family like ours. Not everyone is cut out for it. Not everyone can do what it takes to preserve it. It takes an iron stomach and the willingness to sacrifice. You'll see, son. One day, you'll look back and know that her leaving was one of the best things to happen to you.
My insides feel like they're mangled together in my gut. I can't imagine a day where that will be true.
You won't have to imagine. It will come,
he says with a certainty I know he really feels.
He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small velvet drawstring bag. He tugs it open and empties it into his upturned palm and holds it out to me. In his palm is a gold signet ring with a horse on its face. "This was your father's. We got it back after he died. When you take the helm, it will be yours. You will wear it with pride, and you will honor your family's name." 2. The In-Between. 6 years later. Houston, Texas. 15. Done. Remy.
I can't believe she's here,
Joni says as I step into the open door of our hotel room. I walk over to the California king-sized bed in the middle of the huge room and fall backward onto the white comforter. I can't believe it either. I stare up at the ceiling and try to gather my thoughts. They've been racing at the same clip as my heart since I saw the name Kalia Greer on the seating chart outside the reception room where Reagan's rehearsal dinner is being held tonight. Well, actually, Joni saw it. And, per usual, the minute the subject of Cal comes up, Joni loses her cool. If only she knew the half of it, she might actually lose her entire mind. There hasn't been a single day since the last time I saw her that I haven't imagined what it would be like to see her again. Part of me had given up hope that would ever happen. I had no clue where she was. Besides one random picture where she was in the background that Reagan found on Facebook 3 years ago, there's been zero proof she was even still alive. I didn't even know where to start looking. She is, by far, the person who holds the strongest place in my memories. And not just because of the drama of that last night. From the moment I met her, she and I belonged to each other, and not knowing where she was has been a special kind of torture. My life has taken me on a journey I never imagined, and I've met all types of people. I've learned that people like Cal, interesting and introspective, brave while also being kind and generous, funny and smart, are like needles in a haystack. I miss her the way I imagine I would miss my right arm if it was gone. I chuckle at a memory from that summer. "Share the joke?" Joni says a moment before she lies down next to me. When she drops her head on my shoulder, I want to sit up. "It's nothing," I say. "Nothing. It's never nothing when it comes to her." Joni's voice is full of suspicion. It's been there since that night early on in our relationship when I called Cal's name when we were fucking. I lied and said I had no idea where that came from. She'd believed me, but she brings it up every time we argue. From the look on her face now, we're about to have a doozy of a fight. "What is it about her?" She sits up and peers down at me, and I sit up too. "What are you talking about?" I ask wearily. "I mean, it's been years since you've seen her, and I get the impression that for you, it feels like yesterday." I sigh and get off the bed. Let's not do this right now. I've been traveling all day and had to share a car from the airport with your half-dressed, drunk-for-no-reason colleagues. I am not in the mood, Joni. Sorry my friends aren't all social justice crusaders or whatever you've become, but they're fun, and I think you could use some of that. I want you to have a good time. I swear I don't think you're happy to see me at all." Her eyes pool with tears, and her lower lip trembles. God, anything but tears. I can't fucking stand them. Not from her. Not when she's weaponized them so expertly. I stare around the room and try to pick my words carefully. I feel guilty because I know that in my heart I haven't done right by her at all. But outwardly, by action and deed, I've been nothing but the model boyfriend. Let's not argue. I'm not arguing, Remington, she drawls, but there's a sharpness in her voice that makes a lie out of her words. Good. I bend down to grab my bag and throw it on the bed. She crawls over and plants a kiss on my lips. Shit. She's not wrong. Seeing Cal's name on the board sent me back in time. Just now when she kissed me, I tasted those cinnamon candies Cal was always sucking on.
I'm going to get dressed for dinner. Want to watch?
She asks, and without waiting for me to respond, she slips out of bed and starts to strip. I lean back and watch. And of course, as my girlfriend prances around in her lace bra and panties, my mind leaps back 6 years to Cal's plain white panties and bra, and how much I enjoyed peeling them away from her beautiful body. Fuck. This is going to be an interesting weekend, and not in a good way. The timing of this is fucked. Our relationship is basically over. Unfortunately, I'm starting to realize that only one of us seems to see things that way. That one of us being me. I look at her for a moment, just to take her in. Her dark hair spills in perfectly styled waves around her heart-shaped face. Her dark eyes are round, lushly lashed, and her mouth is as lush and red as a tender rosebud. She's beautiful, poised, polished, accomplished, and ambitious. She's everything I should want, and yet being with her has always felt like settling. It's not that I'm better than her or smarter than her or even nicer than her. It's just, she's kind of an asshole. A lot of people would say the same about me. Maybe it's true, but no fucking way do I want to date myself. And despite her vehement and frequent declarations of love, I'm not convinced. Not that it really matters if she loves me. I certainly don't love her. When we got together in college, she was a completely different person. She seemed relaxed and happy, not uptight and worried about appearances. She'd even expressed her regret at how she'd treated some of the girls back in Rivers Wilde. We started hanging out, and then we started dating. Our families were ecstatic, so we just fell into place. Turns out that regret she expressed, that was just a phase. I chose to stay in D.C. for law school, and she chose to come back to Houston. At first, the distance was cool. My first year in law school was brutal. I had very little free time, and I spent all of it on planes flying to see her. Every fundraiser, every opening night, every gala, she wanted me there. It was stressful, but it was fine. Until Joni fashioned herself the leader of a clique of former debutantes turned full-fledged divas in Houston. She sits on boards, holds fundraisers, gives speeches, volunteers at a children's hospital. But she loves doing it under a spotlight. Every moment is captured on social media. It was like her entire life was a show. Every time I was in town, there was a small note about it in the Houston Chronicle style section. I hate it. I'm a private man. I don't live my life on the pages of the style section the way some people do. If I ever seek the spotlight, it's to use my platform to shed light on an important cause. The public scrutiny, were we holding hands when someone snapped us walking through the Galleria, started to wear on me. Attention that in my youth had been flattering started to wear thin. I like to be able to go grocery shopping without being accosted for a selfie. I don't enjoy having my so-called love life scrutinized by a bunch of self-appointed journalists armed with iPhones and immediate access to the internet. I didn't sign up for that. 6 months ago, things started going downhill and fast. She started acting like we were on the verge of being engaged. She joined forces with my mother to try and pressure me into marriage. I'm only 24. That's not on the cards for a long time, if ever. 6 months ago, my mother flew to D.C. for work and came by my Massachusetts Avenue apartment to give me my grandmother's ring. Remember that this is bigger than you. Use this when you're ready, she'd said when she pressed the 3-carat emerald-cut diamond into my palm. By that, she meant right away. This morning, when I was leaving for the airport, she called to remind me to take the ring with me. I left it right where it was. It's not that I'll never be ready, but she's not the woman I'm going to put my ring on. No matter how badly I want to please my family, I won't be frog-marched down a wedding aisle and spend my life with a woman who is as vindictive, shallow, and dishonest as Joni. I hope my mother will understand. I laugh at my wishful thinking. I know better. She won't understand. But it doesn't matter. My life is going to be built on something more meaningful than a convenient marriage. I want to make a difference. I take my career seriously. It doesn't help me look like a serious attorney when People magazine is reporting on what it means if Joni and I aren't holding hands when we stroll through the mall. And the truth at this point is that my career has become more important to me than she is. I will admit that when I realized we were not going to work out, I was disappointed. I am trying to build a serious career. I also hoped to build a serious relationship with someone who might share my views on giving back and being a voice for the voiceless. Joni, I've realized too late, only likes what the attention does for her. Cal reappearing just as I've made that decision feels like a sign, a crossroads telling me exactly where I need to go now. I've never stopped wanting her, even when I gave up ever having her. I'm not one to wallow in regret. I've had plenty of disappointments and setbacks. I never see them as failures. I see them as me being given an opportunity to learn something. But when I think about Cal and the way things ended, I feel like a failure. I spent a summer convincing her that she could trust me, convincing her that I trusted her. And then, in one night, I ruined it and hurt her profoundly. All because I thought like an 18-year-old with poor judgment and not quite enough courage. If I had explained that Joni and I had been going to this event together since we were 12, and that I hadn't even thought about it until a few weeks before the party when my mother reminded me to take my tux to the dry cleaners for a press. By then, I thought it was too late to cancel without causing a big stink, and I just wanted the summer we were having to end on a happy note. It was just one weekend. My mother told me they hadn't been invited. Nothing should have brought Cal anywhere near my house that weekend. But my mother figured out my plan and its fatal flaw, and she went in for the kill. That lie I told is my biggest regret. The biggest mistake I ever made. That and not telling her that I loved her. That summer we found something special with each other. Something we'd never find with anyone else again. I was just a kid, but I knew it in my bones then. I still know it now. Remington, could you try not to look like you're waiting for the executioner to drop a guillotine blade on your neck? Joni drones as she walks over to the full-length mirror right beside the door. Her long, thin body is draped in a skin-tight black sequined dress that leaves nothing to the imagination. "How do I look?" she asks, and then turns her back to me so that I have a view of her perfectly round ass. "Good," I respond honestly, but without any real conviction. Her beautiful body isn't enough for me, not anymore, and my cock doesn't stir. "Good? That's it? Remy, what's going on? You haven't seen me in 2 months, and you haven't even tried to touch me." She crosses her arms over her chest and pouts. The evening hasn't even started, and I feel tired already. This isn't fair to either of us. When the wedding is over, I'll talk to her, but for now, I want my sister to have the day she deserves, so I just smile apologetically and rub my temples. "You look great. I just have a headache. Go on down. I'll join you in a few minutes." Her eyebrows are raised in impatience. "I don't want to walk out alone. People will think we had a fight." My hackles rise. Why in the world would anyone think that, and why do we care what they think? I stay planted firmly on the bed. I don't like being told what to do, not by her and not because she wants to impress her completely unimpressive friends.
We care because these people will be our social cohorts once you're back in Houston.
She says this like it's supposed to be enough of a reason. I raise an eyebrow at her. Oh, well, then, of course. That sounds like a good reason to give a shit.
Be sarcastic if you want. I know how these things work. You've been out of the loop. I'm working really hard to establish us, and it would help if when you are around, you do your part to develop the right image.
She acts as if I'm not around because I'm off on vacation,
and not because I'm busting my ass to graduate at the top of my class.
Fine, let's go. I bite out and take her outstretched hand and leave our room to meet the rest of the party. And when our hands touch, I feel absolutely nothing. 16. Surprise. Remy.
Remington, can you please put that thing down for 5 minutes and let me introduce you?
My finger pauses mid-press and hovers over the keyboard of my phone. I slide my eyes to Joni and am met with her disapproving frown, what's become her standard facial expression when she's talking to me. Right, sure. I quirk my lips in an attempt at a smile, finish scanning my email quickly, and then slip my phone into the inside pocket of my suit before I look at the man who she's been talking to while I've been checking my email obsessively to see if there's any news about my interview. As soon as we stepped off the elevator, she saw someone and rushed off in their direction. I followed absently, reading my emails as I walked. The room was packed and loud, the volume of the music warring with people shouting to be heard above it, but it was like white noise to me. Society weddings like the one my mother was throwing for Reagan were nothing but an excuse to party, get drunk, and not feel like a loser in the morning. The only reason this one would be tolerable is because it's my beloved sister's party and I'd walk over burning coals for her, even though I also spend a lot of time wanting to strangle her. I look around the room at the half-dozen bars where our nearly 300 guests are drinking like fish, the ice sculptures and huge garlands made entirely of roses, and thank fuck my sister's expensive-ass taste is about to no longer be my problem. And thank fuck her husband is even richer than we are, or else she'd have him in the poorhouse in less than a year.
Remy!
Joni's voice is a hiss, and I finally turn my attention to her. She scowls at me and then plasters a huge smile on her face before she turns to face the man she's trying to introduce me to.
Paul, this is my boyfriend Remy. He's a third year at Howard Law School in D.C. He got into Georgetown, of course, but he's obsessed with Thurgood Marshall, so that's where he went.
She says it like she has to explain my attendance at Howard. It is, of course, a lie. I never even applied to Georgetown.
Remy, this is Paul.
I look up with a practiced smile on my face and almost choke on my inhaled breath. Behind the man Joni's pointing at is a halo of dark, riotous curls that I'd recognize anywhere. Cal? I say her name, and my throat tightens around the word. Paul's eyes widen, and he looks behind him like he forgot she was there. There's a beat of nothing. Breath, movement, sound all stop, and then Cal steps out from behind him. I have imagined this moment, and yet nothing could prepare me for the force of the longing that slams into my chest when I actually see her again. I see her. I miss her. I want her.
Remy.
Her voice is high-pitched, breathy, and full of surprise that rings as false as that smile on her face. I narrow my eyes at her. She was fucking hiding from me. I clear my throat and force my expression to remain neutral, but inside my mind is hurtling backward through time to the summer I spent with this girl. No longer a girl. Not at all. She looks so beautiful. Her skin still glows like she's been brushed in rays of sunlight, the space below her high round cheekbones not as full as they had been. But those lips are still bare, and they still make mine pulse just to look at them. They're not in the soft set of the innocent she was that summer. They're firm, determined, experienced. Someone else made them that way, and I feel my first of what I know will be many pangs of envy. I drink her in, trying to see if everything is as I remember it. One thing is exactly the same. She doesn't look like anyone else here. It's a spring wedding. Everyone is in pastels and neutrals, and a sea of pale pinks, buttery yellows, and icy blues. Cal stands out like an orchid blooming in the desert. Her slim but curvy body is draped in a rich candy apple red dress that is cinched around her waist with a gold chain. The dress leaves swaths of her dark honey skin exposed at her shoulder and at her waist. My fingers itch to touch her. Her deep, wide-set, dark brown eyes flare when our gazes meet, and I see all the questions in her eyes. But I also see the same longing I'm feeling. Holy shit, yes. My heart is going to fucking explode, and I'm not sure I would even mind. I was so not ready. I've dreamed, I've imagined, but all of that falls short to the reality of how beautiful she is. The noise falls away as I take her in, and memories start flooding me. Us in my car, us on her porch, us at casa, us on the phone until the sun came up, us saying we loved each other in every way, except for with words. Her leaving and taking a part of me with her that I've never been able to find again. Fuck. And she's standing with the man Joni's been talking to, the one she's been trying to introduce me to. His arm rests casually around her waist, but there's no mistaking the possession and intimacy in that touch. I can't fucking breathe. Seeing him touch her makes me want to strangle him until he swears he'll never do it again. I clench my fists at my side and force myself to stand still.
Kalia Greer, is that you?
Joni asks in a tone that makes it clear she's praying the answer is no.
Yes.
Yes. We answer at the same time, but then we just look at each other again. My ability to speak seems suspended in the viscous tension that's gripped me. Joni clears her throat loudly, and I shake myself out of my stupor and remember where the fuck I am, and I smile apologetically at all of them. Sorry, it's just been a long time. I didn't expect to see you here, Cal. Cal tucks a lock of her thick curls behind her ear and smiles at me. It doesn't reach her eyes.
Yeah, I didn't realize who the bride was until we got here. Paul and Marcel are old friends. When we checked in and I heard the last name Wilde.
She presses her lips together like it hurts to say the name.
So, of course, I knew I'd see you.
Her throat bobs with the effort that steadiness in her voice cost her. I had no idea that she was friends with the great Remington Wilde. How auspicious. You're quite the dark horse, aren't you? He says to Cal in a way that feels wrong. He's smiling at her, his dark eyes twinkling, but there's a thread of something in his voice that I don't like, and it's not just that he's talking to her. Before I can think about it much more, he turns to me. Marcel is a good friend from business school, and your girlfriend... He nods at Joni as if he needed to clarify which of the two women he's talking about. Sits on the board of a charity with my sister. It's just a coincidence that we're all meeting at this wedding. Yeah, what a coincidence. I say with no humor. It's more like a big fuck you from fate. So, are you here for the entire weekend? I ask him. Not because I care how long he'll be here, but because I need to figure out when I can get Cal alone. Yes, we're heading back to New York on Monday. I look back at Cal, and she looks distinctly like a deer caught in the headlights. I see. Is that where you live? She nods and runs that nervous finger down the side of her throat. I want to trace its path with my tongue. I have fucking missed her so much. God, there's so many things I've questioned over the years. My choices, my purpose. But just like the first time I saw her in that library, there's no questioning us. There's just something, an understanding, a connection that no matter how much time has gone by, never needs refreshing. It just needs us to be in the same space, and right now it's screaming. Cal's expression is making me crazy because I can see she's feeling everything I am. I wish I could talk to her right now.
So that's where you've been all this time, Joni asks and steps into my side. She intertwines our arms and grasps my hand. We never hold hands. I look sharply just in time to see the possessive glint in her eyes before she tosses her head and looks back at Cal. Cal's eyes dart up from our joined hands, and I don't miss her scowl before she smiles stiffly at both of us. Yes, my mother and I moved to New York when we left Houston. Her voice is soft, too soft, like she's having a hard time breathing. You okay, Cal? I ask before I can stop myself. Everyone looks at me, and I smile. Do I not look okay, Remy? She asks, her eyes stony. No, you look great. You've just changed, I guess. I feel like such an idiot. You haven't changed at all. She casts her eyes toward Joni and then downward, so I can't look into them, but I don't miss the accusation in her voice. She's jealous. Even though she's looking at me like she wants to knock my lights out, I can't help but smile. Hey, Will. And a surprised smile turns the corner of her mouth briefly. Hey, Carlton. I hear that undercurrent of a laugh, and fuck, it makes me happy. Darling, you never mentioned that you and Cal had nicknames. Joni sounds like she's 3 seconds from running from the room in tears. I glance at Cal to find that she's watching me, and her eyes narrow slightly before she looks back at Joni. I was just a blip in his life. I'm sure he just forgot. She says tightly, and I want to laugh. Fuck, yes. Impossible, Lee. You're unforgettable. Paul smiles at me, and there's a glint of worry in his eyes. He may have his arm around her, but he knows he doesn't have her. Anyway, hate to bust up your reunion. He pulls Cal closer to him. You're not, I say coldly. His smile disappears. I see someone I need to speak with. Will you walk with me? He turns Cal and steers her away before she can respond. I look back over my shoulder as we make our way to the bride and groom's table and find Cal also looking over hers. She doesn't look away quickly this time. Instead, she holds my gaze, and I see everything then, everything I've wondered. Hope flares. We still have a chance, and I'm going to take it.
17. Windfall. Cal. My head and heart are still spinning when I see Remy and Joni walking to our table, and then Remy's eyes find mine. It's a jolt to my heart. I swallow the lump in my throat and force myself to look at Paul instead. Whatever cruel twist of destiny reunited us at the worst possible moment in my life can go and fuck itself. I was finally starting to think that maybe I had everything I wanted. I nursed a broken heart for years after we left Houston. I threw myself into school and found a home in the sociology department at Columbia. I was able to indulge my natural curiosity about other people in a place that encouraged studying their interactions. It was the perfect training for journalism school. Just a year ago, I landed the job of my dreams. I met Paul on my second day at work. I work for one of his family's magazines, and he's the chief operating officer of their publishing company. They're a large family. He's the youngest of 6. They didn't mind that I was a nobody, that my mother worked as a nurse's aide and lived in her 3rd-floor Bronx walk-up. They made me feel like part of the family, and so I snatched what he was offering me and held on. Even though I knew from our first kiss that I was trading passion and love for stability and certainty. He pursued me hard, freshly in the grip of my determination to finally get over Remy. He had felt like a godsend. When he told me we were coming to Houston for his friend Marcel's wedding, I hadn't even considered our paths might cross. He lives in D.C. If I had known I was going to see him, nothing could have convinced me to come. Just thinking about him makes my head and heart ache with the same intensity as the day he left them both bruised and battered. He was the boy who taught me just how painful love could be, but I've never stopped carrying a torch for him. I know that now because seeing him brought all of my feelings rushing back. Like a volcano that suddenly erupted, the wash of affection, desire, and longing took me by complete surprise. And then, as if I jumped out of the fire into a frozen lake, it's gone. And in its place stands ice-cold jealousy. He's standing there, next to Joni, and all I can think is that she gets to fuck him. She gets to hold his hand and see him naked. All of that should have been mine. It was a lifetime ago. He's hers now, and I'm with Paul. But to know that's who he ended up with, seeing how right they look together, it hurts. I turn those crazy thoughts off real quick. He's nothing to me, a summer fling in the burgeoning youth of my womanhood. I smile up at them as they join us at the table. I can't believe these seating arrangements. I put it down to my overactive imagination that I feel sure that it was deliberate. Joni's eyes are darting all over the room like she's taking note of who's watching her and who dares not to. Remy's face is tense as he looks everywhere but at me. He still looks like the quintessential college basketball player, tall, well-muscled, and lean. God, his light gray suit fits him like he was sewn into it, and I hate that I missed the chance to watch him grow from the very fine 18-year-old to the drop-dead gorgeous man who looks like the tall, dark, and handsome prince in every single fairy tale I've ever read, right down to the small cleft in his chin. And yet, inside all of that, wrapped in all of that perfection, is the Remy I knew. The one who picked me flowers. The one who drove me out to the country so I could see the stars. The one who kept my journal and read the first stories I ever wrote. The one who fucking lied to you, Cal. "Remington, where's your drink?" Paul shouts. Remy taps his temple and smiles with all of that swagger he drips and says, "I don't need a single thing to stimulate this mind. I'm high on life, man." "Rubbish! Come, let's leave the ladies to it. Walk with me," Paul declares, and then lurches out of his chair. He's a terrible drunk. Remy eyes him and then seems to decide it's not worth the trouble to argue with him. He gets up. "Excuse us, ladies." I can't bring myself to look at him. "Cal!" Well, so, tell us about your new windfall. Joni shouts at me across the table, her smile curved vindictively. I don't understand how in the world Remy is dating her. Windfall? I ask, attempting to sound bored, but really, my stomach is roiling. I don't want to be here alone with these women. I've purged my life of people like them, and I can't stomach the petty one-upmanship they seem to thrive on. I meant Paul, Kalila, she says caustically. That windfall. Her friends at the table gasp. One of them lets out a nervous giggle. Joni waves a hand at them in annoyance. Oh, settle down. I'm not saying anything you all aren't thinking. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? I mean, you learned from the best when it comes to snaring rich men. Just congratulating you on getting a good one. She winks, and I wish I could wipe that smug smile off her face with my hand. She saw the way Remy looked at me. I wish I could tell her not to worry. That need in his eyes doesn't mean anything, because when it mattered, he still chose her over me. I've made peace with it. I know men like him only dally with girls who aren't just like them. Even Paul, to an extent, has made it clear that I should feel lucky that he chose me. I'd already earned my spot at the magazine before I met him. That hasn't stopped people from insinuating that I slept my way into that position. I hear it from his family's friends in the snide comments, and sometimes even from Paul. But I'll be damned if I sit here with people who have had every single thing handed to them, who have no clue what it means to struggle and dignify their shit with a response. I don't even acknowledge that I heard her question. I finish my drink and stand. It was nice to see you all. Tell Paul I went to our room. Then I looked directly at Joni. Sure, she's beautiful in an obvious kind of way, but I don't understand how Remy could be with her. Yes? Are you going to say something, or just stare? I shake my head in disgust. You are living proof. There's absolutely no cure for cunts. She touches her cheek like I slapped it. God, how I wish I had. I turn my back on her and walk away.
18. Changes. Remy. You were right. She's here. Lupe's text flashes on my screen. I've been dressed for hours waiting for it. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and slip my feet into my shoes. Remy, it's 6 a.m. Where are you going? Joni calls from the bed. I have an errand to run before the wedding. Go back to sleep. I'll be back before breakfast. I grab my phone and keys and head to the door. Okay, bring me a Starbucks when you come back. The coffee here is awful, she calls after me. As soon as I'm in the hallway, I break into a run. The thought that Cal could be gone by the time I get to Casa is like a whip at my back. I sprint through the lobby, not caring that I'm giving the early morning staff fodder for gossip. I self-parked last night so that I wouldn't have to wait for a valet driver to get my car, and less than 7 minutes after I got Lupe's text, I'm driving down Woodway and turning left onto the 610 freeway. I knew she wouldn't come here without going there. I knew it would be the only time I'd find a way to talk with her without anyone around. I haven't lived in Houston for 6 years, but I've supported Casa financially since I started volunteering, and every time I'm home, I go visit. Lupe loved Cal. Every time I see her, she asks if we're back together, so when I asked her to help, she was happy to do me the favor. I just need to talk to her, need to say all of the things I didn't when I had the chance, see if there's any hope for us. I touch the small locket dangling next to the small gold cross that hangs from a gold chain around my neck. I've worn it ever since I realized I wouldn't get to give it to her. I pull up and see the Nissan Maxima rental in the driveway and let out a sigh of relief. She's still here. I race up the walkway. Lupe opens the door as I approach, like she's been waiting for me.
Hello, my love.
She props up on her tiptoes and presses a kiss to my cheek. I hug her back. I've come to love Lupe. She's the perfect combination of grit, persistence, and kindness. She's kept this place running by sheer strength of her love for these children.
She's with Carlos in the back. I told her you were coming,
she says, and there's a gentle reproach in her eyes. I had asked her not to say anything.
I didn't want her to feel trapped, and I wanted her to have a choice. I don't know what happened between you two, but I remember the way you were when you were here, so I guessed she'd be glad you were coming, and I was right.
She pats my cheek with affection and smiles softly up at me. You were? I glance over her shoulder, eager to get to her.
Let me know when you're leaving so I can lock up after you.
She pads away down the hall, and I stand there gathering my nerve. I can see the crack of light under the door to Carlos's room. We always knew he'd never be adopted, and every year I've highlighted part of my contribution to supplement the reimbursement the state gives Lupe and Casa for his care. I gird my loins and walk down the hall to talk to the girl I've been waiting almost a decade to talk to.
Cal. He's here. Lupe's text makes my heart jump. I press a kiss to Carlos's cheek and stand up. I take one last look around the room and marvel how it has all the space and light he needs. It's all thanks to Remy's donations. Lupe took me for a tour around the house, showing me all the improvements that have been made. Over the years, she's kept me updated on Carlos, the only kid who's still here from the time I volunteered. He's aged out of the system, doesn't have to worry about being displaced. This is his home. All because Remy loves him. Not that I'm surprised. He's an excellent human being, larger than life, brighter than the sun. It's why I fell so hard for him. Distance from that evening has cooled my anger about it. When I'm feeling extremely rational, I even understand why he lied. But I hate that he felt like he had to. It was fucked up. But I've told myself, drilled it into my thick skull, that things have worked out as they were meant to. So why does thinking that feel so much like swallowing broken glass? Stop being dramatic, Cal. I scold myself under my breath. I steel my shoulders and steady my breath. But nothing can calm the wild beating of my heart. I close my eyes and remind myself he doesn't hold my heart the way he used to. I've moved on. I'm happy. I'm building a life. I repeat these words to myself over and over again until I can say it without stumbling over the words. And then I step out into the hallway. Our eyes find each other immediately, and I see the same uncertainty as I feel staring back at me, but it's different, rougher, less restrained than mine, and in his gaze is so much hunger. I feel it as though he was touching me, and I have to steel myself against it. Will. His gruff voice is just a decibel above a whisper, and he swallows hard when I brush a tear away. Hey, Carlton, I manage. He walks up to me, his lips pressed together in a determined line, his eyes intent on mine. Without missing a beat, he wraps his arms around me and pulls me into a hug, and I hug him back. It feels so good to be back in his strong arms that for a minute I forget the way we left things and how much it hurt that last time I saw him. But only for a minute. I pull out of his hold and he lets me go, but reluctantly. A shiver of dread and delight runs the same course as his hands slide down my arms. He grasps my hands, holds them in his, and my heart beats wildly. I see the instant the stone of the ring on my left hand presses into his palm. His eyes never leave mine, and tears well at the back of them as I see a whole rail of emotions move through his. Surprise, confusion, disbelief, hurt. What the fuck is this? I force myself to smile. It feels watery and thin and brittle. I'm getting married. I rush out in a breath before I lose my nerve. To who? He asks flatly and drops my hand. To Paul. I'm here with him. He knows Marcel. I thought you worked for him. He holds my hand, his eyes on the ring. No, I work for his family's business. He's not my boss or anything. Do you love him? He asks. His tone is harsh. I close my eyes because I can't look at him and say it. I'm pregnant. The room is silent. He doesn't say anything, but his chest heaves sharply on a silent gasp, and I can't bring myself to look at him. Do you want to get married? His voice is so gentle, so tender that it makes me want to weep in his arms. Yes, I say, even though I want to confess that I'm not sure. Do you love him? His voice is still gentler when he asks this time, but I can see the truth, the devastation in his eyes. It makes me angry. You don't get to look at me like that, I spit. I fucking know, Cal, he says, and he sounds like he's in pain. I know that night was a shit show, but you disappeared without a trace. I had no idea where you'd gone. Why didn't you ever try to get in touch? His question is devoid of accusation, but I can see it in his eyes, and the audacity of it is shocking. Why would I? We didn't leave for 4 days after that night. I never heard from you. I almost choke on the memory. His eyes narrow and he clenches his jaw. I came by the very next day. Your mother said you didn't want to see me. I came every fucking day until I realized you were gone. He grits out angrily. I reel backwards. My mother lied to me. Granted, I shouldn't be surprised. It was just one in a string of lies that she told me my whole life. But when I think what might be different if I'd seen him before I left, if I'd known he wanted to see me, I can't bear the thought. They played games with our lives, and they won. We were kids, without a say. What's done is done. I look over at Remy, and he looks as despondent as I feel. We stand there in a heavy, barbed silence that makes the room feel very small. I break the silence because I want to make sure he knows everything she did. I saw her today, and I trembled when I remembered how she plotted to hurt me. Your mother blackmailed my mother. His jaw goes slack. What? She promised to make our lives a living hell unless we got out of town. He closes his eyes. I knew it didn't make sense the way you disappeared. He groans like he's in pain. God, that woman. I'm so sorry, Cal. I didn't know. I know, I say uselessly. It's too late for all of this. I thought I was such a man. I was just a powerless, clueless kid. Maybe I still am. He shakes his head. Yeah. When my mother packed us up, I didn't think about refusing to go. I was hurt and confused, and she used that to her advantage. We moved to New York, and I finished high school there. You still live there? He asks, but he sounds dazed. Yep, I went to Columbia, got a job with an investigative journalism magazine. I live in Harlem now, but I'm moving in with Paul soon. Well, all you need is the book and your porch, and your happy ending is basically here, he says dully, but his words hit me like poison-tipped arrows, and the resentment and anger in them seep into my skin. It's been 6 years, and you've moved on too. You're with Joni. My voice betrays how defensive I feel. Not for long. It's basically over. His voice is devoid of emotion. His dark brows are furrowed in a dark smile. Oh. I'm sorry? I'm not sure if he's upset or if it's a good thing. He looks back at the window without responding. So, when's the wedding? He asks quietly. His change of subject gives me whiplash. Soon? His family is Catholic. They want it done before I start to show. I stare at my feet and close my eyes and try to remember that this is all going to be fine. It hurts now, but it won't always. I'm making the right choices for myself and for my child. Remy owns my heart, but love isn't enough. I owe my child the best start I can give her. Congratulations. He looks so sad, even though he's smiling. I don't know why I feel like I've broken his heart. I know that's not the case. It's my heart that's got a permanent crack in it from loving him when I shouldn't have. He never felt the same way. He slides his hand up my arm and caresses the inside of my elbow. I close my eyes because his touch is bliss and I want to savor it. You know, I wanted things to be different. His words aren't a question. They are the final words in this chapter of our lives. It's a stab in the gut. I'm so fucking sorry about that weekend, Cal. So sorry I didn't just tell you about the event. Sorry I hurt you. Sorry I let you down. We were a lot of things to each other, but most of all, we'd been friends. I nod. I know you are. I knew it then. And yes, I miss our friendship. It's such an understatement. There is so much unspoken in his words, too, and for now, it will have to stay that way. You just miss me driving you around. Yeah, I don't miss your slow-ass driving at all. He smiles. It's a flash of light from a shooting star across a dark, moonless sky, and just like that, I don't feel so fucking shitty. Life has gotten in the way so many times, and now it's time for us to get off this ride. It takes effort to step away from him, away from his touch, but I do it with a smile. So, you're about to be a Supreme Court clerk. Still asking around about me, I see. A bark of surprised laughter escapes me. I guess so. Congratulations. It's a big fucking deal. He shakes his head as if he's amazed by his own achievement. Cal, there's a voter ID law coming up for review. I would be involved in a really historically significant moment. I mean, every decision the court makes is historically significant, but it's a brand new question, and I get to be right there, If I get it.
You'll get it. You're Remington Wilde, the legend. You're damn good at everything, I quip, but it sounds brittle and hollow in my own ears. I just smile wider. I'm not good at everything, Cal. I just work harder than everyone else. I'm so proud of him and sad for us. You did it. I imbue my voice with that pride. He nods and then shakes his head like he disagrees. No, Cal. I've fucked up so bad. He sounds despondent. I forget the distance I tried to create and move closer to him. What do you mean? You're a shoo-in for that job. No, not that. This. Us. He reaches out and presses his palm between my breasts, and at his touch, tears spring to my eyes. The bone-deep regret in his voice scares me. I shake my head at him. We didn't stand a chance. We had everything against us. Your mother hated me. Life... He moves so quickly I don't even see it coming. His arm wraps around my waist and he pulls me up against him, and then drops us onto the low-slung couch under the window. He holds me in his lap. His eyes hook onto mine, and that wolf-like keenness he had whenever he was determined appears. Remy, I start to admonish him. His big, warm hand cups my jaw, and the words die in my throat. His hand on my skin ignites every synapse of need in my body. It's like he flipped a switch. Yeah, I know. I feel it too, he says quietly. His hand moves up my jaw into my hair. I close my eyes against the shiver that runs through me when the pads of his big fingers caress my scalp. Remy, you're so beautiful, he says, and I look down at him. You are too, I whisper, and he is, inside and out. He brings his face to mine until our foreheads touch and our noses brush each other. I rock mine back and forth over his forehead. His eyes roam my face. I missed that fucking freckle, he whispers, and his breath dances on my lips. So close. So close. A wave of longing crashes against my resolve, and my breath hitches. Can I kiss you? He asks, holding my gaze, piercing my very soul with it. I've never wanted anything more. I have to bite my lip to keep from begging him to please kiss me. I shake my head. He groans softly and slides his nose along mine. I exhale a shuddering breath, and he inhales sharply like he's trying to capture it. Don't you remember how good it felt when we kissed? He asks. Oh, how I remember. How I've dreamed of it. How I've tasted it. Measured everything by it. And just like when I was a girl, I can't deny him anything. And our time apart has only amplified our feelings. The tips of our noses rub against each other as I nod. He cradles my head and brings my mouth to his. The touch is electric. It sizzles, and our sharp gasps are synchronized. My lips quiver as his brush back and forth across them, and a wildfire of goose flesh covers my entire body. When his tongue, hot and wet and so fucking delicious, sweeps across my bottom lip, I'm transported to a place where he and I are together,
without parents interfering, without fucked up timing, without heartbroken nights that made me careless, without anything but my best friend, my lover, the man I would have followed anywhere he'd asked me to. It was one summer, but it had been the most wonderful, unexpected interlude in the shit show that had been my life. I let my chest press against his and wrap my hand around his neck, and the kiss deepens. His tongue sweeps inside my mouth and tangles with mine. He licks and sucks and reverently, lovingly reminds me of everything I've missed. This is the most perfect kiss, because this is the most perfect man. Even in the ways that we are flawed, we are each other's perfects. His hand drifts down my shoulder, and he cups my breast, and his thumb sweeps my nipple. His fingers twist and fist the hair at the nape of my neck, lips skid down my throat, his teeth and tongue working in beautiful concert, nipping and then soothing. I am unraveling. I'm approaching a place I shouldn't be going. The warning bells start to ring. This is wrong, and I won't ruin my chance at having the life I always wanted. Not when the last time I let him close enough, he decimated my heart. There's a loud crash in the hallway, and I yank my mouth off his and jump out of his lap. His fingers circle my wrist, and he yanks me back. No, not yet, he says, and his lips press to mine again. Remy, no, please, let's not. I feel it too, but no. I put a hand over my still flat stomach. He lets go of my wrist. The light in his eyes cool, and he drops his head and shakes it. When he looks up at me again, his eyes are clear, like he's dropped a mask over the raging emotions that had nearly drowned us a few minutes ago. I know. I'm sorry. That's not the man I was raised to be. Hearing him say he's sorry, even though I know I should be too, stings. It's just seeing you. Just everything makes me forget myself. It's okay. Nostalgia and all, I say lamely. And I know how much you like kissing me. He winks and flashes me a grin. It doesn't quite reach his eyes, but I can see he's trying. So I smile back. And when I do, he nods his head as if accepting something and stands up. So, friends, he asks and watches me. We've always been, and will always be. When I leave 30 minutes later, I feel better. I have Remy back in my life, and I've made the right choice. I'm going to be somebody's mother, someone who didn't ask to be born, and I want to do right by him or her. I won't put a child through what I went through, not even if it means having to settle for friendship with the man I love.
19. The Wedding. Remy.
What are you two doing?
My mother thunders as she bursts into the small vestibule where Reagan and I are huddled. I don't look at her. I've had about as much of her shit as I can take this week, and after this morning with Cal, I'm about as raw as an open wound.
Mother, I'm just not sure.
Reagan pleads. I want to tell her to save her breath.
Well, that baby in your belly says at some point you were very sure. You'll be sure again. You will not embarrass your family this way. Remy says, Remy,
my mother infuses my name with caustic dismissal,
doesn't know the first thing about a relationship or marriage. He's the very last person you should be taking advice from.
I'm not even mad. She's right, but I won't let her act like she knows any better.
As opposed to you and your long, successful marriage? Your father died, Remy.
Nice of you to remember that today. Most days you act like he ran off to join the circus.
Your disrespectful tone and subversive efforts will not be tolerated today. She glares at me and stomps over to where we're sitting and looks down her nose at Reagan. You've got 250 family members and friends waiting in that chapel. Marcel Landel is standing at the end of an aisle waiting to marry you. Despite your shameless antics and your hysterics 2 days ago, he's there. You should be on your knees, thanking your lucky stars that he'll still have you. Instead, you're here with your brother hatching whatever harebrained scheme you can think of to get out of doing what is right. Mother, I am not. I know Marcel is a great man. I know I'm lucky, but I don't love him, Reagan pleads. My mother grabs Reagan's chin and yanks her face upward. Do you think that matters? He's a good man. You're clearly attracted to him. She shoots a glance at the small swell of Reagan's belly. He's got money, and most importantly, you're carrying his child. You must not soil our name with illegitimacy. You will not. Now get up. She turns and walks out of the room. Reagan shoots me a helpless glance and stands. I grab her hand and pull her back down to her seat. I lean forward and hold her gaze. This is my twin. We may be as different as the sunrise and the sunset, but she's still my true other half, and I want more for her than marriage for expediency. Reggie, you don't have to do anything. If you don't want to marry him, I will walk you out of here and I'll explain it to him. He's a reasonable man, a good man, but that doesn't mean you have to spend the rest of your life with him. My mother spins on her heels and marches back toward where I'm sitting. She stands toe-to-toe with me, looking upon me with the anger that so often clouds our interactions. Our relationship has deteriorated to the point that we only speak to each other when we need to. I keep the things I care about out of her reach. You are not the head of this family. You are not the person who will have to deal with the fallout of what you're advising. Stop being so selfish and immature and do what your father should be doing and walk your sister down the aisle. I stand up now, sick of her browbeating insults and her disdain. Or what? You don't have basketball to use as your stick anymore. You got rid of Cal, so what do you have to hold over me now? Her hand flies to her chest and her face is a picture of indignation. But I know my mother, and indignant isn't an emotion in her tank. She's pissed and can't believe I would dare speak to her like that. Yes, I wanted her to know that she'd never be one of us. But how am I responsible for your little tart's disappearing act? Well, let's see. How about blackmail and extortion? Remy! Reagan gasps loudly. I take in her shocked expression and immediately decide to stand down. I'm sorry. It's your wedding day. Yes, you can chase your conspiracy theories another day, and one day you'll thank me. She wasn't suitable, and she's the reason you became obsessed with civil rights, and now instead of working for your family's corporation, you're about to become a low-level civil servant. Joni being your partner is the only reason you still have any clout in Houston. If you marry her, you can go off on your legal journey gallivanting and still have the social status to do the Wilde name credit. I won't apologize for what I did. I stand up then, even though I don't move from my sister's side. Of course not. That would require you to actually care about how I feel. She sneers and steps toward me. The girl you love is marrying someone else because she didn't love you enough to come after you, Remy. She chose that. I didn't do that. You can't blame me for all of your troubles. Please stop! Reagan stands up and shouts. Please don't fight. Don't say such ugly things to each other, please. Not today. She looks between us, and her eyes are full of a begging plea. The fight in me dissipates. It's not about me today. My grandfather asked me to walk Reagan down the aisle, and I've seen it as a solemn and sacred responsibility.
I'm sorry, Reg. You're right. But you have to decide because it's not fair to keep him waiting. Do you want to go, or should we walk down that aisle? She looks down at her hand and twists the large, solitary stone engagement ring around her finger. Her fiancé Marcel is 20 years her senior. He's the owner of the multinational media company that owns the television station Reagan works for, and he got her pregnant. When she told me, I hadn't taken it well.
I want to do it.
Reagan's quiet statement jolts me back to the present.
Of course you do. You're not a fool.
My mother casts her eyes on me so that it's clear what she was leaving unsaid.
Come on, I'll let them know you had a snafu with your dress and are on your way out. Oh, and Remy, you should use the ring I gave you soon.
Oh, Mother, I've decided I'd rather pluck my eyes out with hot pokers than marry Joni, so I'll be giving it back to you. Maybe give it to Tyson. He'll need it before I ever do.
You are such a disappointment.
She casts those words over her shoulder as she walks out, and I look at Reagan in shock.
Remy, it's okay.
My sister tucks her arms through mine and pats my hand reassuringly.
We'll get through this together, like we have everything else. I'm just glad you're here and able to give me away.
I am too. Come on, let's go get married.
20. Try. Cal. I don't know why I came. I didn't decide until an hour ago. When I got back from Casa, I told Paul I was sick. He believed me. For once, he relented and would have let me stay where I was if I'd insisted. But the truth is, I couldn't bear the thought of not seeing Remy again. I couldn't stop thinking about our conversation at Casa and the way he'd looked when I said I was pregnant, and the way it felt to hear he didn't get my letters. There is so much unsaid between us, so many moments deferred by life. I have managed to convince myself that everything is as it should be. We're both where life intended us to be, and every time I think about my baby, I feel so much love that I know it alone can sustain me. I've got my dream job, I'm living the happily ever after I never thought I'd have, so why does it feel so hollow? When the church doors opened and Remy and Reagan stepped onto that carpet, I had known for a fact that this had been a mistake. I should have stayed at the hotel. Being here with Paul only exacerbated the feeling of wrong that is settled on my shoulders like a cape. I don't love Paul. I don't think I ever could. At least not the way I think, because that belongs to someone else. Now, the party is in full swing. Paul and I are seated at the table farthest away from the bride, groom, and bridal family. I've watched Remy lead his sister in the traditional father-daughter dance. All of that young charm is morphed into a mature charisma that makes everyone smile as he walks by. He's the most handsome man in the room. His hair is closely cropped. The strength of his jaw is magnified by his short, immaculately groomed beard. I wish he was mine. "You want another Shirley Temple?" Paul asks, and I give him a wan smile and nod. "And a glass of water, too, please." "Be right back. There's an open bar, so I'm going to get another one of these." He jiggles his empty lowball glass. I bite my tongue against the warning that he's drinking too much because the last thing I want is to have a fight with him. "Hey, friend. Can I have this dance?" I freeze in my seat. It's Remy. I turn and take him in. He looks like a tall glass of ice water in the middle of a sandstorm. His tuxedo is cut to fit, and fit it does. So very, very well. Hey, sure, I say, and find my words are more of a sigh than anything else because I'm struggling to breathe. My heart is hammering in my chest. You look incredible in that dress, he says, and looks me up and down. I flush and run a self-conscious hand over my hair, which I had blown out and flat-ironed for today. October is the 1 month a girl with a head full of natural curls can get away with a style like this in Houston, so I went down to the hotel salon on a whim. Let's dance. Come on. He sticks his hand out, and I take it. Okay. We're on the dance floor in a few steps. Remy's arm goes around my waist, and he draws me into him in one fluid motion. I swear my insides are melting. Cal. He whispers my name in my ear, and there's an urgency in his voice. Because my tongue is tied. I'm drunk, he confesses. You don't drink, I chide him. It's the only way I would have survived Reagan's pre-divorce party, he whispers, and I giggle. Don't say that. Just telling it like it is. And I don't want to talk about her. Okay. I let him twirl us around, then I lean back and look him in the eye. You having a good time? Fuck no. Why? You have a headache from the drinks already? Nope. The only thing that hurts is this. He takes my hand and lays it on his chest. I can feel the beat of his heart against my palm and gasp. Remy. I pull my hand away. Doesn't yours? I could have sworn you loved me too. My heart stops. You loved me? Love. Present tense. I shake my head in denial. I should have told you then. He pulls me to him and presses his lips to my ear. On the crowded dance floor, it feels like we're alone. You were everything I wanted before I even knew I wanted it, Cal. You made me wonder and think, and you changed my life in ways I can't quantify. My heart thuds against his chest, and I can feel the vibration of it throughout my whole body. Do you ever wonder, what if? He whispers, and my heart starts to crack. Every day, I admit on a whisper. Do you know, I think about you when I'm with her. When I kiss her, sometimes I taste you. My heart cracks in a way I feel to my bones. Me too, I admit. Is this okay? For us to feel this way and let each other go? He asks the question I think I'll ask myself for the rest of my life. I can only do what I think at this moment is right. He hums. I tremble from the wave of pure, unadulterated lust that slams into me from just the way his breath brushes against my skin. Then I feel the insistent press of his hard cock in my stomach. I can't stop myself from pressing closer. I want to put that inside of you. I miss your pussy, Cal. We were only kids, and it's still the best pussy I've ever had, and I could take such good care of it now. I know things. His hands slide down my back and stop short of grabbing my ass. I clench my thighs in a failed effort to quiet the throb his touch is creating between them. I am so turned on, and yet so sad at the same time. We can't be friends, he whispers in my ear, his lips skimming the sensitive shell of my ear before he drops his forehead onto my shoulder, and my heart hurts so profoundly because I know he's right. I know when he comes to his senses, sobers up or whatever, that he'll regret this and will never do it again. I know. I whisper, "Fuck. I don't want to let you go. Not again. Not after all this time. Leave him, Cal." He grates. His lips linger on the side of my face. I've never been more tempted in my life. The crush of bodies on the dance floor makes a nice camouflage, but we're being very reckless. Holding each other this close in public, neither one of us can afford to be seen. Neither of us seems to care. This time, his lips dust the fine hairs at my temple. What if we're supposed to be together? What if it was my baby you had growing inside of you? It's my last name you should have been getting ready to take. My house you come home to. Me you're going home with. My dick you're riding until you come all over it. He growls, hot and angry in my ear. I want to respond by shouting yes after each sentence. I am completely undone, and I feel the loss of him and our chance so keenly. Remy, please don't. I hug him and want so badly to cry. And then he goes and guarantees that I will leave there knowing exactly what I've missed. I'm so in love with you. So in love. My heart constricts and then starts to race. He presses his nose into my hair and wraps me tightly in his arms. I'll miss you, Will, he says like he's about to let me go, and I start to panic. I want to stay like this, in his arms. The rebel in me hopes that Paul sees us, but the girl who grew up with her chaotic mother showing her just what life as a single parent looked like wins. I've made my choice. I pull out of his embrace and shake my head. Remy, I'm sorry. I can't read his eyes, but I can feel his disappointment and his anger. It permeates the space between us and mingles with mine. He leans forward and down so that his lips are at my ear. For me, it's always been you. My heart aches, and I bite back a whimper. He skims his fingers down my arms. If you change your mind, you want to run away from it all, now, later, ever, say the word. I'll be waiting. And then he presses a kiss to my cheek, lets me go, and walks away.
21. Eclipse. Remy. The morning after the wedding has been a bleak one. The guests are gone. Cal is gone. I'm on autopilot now. If I stop to think about yesterday, I'll lose my shit. I have never felt so sick to my stomach as I did when Cal said she was pregnant. She was right that I'd moved on too, but I didn't realize until yesterday, when it was too late, that I'd been carrying an ember of hope inside me that somehow, one day, we'd get it right. But just like I had when I was a boy, I overestimated how much control I'd have over what happened between us. Yesterday, if she'd said yes when I asked her to leave him, I would have walked out of there with her and not given a damn about what came next. And now, I understand my grandfather's advice. I would have thrown away everything for her, and if he'd turned his back on me for it, I would have lived with it. For her, I would have done anything. So maybe it is for the best. I'm cleaning my slate and focusing on the things I can control. Breaking up with Joni has been on my to-do list for months. After this fucking disaster of a weekend, I've decided it's time. She may be right on paper, but I'd rather have nothing than settle. So, as we're eating breakfast on the balcony of our hotel room, I tell her it's over. She eyes me stonily while she finishes chewing her bagel and wipes her mouth.
This is because of her.
She says icily, "It's been a long time coming." I feel like shit because I know that's what it looks like, but I need to do this before I leave. She raises a skeptical eyebrow and purses her lips.
So it's just a coincidence that the day after you saw your little secret girlfriend from high school, you're breaking up with me?
She wasn't my secret girlfriend, and no, it's not a coincidence. I'm honest because whatever else I may be, a hypocrite isn't one of them.
She's not good enough for you,
she says through taut lips. You don't know anything about her or what's good for me, Joni, I say in a warning voice. I'm mad at Cal, but fuck if anyone can talk about her like that.
Isn't she getting married?
She looks at me like I'm the most pathetic asshole she's ever seen. She's not wrong. So? I shrug. The weight of resentment and disappointment has left me numb.
So are you running off together? She's leaving her meal ticket? I guess it makes sense. You've definitely got deeper pockets.
Her sarcasm is ugly and dry, and I'm an idiot for feeling like Cal is still mine to defend. But I do. I always will. You're the one who cares about how deep my pockets are, and no, she's not leaving him. I just don't want this anymore. I point between us. She curls her lip in disgust.
So, after you spent the weekend humiliating me by mooning after her and practically making out with her on the dance floor, you're breaking up with me.
She laughs humorlessly. I'm sorry, I say with as much contrition as I can muster.
No, I'm sorry that I didn't dump you first.
She throws her napkin down. I blow out a breath. Me too. We stare at each other. She's beautiful. It would have been a lot more convenient if I'd fallen in love with her.
I won't take you back,
she says after eyeing me. Her voice is even. She's not threatening me. This is the truth. I nod in agreement. You shouldn't. You deserve a man who can love you. That's not me. She sits down across from me, crosses her legs, and assesses me coolly.
I'm not looking for love. I don't believe in it the way you do.
The way I do? I lean back and look at her like she's grown horns.
Yes, I've been very surprised at how sensitive you are, Remington.
I am not sensitive, I growl. That gets under my skin, because after this weekend I feel raw.
It's not an insult, it's just an observation,
she says evenly. I'm not insulted, it's just not true. And if you don't want love, why do you want to get married so badly?
I want power and freedom.
You're already powerful, Joni, and I don't see any shackles around your wrists.
Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. And the only power I have is because my father is powerful. I'm just his daughter. I have ambitions greater than that, and there are some doors that will only open to me if I have a powerful, wealthy man beside me.
Well, shit. If that's all you want, there are about 100 men in this hotel who fit that description. She scoffs.
99% of them are either too old, gay, or psychotic. It's hard to find a good-looking, wealthy, young, straight man. If I'm going to let someone lock me up in the proverbial tower, I would at least like to enjoy the view.
She looks me up and down like I'm a horse she's considering buying, and I feel like I'm seeing her, really seeing her, for the first time. You're cold, Joni.
As a brick of ice.
She clears her throat, but otherwise she appears completely unfazed. So you don't really care that we're breaking up? I ask, surprised. She gathers her purse and phone from the table and stands.
Like you said, there are 100 men in this hotel who will do the job. I'll miss the view, but I've got my pride, Remington, and I won't miss the constant reminders that you were settling for me.
She looks me up and down and shakes her head.
What a waste,
she says before she walks out of our hotel room and out of my life. As I board my flight back to Washington, I feel like I'm living in a whole new world. The hope-fueled torch I've carried for Cal has been snuffed out. We're not getting our happy ending. I fucked up, she's moved on. Somewhere between those two facts is our full story. A story held together by a mortar made up of my mother's manipulations and her mother's fuck-ups, my idiocy and the unpredictable twists of fate. Look at what love does to people. Look what it did to me. I don't care what Joni thinks. It's the last thing I want to fuck with again. I'm in the middle of a crucial final year in law school. I'm competing for a federal clerkship that would put me on the path to U.S. Attorney or Assistant Attorney General. I've busted my ass in law school, and not only am I number one in my class, but I've already established myself as one hell of a litigator in training during our moot court hearings. People thought basketball was my gift. I used to think so too. But how good I am on the basketball court is a mere trifle compared to how good I am in a courtroom. Advocacy is my gift, and deciding to follow my convictions and go to law school was the best thing I ever did. And now, it's the only thing I've got. I feel sick as I think about Cal being with someone else. It's not the future I imagined, but I'll make it be enough.
3. Again. Present day. 22. Concrete jungle. Cal. New York City, 8 years later. Damn it! Ouch! I reach out to grab the yelping, stumbling woman I just plowed head first into while I grab my throbbing forehead. Oh my God, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I snagged my hose on